The next morning, Naoki rode into Artisan Town on Cyclizer, donning a straw hat and a short-sleeved shirt, his attire reminiscent of a classic bug catcher. His goal? To participate in the seasonal bug-catching contest held just south of town. By the time he reached the nature park, a large crowd of trainers had already gathered. Many, like him, wore shorts and bug nets slung over their shoulders, eager to test their luck. Blending in effortlessly, Naoki joined the others near the park entrance where a large wooden sign detailed the contest rules and listed the Pokémon native to the area. The park itself was a lush, protected reserve teeming with bug and grass-type Pokémon. Normally closed to preserve its ecosystem, it only opened twice a year for this very event, to manage the local bug Pokémon population. Naoki scanned the list of Pokémon displayed on the sign. He noted familiar names like Caterpie, Scatterbug, Spinarak, and Dewpider, along with rarer entries such as Heracross, Scyther, and even Vespiquen. Too bad there's no Appleton, he thought. He'd been hoping to find one for his ranch's juice production. Appleton, with its ability to ferment berries into syrupy sweetness, would have been a perfect addition, if only it were native to Paldea. Around him, excitement buzzed. Young trainers chatted animatedly, trading predictions and friendly dares. Others waved their nets or tried to spook their friends with bug Pokémon, resulting in occasional squeals and laughter. A voice echoed through the loudspeakers above the gate. Attention trainers! The bug-catching contest will begin shortly. Please gather at the entrance and prepare your supplies. Poke snacks and net balls recommended. The crowd surged forward as the gates opened. Trainers spilled into the park, scattering like scattersmacks. Naoki, in contrast, remained calm. He headed for the supply counter to pick up poke snacks, essentials for luring bug types. To his surprise, the girl at the stand was someone he recognized. She had visited his ranch just the day before to order berries. "You're here," she exclaimed. Naoki smiled warmly. "Still have any snacks or net balls left?" "Just barely," she replied, ducking into the supply tent. As he waited, Naoki gently patted Cyclizer's neck. Corraden hadn't come along this time. In fact, Corraden had been acting strangely quiet since the night before, declining to even answer Naoki's gentle prodding. Something was clearly bothering it. Naoki suspected it might be related to a joke he'd made about Cyclizer during their bath, but that didn't feel like the kind of thing Corraden would dwell on. Its silence didn't seem angry, just conflicted. Naoki sighed, lost in thought, until a loud "ah" snapped him back to reality. Cyclizer stiffened beside him, letting out a concerned "Rayo." Naoki rushed into the supply tent, only to stop short. A massive Snorlax lay snoring on the floor, belly rising and falling like a rolling hill. Around it were crushed crates and wrappers, the remains of the event's entire poke snack supply. The girl stood nearby, fuming. "It's that Snorlax again. The same glutton that ate our berries 2 days ago, and now it's devoured all the snacks we prepped for the contest." Snorlax responded with a blissful snore. "Zzz." Marching up, the girl slapped its belly with frustration. It wobbled. Snorlax didn't flinch. "I'm really sorry, Mr. Naoki," she said with a defeated sigh. "There's no food left for the contest." Naoki waved it off. He wasn't that invested in catching bug types anyway. Instead, his eyes remained fixed on the peacefully bloated Snorlax. "Is it wild?" he asked. "Kind of," the girl said. "It wandered into town 3 months ago during the cold spell. Everyone felt bad for it and started feeding it. It never left. And now, well, it's kind of part of the town, but also kind of a menace." Naoki guessed. "Exactly," she groaned. "Trainers keep trying to catch it, but either they can't wake it, or they return it because they can't afford to feed it. It's lazy, hungry, and doesn't even battle." Naoki tilted his head thoughtfully. "It always ends up back here." Then an idea sparked. Maybe, just maybe, Snorlax would be perfect for his ranch. He had just learned how to make a special poke block that could satisfy large eaters with minimal ingredients. Snorlax's appetite wouldn't be a problem. In fact, with its digestion abilities, it could help test food experiments. Snorlax could eat anything, even food laced with poison, without issue. "Are you still looking for someone to take it in?" he asked. The girl brightened instantly. Please, yes. Are you serious? Naoki nodded. I'll give a home on the ranch. Bless you, she said with comic relief. But how will you tame it? Naoki thought for a moment. Food. He requested a set of berries. Petcha, Orin, Bluck, Nanab, and Figgy. The girl quickly gathered the leftovers from earlier, and Naoki got to work. He blended, mixed, and steamed the perfect batch of Glutton Pope Block, C+. Effect. Enough to satisfy even a Snorlax. Just as he finished, a massive shadow loomed behind him. He turned and saw Snorlax wide awake, staring at the poke blocks. You want one? Naoki offered. Snorlax gently picked up the block and ate it. Crunch. Chew. Gulp. Its eyes lit up. It wanted more. Naoki smiled and extended a hand. Instead of just accepting it, Snorlax picked Naoki up like a cherished plush and nestled him on its belly. W.O. Naoki blinked in surprise. It's really gentle, the girl said, amused. The town kids play on its belly all the time. Naoki fed it a few more blocks. Eventually, Snorlax yawned, settled back down, and pulled Naoki onto its belly like a pillow. Well, Naoki chuckled. I'll take that as a yes. Reaching into his bag, he pulled out a Pokeball and tapped it gently against Snorlax's head. Click! It didn't even resist. Naoki stared at the Pokeball in his palm, stunned by how easy it had been. Either I'm getting lucky today, or this was fate, he murmured. The girl's smile faded slightly. Mr. Naoki, just promise me one thing? He looked up. If it ever becomes too much, please don't release it into the wild. Bring it back here. We'll take it in again. Snorlax may be a handful, but it's part of this town now. We care about it. Naoki nodded sincerely. Don't worry. I'll take good care of it. And just like that, his trip to a bug-catching contest ended with a surprise addition to his ranch. One that snored louder than any bug and ate more than the entire forest combined. But somehow, Naoki had a feeling it would all work out. With Snorlax safely captured, Naoki tucked the Pokeball into his satchel and glanced at the snack counter. The boxes were empty, their contents devoured. The girl at the stand looked sheepish. I'm really sorry. Snorlax ate everything. If I start from scratch, it'll take at least an hour to prep more snacks. Naoki glanced at the entrance to the nature park, now quiet and mostly empty. The first wave of trainers had probably already caught their fill of bug types and were headed back. Truthfully, Naoki hadn't come for the competition. He'd only wanted to enjoy the atmosphere. In that case, no worries, he said, offering her a warm smile. Let's just call it a day. The girl still looked troubled. She had helped organize the event and felt responsible for its mishap. To make up for it, I'll send an invitation to your ranch when we host the fall contest, she said with a small bow. Naoki nodded. I'll look forward to it. With that, he turned to Cyclizer and patted its neck. Let's head home. Rayo, Cyclizer responded and set off down the road. Back at the ranch, the familiar sight of green fields and playful Pokémon greeted him. As Naoki dismounted, his eyes found Koraidon lying in the grass, its head turned toward the sun. He approached quietly. Koraidon. The moment it heard his voice, Koraidon lifted its head, its eyes meeting his. Naoki sat down beside it. Feeling better? Koraidon blinked, clearly surprised that Naoki had noticed anything was off. It lowered its gaze, murmuring softly. Rayo. Naoki gently scratched its head. Is this about Cyclizer? He asked with a small smile. Are you jealous? Koraidon's eyes widened. Rayo. Rayo. No, of course not. Then what's bothering you? Koraidon hesitated. Its expression grew distant. Finally, it whispered, Rayo, I want to stay with you forever. A long silence followed. Naoki didn't reply right away. He let the wind fill the moment, brushing through his hair and rustling the leaves above. Koraidon's emotions ran deeper than he'd ever realized. He spoke at last, his tone thoughtful. Did you see the news? The stories about trainers dying and leaving their Pokémon behind. Koraidon blinked in surprise, then nodded slowly. Naoki chuckled, patting its head. You silly Pokémon. But you're not like ordinary ones, you know. He leaned back, looking up at the sky. Even if I'm gone someday, I'll still be here, in spirit. Souls linger in the places they love. and dusk noir, the gatekeeper, comes only when it's time. He smiled gently. If I ever turn into a spirit, I'll count on you to keep me company. Deal. Corradin stared at him, something unspoken caught in its throat. It understood Naoki's words, and yet it couldn't shake the dread that one day it would have to leave first. Its thoughts turned inward. It remembered the younger Cyclizer, its past self, offering share berries, family, and warmth it never had. And now, Naoki had both versions by his side. If Corradin couldn't stay forever, then maybe it could prepare its younger self to protect Naoki when the time came. With sudden resolve, Corradin sprang to its feet. Rayo! It began pacing, its thoughts racing with determination. Naoki blinked in confusion. What are you doing now? I'm not dying anytime soon, he reassured. Relax. Corradin eventually stopped, visibly calmer. Naoki chuckled and gave its snout a playful squeeze. All right. I'll even sleep next to you tonight. Okay. The massive Pokemon's eyes sparkled with joy. It responded by tackling Naoki into the grass, licking his face with wild affection. Naoki groaned under the slobber. Gross. Still, he smiled. Once the impromptu cuddle session ended, Naoki stood and said, I need to go set up a place for Snorlax. Go have fun. Corradin nodded, already turning to seek out Cyclizer. A Snorlax sanctuary. Finding a home for Snorlax was surprisingly easy. Snorlax, true to its nature, could sleep just about anywhere. But Naoki wanted more than a resting spot. He wanted to build something playful and special. Across the river, a wide open field beckoned. Peaceful, sunlit, and breezy. This is the place, Naoki murmured. He released Snorlax with a flash of light. The massive Pokémon materialized and immediately flopped onto its back, snoring softly. Naoki climbed atop the creature's plush belly, laughing as it bounced slightly under his weight. Yup, soft enough for trampoline. Ideas sparked. A sandpit, a tree with a swing, slides, maybe even a little playground. That afternoon, Naoki visited town to gather supplies. Lumber, a sturdy sapling from Hugh's seed shop, and a brightly colored slide and seesaw. He even made a stop at the beach to collect golden sand. By sunset, with the help of his Pokémon and a touch of Calorex's power to grow the tree, the entire play area was complete. As Naoki made the announcement, "This is your new playground," a cheer went up among his Pokémon. Ogerpon claimed the swing. Dragonairs zoomed down the slide. Glacian and Alchemy began bouncing gleefully on Snorlax's belly. Watching them play, Naoki's heart swelled with pride. Later, he returned with 2 batches of Glutton Poke blocks. He handed them to Palmot. "Give these to Snorlax and say thank you." Palmot zipped over, followed by the others. Snorlax opened one eye, sniffed the air, then gobbled the treats down in one bite. Full and content, it let out a rumbling sigh, settling back into the grass and exposing its belly again. Naoki smiled. Perfect. Meanwhile, in Alto Mare, far away, across the sea in Johto's coastal city of Alto Mare, the morning sun glimmered across winding canals and white stone bridges. Flat-bottomed boats glided through the water, piloted by townsfolk and Pokémon alike. Atop the tallest cathedral, a massive Zapdos stood watch. A satchel was slung over its shoulder. Next to it were 2 smaller figures, Teddiursa, marveling at the view, and Mew, eyes sparkling as it sniffed the air filled with the scent of street food. "Mew, snacks?" it chirped. "Ursa, yes." Zapdos huffed softly. "Zap, go on. I'll wait here." The 2 Pokémon grabbed berries from the satchel and leapt from the rooftop. As they landed, Mew transformed midair into a Totodile, giggling as it splashed down. They dashed through the streets until they found a food stall filled with candied berries. The elderly woman running the stall smiled. "Aren't you 2 the cutest? Want some berries?" Mew and Teddiursa offered pearls and berries in exchange. The woman beamed. "Polite too? Here, have 2 more on the house." As they turned to leave, Teddiursa suddenly stopped. Someone was watching them. At the alley's edge stood a girl in a red skirt. "Mew," Teddiursa called in warning. The girl smiled and stepped closer. And then, she began to change. Her skirt became sleek wings. Her feet turned into fins. A triangular crest appeared on her chest. Her form shimmered into the unmistakable shape of Latias. She smiled, eyes warm. Mew and Teddiursa.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Mew and Teddiursa rode atop Zapdos, following the Pokémon that could transform into human form through a hidden passage. They arrived at a serene, secluded garden nestled deep within the city. The gentle gurgling of fountains filled the air, and sunlight filtered through the dense canopy of trees, bathing the area in a dreamy, ethereal glow. The tranquil beauty of the scene left the three Pokémon from the Hero Expedition team awestruck. Latias, flying gracefully ahead of them, turned back with a wide, joyful smile and let out a melodic cry. "Whoa, isn't it beautiful? This is my brother's and my secret base." Teddiursa nodded enthusiastically, expressing its admiration for the stunning place. Suddenly, another mysterious Pokémon emerged from the depths of the garden. Mew, Teddiursa, and Zapdos turned their attention toward the new arrival. When they saw it clearly, they froze. The new Pokémon looked almost identical to Latias. Latios, the Pokémon that had appeared, had sensed an unfamiliar presence in their secret garden. Initially alert, its guarded demeanor softened upon seeing the Pokémon following its sister. Latias quickly introduced the newcomers. "Woo, brother, this is the Hero Expedition team." Mew nodded excitedly. "Mew, that's right. We're the Hero Expedition team. We travel across the world, helping Pokémon in need." Teddiursa added enthusiastically. Ursa. Exactly." Zapdos, towering behind them, lifted its head with pride. "Chew." After the introductions, Latias turned back to Mew and the others. "Woo, Hero Expedition team. This is my brother, Latios." Latios regarded the three unusual Pokémon with curiosity. As the guardian of Alto Mare, it was unaccustomed to seeing such Pokémon in its territory. Pokémon interactions were straightforward and sincere. After exchanging introductions, Latias eagerly asked about the Hero Expedition team. So, on that sunny morning, Mew and Teddiursa sat on the soft grass and shared tales of the adventures and good deeds they had accomplished with Latias and Latios. They spoke of how they helped a giant Dragonite find a partner, how they fulfilled a Ninetales' long-held wish, how they encountered the enigmatic and conflicted Mewtwo, and how they reunited Poliwag with its mother. Latias listened with wide-eyed wonder, her gaze sparkling with curiosity and admiration. Even Latios, who was typically more reserved, seemed intrigued, his expression reflecting both surprise and respect. After hearing their stories, Latios tilted his head and asked thoughtfully, "Woo, the Hero Expedition team? Can such things truly be accomplished by Pokémon alone?" Mew blinked, offering a knowing smile but saying nothing. Teddiursa, however, met Latios's question with unwavering determination. Ursa, the power of one Pokémon may be small, but when we unite, we can overcome any challenge." Mew nodded in agreement. "Mew, exactly." Its sparkling blue eyes reflected Latias and Latios as it continued. "Mew, and it's not just us. Naoki has been supporting us all along." Hearing the name, both Latias and Latios looked curious. "Woo, Naoki," Teddiursa eagerly chimed in. Ursa. Naoki is the best person in the world. He even planted a world tree where Pokémon from all over can live." Latias tilted her head in curiosity. "Woo, world tree? What's that?" Teddiursa spread its arms wide to emphasize the grandeur of its words. "Ursa, it's a giant tree, big enough to house all the Pokémon friends we've met on our journey." Teddiursa continued excitedly. Ursa. Naoki said if we meet friends we don't want to part with, we can invite them to live at the World Tree. That way, we can always see each other. Latias's eyes lit up with excitement. Woo, that's amazing. We're friends, right? Can my brother and I visit the World Tree too? Mew chimed in cheerfully. Mew, of course. But we still have a long journey ahead, and the World Tree hasn't fully grown yet. No one lives there yet. Latias turned toward her brother, practically glowing with enthusiasm. Woo, brother, when the World Tree is ready, let's visit Mew and the others. Latios, however, remained composed and spoke earnestly. Woo, we can't leave Alto Mare so easily. As guardians of the city, their duty was to protect it and its people. Hearing this, Latias's excitement dimmed, and disappointment clouded her face. After a moment's pause, Latios softened his stance. Woo, but when the time comes, you can visit Mew and the others. Latias brightened instantly but quickly asked, Woo, what about you, brother? Latios replied firmly, Well, I'll stay behind to guard the Soul Dew and ensure it doesn't fall into the wrong hands. Latias understood her brother's intentions and immediately cheered, affectionately nuzzling him in gratitude. You're the best, brother. Latios responded with a gentle lick to his sister's forehead, a sign of their close bond. Then, Latias's form shimmered, transforming back into the appearance of a short-haired girl. She turned to Mew and Baby Bear, her eyes bright with excitement, and said, Is this your first time in Alto Mare? Let's go out and explore. I'll show you all the beautiful sights of the town. Mew and Baby Bear shared her enthusiasm, eager to see more of the enchanting water city. Zapdos, however, remained indifferent to the prospect of sightseeing. Its immense size and striking appearance would undoubtedly draw too much attention from humans, which it found exhausting. Without waiting for the others to ask, Zapdos made its decision clear. It would stay behind in the garden and wait for their return. Mew and Baby Bear were already accustomed to Zapdos's reclusive nature. They nodded in understanding and promised to bring it back something delicious from town. Latias led the way, guiding the two Pokémon through the hidden tunnel that connected the secret garden to the outside world. To blend in with the humans, Mew transformed into a small Piku and perched on Latias's shoulder, while Baby Bear snuggled comfortably in Latias's arms. In this manner, the three Pokémon joyfully wandered through Alto Mare's cobblestone streets and winding alleys, marveling at the lively atmosphere. The annual Pokémon Water Race was underway, drawing crowds from all over the region. Trainers and athletes raced atop their water-type Pokémon, cutting through the canals in an exhilarating chase. Spectators cheered from the bridges and riverbanks, creating an electric atmosphere. Latias brought Mew and Baby Bear into the heart of the crowd, where they watched the event unfold with awe. Unbeknownst to them, a hovering surveillance drone tracked Latias's movements from above, its camera focused intently on her human form. Target located, said a voice. The scene shifted to a sleek control room aboard a speedboat. A female thief, dressed in sharp black attire, smirked as she studied the monitor displaying Latias' image. The legendary Pokémon Latias. This is going to be our big break. Her accomplice, another thief with short auburn hair, practically buzzed with excitement. We were right. When Latias transforms into a human, her body temperature is much lower than a normal human's. We're going to hit the jackpot this time. The first thief, Lion, leaned back with a self-assured grin. Oomph. A legendary Pokémon like her is still just another prize waiting to be claimed. No matter how powerful they are, they all fall into the hands of Lion, the #1 thief in the world. She shut off the observation device, pocketing it as she turned to her partner. Xana, get everything ready. It's time for action. The next morning, Calyrex had fully recovered the energy it had expended in nurturing the World Tree. It approached Naoki, who was trimming the garden bushes, and announced, My strength has returned. I can continue cultivating the World Tree. Already, Naoki exclaimed, surprised. That was fast. He recalled that less than a month had passed since the last growth surge. Calyrex nodded slightly, its serene expression steady. The pace is quicker now because more and more people in this land believe in me. The power of their faith strengthens me each day." As it spoke, Calyrex turned its gaze toward the hill where the shrine was located. I can sense the shrine dedicated to me is channeling a constant flow of faith. This phenomenon has far exceeded my expectations. It's truly remarkable. Naoki understood immediately. The shrine had unknowingly become a popular landmark in Kosaji town. Every day, groups of traveling trainers visited the shrine to learn about the legendary king's deeds. It was akin to a viral attraction, an influencer of the Pokémon world drawing curious trainers from all walks of life. "Well then," Naoki said with a smile, setting aside his pruning shears. "Let's get started." Excitement bubbled in his chest. Each time the world tree grew, it brought new surprises. Naoki quickly gathered the Pokémon on his ranch, leading them to the tree's site to witness the Calyrex's powers at work. The process was now a familiar one for everyone. Calyrex floated into the air, its body radiating powerful psychic energy. Waves of green energy surged outward, converging on the world tree. Then, with a swift and graceful motion, Calyrex raised its arms, releasing an even more potent surge of energy. A wave of brilliant green light enveloped the world tree, and the tree's trunk, branches, and leaves began to glow vibrantly. Under this radiant energy, the world tree began to grow taller, its trunk stretching skyward at a visible rate. Boom! The ground trembled slightly, and a deep hum resonated across the ranch as the roots of the world tree extended further into the soil. Naoki and his Pokémon watched in awe as the tree expanded before their eyes. A notification flashed before Naoki's vision. World Tree, Juvenile Stage, a sapling imbued with immense grass-type energy. Due to a unique mutation during its growth, it carries immense vitality capable of supporting an ecosystem. It is said that, when fully grown, it can sustain an entire world with its natural energy. Growth to maturity, 84,054 years, 83,612 years, 82,560 years, 80,010 years. The counter finally stopped at 80,010 years. As Calyrex's energy reached its limit, the radiant light surrounding the world tree faded, revealing its transformed state. The world tree now towered over the ranch, standing more than 30 meters tall. Its size and majesty rivaled the giant tree on the Crown Tundra's giant's bed in Galar. The Pokémon watching from the ground were left speechless. Several flying Pokémon looked at this scene in disbelief. They flew around the world tree, dived into the dense bushes, ran to the thick branches, and observed the giant tree from top to bottom. Even Naoki, who had anticipated this growth, couldn't help but marvel. As he glanced at the updated growth timeline, he murmured, "For 1,000 years shaved off. It seems the extra faith wasn't wasted. The Calyrex's power has truly doubled." Naoki recalled that previously, Calyrex could only shorten the growth period of the world tree by 2,000 years. But now, it was accelerating by 4,000 years with each effort. At this rate, the world tree could reach full maturity in less than 2 years. A fifth of the original 100,000-year growth cycle had already passed, leaving approximately 80,000 years to go. In the past, Naoki would never have dared to imagine such rapid progress. However, a new concern began to trouble him. The world tree was becoming enormous. If the ripening process continued at this rate, the ranch might soon be unable to accommodate it. If the world tree's growth wasn't carefully managed, it could destroy the ranch and everything Naoki and his Pokémon had worked so hard to build. Naoki fell into deep thought. He turned toward Calyrex, who looked slightly drained after expending so much energy, and asked, "By the way, I remember you once mentioned that in the future you saw the world tree left the ground, floated into the sky, and remained suspended there. Is that correct?" Calyrex nodded solemnly. "Yes, that is the vision I observed." Naoki frowned, rubbing his temples. "That's a tricky problem. Could his future self have invented some form of advanced technology to make the world tree float? No way. I'm not that brilliant, Naoki muttered, shaking his head at the implausibility. Then he considered another possibility. Could have been the work of Dr. Sada or Dr. Turo, the inventors of the time machine. That idea also seemed unlikely, as their research focused on terrestrial energy rather than anti-gravity systems. That left only one plausible explanation: Pokémon power. When thinking of Pokémon capable of such a feat, one name immediately came to mind: Giratina. 3 minutes later, Naoki found himself in the reverse world, standing in a tranquil field of flowers. Giratina lay nearby, basking in the sunlight and nibbling lazily on berries. It looked up at Naoki's sudden arrival with a puzzled expression. "Why are you here today?" Giratina's voice carried a relaxed tone, a result of its long period of self-imposed exile. Naoki stared at Giratina's massive, serpentine form, inspecting its head and wings. Giratina narrowed its crimson eyes. "What are you looking at?" it growled irritably. Naoki ignored the tone, leaning closer. "You're just as intimidating as I remember. Get to the point." Giratina snarled, clearly losing patience. Naoki chuckled awkwardly, then asked, "Can you make objects float? Say, using your powers to make something from the real world defy gravity and rise into the sky?" "That's all," Giratina replied, smirking disdainfully. "You came all this way to ask that." Naoki blinked, momentarily at a loss. Giratina's confidence suggested it could, in fact, achieve such a feat, but then it added with a sigh of regret, "Unfortunately, I can't help you with this." Naoki tilted his head in confusion. "Why not?" "Because I'm forbidden from interfering with the real world," Giratina explained, its voice low with a mix of anger and resentment. "It was a decree from Arceus when it banished me here." Naoki's expression hardened. Of course, it always came back to Arceus. After a moment of thought, Naoki probed further. "Then how did you manage to join forces with Volo centuries ago? You caused quite the disturbance back then." A sly grin crept across Giratina's face. "I didn't interfere directly. All I did was use my power to provoke Dialga and Palkia into losing control." Naoki's eyes widened as understanding dawned. Giratina's actions had been a calculated act of vengeance, not just against Arceus, but against the entire real world. By secretly destabilizing Dialga and Palkia, Giratina had sown chaos on a massive scale. The result was a catastrophic temporal and spatial rift that wreaked havoc. Naoki's ability to detach himself from events and view them objectively gave him an interesting perspective on the situation. Arceus had banished Giratina to the reverse world, and Giratina, fueled by anger, had schemed tirelessly to create chaos. This included using its powers of distortion to subtly influence Dialga and Palkia, the gods of time and space, pushing them into frenzies that rippled through the real world. But what had Arceus done in response? Instead of confronting Giratina directly, Arceus interacted with Ash and his companions to resolve disruptions caused by the actions of Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina. This led Naoki to ponder. Surely Arceus must have been aware of Giratina's involvement in these disasters. Why then had Arceus never approached Giratina directly? While Naoki wrestled with this mystery, Giratina interrupted his thoughts. "Have you thought it through?" Giratina asked, its tone sharp. "If you want my help, it means joining forces with me. If that one discovers our actions, you'll have to face him with me. To you humans, that being is what you call God, the creator of the world, right? Do you have the courage to confront God face to face? Do you have the courage to stand against God himself?" Naoki blinked, startled. Wait. I'm not planning to join you in destroying the world or anything. Why would Arceus even care if I'm just trying to make a floating tree?" But Giratina seemed unimpressed. "If I help you," it growled, "what will you offer me in return?" Naoki hesitated, recalling the time Giratina had taken a few fish from him during a previous visit. "I can catch you more tuna." "No!" Giratina roared, its crimson eyes blazing with intensity. I want you to join me in taking revenge against him." Naoki froze, unsure how to respond. His first instinct was to bid Giratina a hasty farewell. But then a thought struck him. In a few years, Arceus, weakened by humanity's greed, would awaken from its slumber and seek retribution. That was the storyline of the movie Arceus and the Jewel of Life. During that event, Dialga, Palkia, and even Giratina would unite to protect the world from Arceus' wrath. If Naoki played his cards right, he could stage a mock battle alongside Giratina, pretending to attack Arceus to satisfy Giratina's thirst for revenge. It wouldn't need to be a real confrontation, just an elaborate act to appease Giratina. Naoki began strategizing. During the battle, Arceus' elemental plates, water, grass, electric, and ground, would be missing. Without those, Arceus would be vulnerable to moves of those types. He already had Pokémon specializing in those attributes: Calyrex and Gogoats for grass, Dragonite and Pawmot for electric, and his Ogerpon equipped with water and ground moves. With Giratina's support, alongside Dialga and Palkia, and restorative items like Moo Milk and other beneficial dishes, they might just pull off the illusion of a grand alliance. Finally, he spoke. "So, how exactly do you plan to take revenge on Arceus?" Giratina seemed momentarily at a loss for specifics. Naoki seized the opportunity to steer the narrative. "I have a feeling your chance will come soon, maybe in 2 years. Until then, why not focus on training and becoming even stronger?" Giratina grinned, its serpentine tail flicking in anticipation. "Fine, 2 years is nothing to me." It yawned, settling back into the flowers. For a being that had existed for eons, 2 years was just a short nap. Naoki, now thoroughly exhausted by the conversation, turned to leave the reverse world. Back in his living room, Calyrex greeted him. "Did you find a solution?" Maybe." Naoki also had a headache. He told Calyrex in detail about what had just happened. At the end, he asked, "Am I too naive?" Calyrex had never encountered Arceus nor heard of him directly, but he was undeterred. With determination in his voice, he replied, "The god who created the world? I wonder how he would compare to the darkest days Eternatus from Galar." Naoki shook his head, replying thoughtfully, "Eternatus wouldn't stand a chance. Arceus wields the plates of creation. As long as he carries them, no type of attack in this world can harm him." Calyrex fell silent for a moment, his mind seemingly deep in thought. At last, he spoke. "If that's the case, we must prepare properly." Naoki blinked, caught off guard by the comment. "Prepare? For what?" Calyrex's gaze turned outward toward the ranch as he explained. "Now is the time. My strength has fully returned to its peak, and I can bestow the power of the king upon Pawmot." Naoki's eyes widened in surprise. "A coronation? Like what you did for Zacian and Zamazenta at the Crown Shrine?" Calyrex nodded serenely. "Precisely. When I blessed the sword and shield, only those 2 valiant warriors, who had fought tirelessly with their respective weapons, could transform into the Sword King and Shield King." Hearing this, Naoki was even more baffled. "Wait, you're going to enchant Pawmot's hammer?" Sensing Naoki's bewilderment, Calyrex elaborated. "That young one has a brave and pure heart. With the power of the king, Pawmot will become a true hero. But before bestowing this power, I must test its worthiness. Only by passing the test will it prove itself qualified to bear the mantle of the king." "A test?" Naoki asked, still processing what he was hearing. Calyrex nodded. "Leave this matter to me. You need not worry." Naoki took a calming breath. "All right, but how exactly are you going to test it?" Calyrex's voice was calm as he replied, "I will use my psychic abilities to create an illusion, one that will reveal Pawmot's true courage." Naoki nodded in understanding. "All right, I'll trust you to handle it." Calyrex's expression softened with a warm smile. He rose gracefully from the sofa, floating out of the living room and toward the ranch. Naoki followed him and called out to Pawmot, who was playing nearby with Glacian and the others. Upon hearing Naoki's voice, Pawmot dashed over enthusiastically. "Pawmot!" Naoki knelt to meet its gaze, his expression serious yet encouraging. Palmot, do you want to become a real superhero? Without hesitation, Palmot stood tall and gave an emphatic nod. Palmot, Naoki smiled. Then show your courage and your heart to Calyrex. Calyrex regarded Palmot with kind eyes, speaking directly to its mind through telepathy. Do not be afraid. I will now test your bravery. If you succeed, I shall bestow upon you the power of the king, a gift worthy of your valor. Palmot tilted its head curiously, as though trying to understand, before looking to Naoki for reassurance. Naoki gave it a confident nod. You've got this. Bolstered by Naoki's encouragement, Palmot's eyes filled with determination. Palmot, it declared. Calyrex gave a small nod of approval. Then let the test begin. As soon as Calyrex finished speaking, a surge of psychic energy, radiant and palpable, enveloped Palmot, standing on the grass. In an instant, a faint blue aura surrounded Palmot. Its eyes gently closed as its body began to float upward, appearing serene, as though lost in a deep sleep. Watching this unfold, Naoki knew that Calyrex's illusion test had officially begun. I wonder what kind of trial Palmot is facing, Naoki thought to himself. But this was Palmot's test alone. Naoki could neither see nor participate, leaving him to wait silently outside. Naoki didn't fully grasp the nature of the power of the king. However, he did know that this sacred power had transformed Zacian and Zamazina, brave warriors who had fought countless battles, into the sword and shield kings. Their legendary forms had their base stats increased from 670 to an impressive 720. For reference, even Arceus' total base stat was 720. Clearly, this blessing represented an immense boon for any Pokémon. Combining the effects of Lightning Bun with Calyrex's Power of the King, how far could Palmot ascend? Naoki pondered excitedly. Would it reach the level of a pseudo-legendary, a mythical Pokémon, or even stand among legendary Pokémon? Naoki's eyes gleamed with anticipation. He and Calyrex were, in essence, creating a god. The forest was alive with vibrancy. Towering trees stretched skyward, their leafy canopies filtering sunlight into soft beams that danced on the forest floor. Moss blanketed the tree trunks, and the fertile earth sprouted lush grasses and ferns. The air carried the rich scent of soil and flora. A lone Palmot lay atop a sun-warmed stone, stirring as the sunlight caressed its fur. Slowly, it opened its eyes, blinking as it took in its surroundings. Paymo, it murmured, its voice tinged with confusion. Is this where I used to live? It thought. Wait, why did I think that? Used to live. A peculiar sense of disconnection clouded Palmot's mind. It gazed up at the sky, its thoughts muddled. Something about this place seemed familiar, yet distant, as though it had woken from a long, strange dream. In that dream, Palmot remembered being carried far away by a large bird Pokémon with an oversized beak. It had been dropped off at a human's ranch, where it was taken in and cared for. The human had trained it, teaching it how to harness its electricity and even crafting it a tiny hammer. Determined to test this memory, Palmot rubbed the electric sacs on its cheeks with its paws, hoping to unleash a powerful current like in the dream. Paymo! A weak spark crackled from its claws. So feeble. Was it all just a dream? A pang of disappointment filled Palmot's chest. Paymo! Paymo! The calls came from the distance, pulling Palmot from its thoughts. Turning toward the sound, it saw two familiar figures emerge from the tall grass. Its parents, looking at it with relieved expressions. Paymo! Paymo! There you are. You scared us. It's time to come back and eat. Palmot froze for a moment before emotion overwhelmed it. Tears welled in its eyes as it called back. Paymo! Mom! Dad! Its mother nuzzled Palmot affectionately, her voice soft. Paymo, we're here, little one. Let's go home together. Sniffling, Palmot nodded. It hopped off the stone and followed its parents back to their den beneath an ancient, gnarled tree. The hollowed-out trunk led to a cozy, underground burrow. Inside, two chambers branched off, a food storage area stocked with fruits and grains to last the winter, and a spacious bedroom where the family snuggled together each night. That evening, Palmot nestled in its parents' warm embrace, drifting into a peaceful sleep. The following morning, after bidding its parents farewell, Palmot ventured into the forest to explore. The forest was home to a magnificent tree, one so tall that its crown seemed to scrape the clouds. The elder Pokémon often spoke of its ancient origins, claiming it had stood there for centuries. Palmot loved this tree. Scaling its trunk and perching at its top gave it a sense of freedom as it gazed at the endless blue sky, the drifting white clouds, and the vast world beyond the forest. Today, Palmot found itself once again at the edge of the towering tree, gazing out at the world beyond the forest. The vast unknown filled it with both wonder and curiosity. What could it be like out there? Suddenly, a sharp cry pierced the stillness of the forest. The sound jolted Palmot from its thoughts. Looking down from its perch, it spotted the source of the commotion. A small rufflet was sprinting frantically through the dense undergrowth. Right behind it, a menacing Pokémon pursued with relentless speed. A Mandibuzz, its piercing eyes locked on the panicked rufflet. Palmot froze. It recognized Mandibuzz immediately. Its parents had warned it countless times about this predator. Every day, it circled the skies above the forest, scanning the ground for vulnerable prey. When it found a target, it would swoop down, capture its victim with razor-sharp talons, and carry it back to its eerie, bone-laden nest. Mandibuzz was notorious, not just for its predatory instincts, but also for its grim habit of adorning its body and nest with the remains of its victims. To the Pokémon of the forest, it was a living nightmare. Palmot's tiny heart raced as it watched the terrifying predator close in on Rufflet. Fear gripped it, paralyzing its small frame. What should I do? Palmot thought desperately. Should I try to help? But what could it possibly do? Its electricity was weak, a mere spark compared to what it had once dreamed of wielding. And if Mandibuzz noticed it, Palmot knew it would share the same fate as Rufflet, snatched up and devoured, leaving behind nothing but bones. The very thought made Palmot shudder. Its paws trembled, and its breathing quickened as fear took hold. It stood frozen, unable to move, while its mind spiraled in terror. Meanwhile, Mandibuzz finally caught up to Rufflet. With a cruel screech, it slammed the smaller Pokémon to the ground, pinning it with its powerful claws. Rufflet cried out in pain as Mandibuzz began pecking at it with its sharp beak. The pitiful cries broke through Palmot's haze of fear. It snapped back to reality, its eyes wide with alarm. I can't just stand here and do nothing, Palmot thought. It took a deep breath, mustering all the courage it could find, and grabbed a small stone from beside its perch. With all its might, it hurled the stone at Mandibuzz. Paymo, hey, over here. The stone struck Mandibuzz on the wing. Though it didn't hurt the predator, it was enough to get its attention. Mandibuzz turned its sharp gaze toward Palmot, its dark pupils narrowing in anger. Letting out an enraged screech, Mandibuzz released Rufflet and took to the air, its powerful wings flapping as it charged straight at Palmot's position. Palmot's heart pounded as it realized what it had just done. Without thinking, it turned and bolted, leaping from branch to branch as it raced through the forest canopy. Behind it, Mandibuzz gave chase, closing the distance with frightening speed. Palmot ran for what felt like an eternity, its tiny limbs aching and its breath ragged. But no matter how fast it ran, Mandibuzz remained on its tail, relentless in its pursuit. Finally, Palmot skidded to a halt. A cliff loomed ahead, its edge dropping into a dizzying void. There was nowhere left to run. Desperate, Palmot turned to face Mandibuzz, which hovered in the air, its cruel eyes gleaming with triumph. The predator let out a mocking screech, as if to taunt its tiny prey. Palmot trembled, but planted its paws firmly on the ground. It began rubbing its electric sacs vigorously, trying to summon any spark of power to defend itself. But its electricity was too weak. Mandibuzz swooped down in a blur, ramming into Palmot with its full weight. The force sent Palmot hurtling backward, over the edge of the cliff. As it plummeted, Palmot let out a terrified scream. Pamo! Pain racked its tiny body as it tumbled through the air. The world around it seemed to fade away, replaced by an endless void of darkness. Time and space felt frozen, and for a moment Palmot thought it had died. But then a deep, resonant voice echoed from the shadows. Are you afraid? The voice was calm, yet commanding, filling the air with an almost divine presence. Palmot's eyes darted around in confusion, but all it could see was darkness. Its tiny voice quavered as it shouted back, trying to muster courage. Pamo, of course I'm afraid. The voice spoke again, this time with a curious tone. If you were so afraid, why did you provoke the predator? Palmot hesitated, its small body trembling. Pamo, Pamo, Pamo. The rufflet would have been eaten. I couldn't just stand by and let that happen. The voice seemed to ponder this, even if it meant sacrificing yourself. Palmot blinked, unsure how to respond. It looked down at its paws, noticing how small and frail they seemed. For the first time, it realized it hadn't thought about its own safety at all. Something was missing from its pink, tender pads. Something it hadn't noticed until now. In a daze, fragments of memory began to resurface in Palmot's mind. It felt like someone had once handed it a hammer and said, "From now on, you're a righteous superhero. Go, use this hammer to protect the weak Pokémon." Recalling those words, a surge of courage welled up in Palmot's heart. It clenched its tiny fists and declared with determination, "Pamo, I am a righteous superhero." The mysterious voice was silent for a moment, then spoke again, its tone laced with curiosity. "But you must understand that Mandibuzz isn't chasing you or Rufflet for sport. She hunts to provide for her children. To her, what you did is far from justice." Palmot froze, its resolve shaken. "Pamo, what?" It stumbled over its thoughts. Could it be true? Was this bad Pokémon really hunting just to feed her young? If Palmot stopped her from hunting, wouldn't her children starve, waiting for their mother to bring food? Palmot stood still, uncertain of what to do. The voice pressed on, patient yet probing. "What will you do now?" Palmot's heart felt heavy, and it lowered its head in deep thought. It thought of its own life, how much it cherished the warmth and care of its parents, how its parents searched tirelessly through the forest to ensure it always had food. The idea of taking that away from someone else's children was heartbreaking. But at the same time, it thought of Rufflet, terrified and helpless, about to be taken as prey. The voice remained silent, waiting for Palmot to find its answer. After what felt like an eternity, Palmot finally looked up. Its face was filled with a newfound clarity and determination. "Pamo, I'll share my food with her. I'll give her fruits to feed her children so they won't starve." The voice paused, seemingly surprised. "Is that your final answer?" Palmot nodded firmly, its small body brimming with resolve. "Pamo, that's right." The voice, now tinged with approval, replied, "Then show me how you would do it." With those words, everything around Palmot blurred and shifted. When it opened its eyes again, it was back in the forest, watching the same scene play out. Mandibuzz chasing Rufflet through the dense underbrush. But this time, Palmot wasn't confused or afraid. It had found its answer and knew what it needed to do. A powerful surge of energy erupted from within its tiny body, crackling like thunder. For a moment, Palmot was stunned by the sensation, but then it embraced the newfound strength. Leaping down from the tree, it landed firmly between Rufflet and Mandibuzz, spreading its arms wide to shield the smaller Pokémon. "Pamo, don't hurt her." Mandibuzz flapped her enormous wings, glaring at the small Pokémon that dared to block her path. She let out a piercing cry, her sharp eyes filled with anger and disdain. But Palmot stood its ground unwavering. Mandibuzz, infuriated by the challenge, spread her wings and launched a brave bird attack. Palmot clenched its fists, ready to defend Rufflet with all its might. Lightning surged around its small frame, forming an intense, crackling aura. As Mandibuzz dove down with incredible speed, Palmot charged forward, meeting her head-on. The forest lit up with a brilliant flash of light as the two Pokémon collided in midair. The impact was deafening. Mandibuzz was flung backward, tumbling to the ground in defeat. The predator struggled to her feet, her dark eyes now filled with fear as she stared at the tiny Pawmot. Just as Mandibuzz braced herself, thinking the Pokémon might strike her down, she saw the tiny Pawmot reach into its pouch and pull out a handful of berries. Carefully, Pawmot piled the berries in front of her. "Pamo, take these back and feed them to your children." Mandibuzz froze, staring in disbelief at the little Pokémon. For a moment, her fierce, predatory gaze softened as she hesitated. After a brief silence, Mandibuzz let out a quiet cry, picked up the berries with her talons, and flew off toward her nest, leaving the frightened Rufflet unharmed. As Mandibuzz's silhouette disappeared into the sky, Pawmot let out a deep sigh of relief. Just then, the mysterious voice spoke again, resonating gently through the air. "It seems you have found your path. Pamo." Pawmot's eyes widened as it glanced around, searching for the source of the voice. The forest around it began to blur, fading into a haze of light. The voice continued, firm yet compassionate. Even stripped of everything, reduced to the same small and powerless self as before, you still held the courage to stand against a greater foe and the compassion to help even those who threatened you. I see your resolve. Your heart is pure, and your intentions are true. Stay steadfast on your path, and continue to find your answers. I recognize your determination and your courage. You are worthy of becoming a hero. Now, Pawmot, accept the power of the king and use it to protect those in need. The voice faded, and Pawmot blinked as it felt a surge of energy flood through its body. When it opened its eyes again, the illusion was gone, and it was back in the real world. Naoki stood nearby, a warm smile on his face. Calyrex, regal and serene, watched from above, and Pawmot's friends looked on anxiously, their faces a mixture of concern and hope. Naoki approached slowly and crouched down to Pawmot's level. "Looks like you passed the test," he said gently. Pawmot blinked at him, then burst into tears, rushing into Naoki's arms. It clung tightly to him, crying uncontrollably. "Pamo, it felt so real." Naoki froze for a moment, confused, then glanced up at Calyrex. "What's going on?" he asked. Calyrex's soft, melodic voice responded, "Pawmot believed everything it experienced with you was merely a dream. It's relieved to know it wasn't." Understanding dawned on Naoki. He smiled, gently patting Pawmot's head. "It's not a dream. How could it be a dream?" Hearing this, Pawmot sniffled and wiped its tears, a little embarrassed. "Pamo, I'm so glad." Naoki chuckled, his tone warm. "You've done amazingly well. Do you know how rare it is to pass the test of Calyrex? There are only 2 other Pokémon in the world who have succeeded, and they've become legendary heroes in their own regions." Naoki leaned in conspiratorially and added with a grin, "That makes Zacian and Zamazenta your senior brothers." Pawmot's eyes sparkled with awe, and it gasped in disbelief. "Pamo, really? I'm that strong?" Naoki nodded. "Absolutely. And now, it's time for your coronation." Pawmot stood tall, its little face radiating determination as it turned to Calyrex. Calyrex descended gracefully, the soft glow of its psychic energy casting a serene light over the ranch. His gaze met Pawmot's, his regal presence unwavering. "Raise your hammer." Pawmot held its small silver hammer tightly in both hands and presented it reverently to Calyrex. Calyrex gazed at the hammer with solemn dignity before extending one hand, resting it gently on the surface of the weapon. Suddenly, a radiant golden light burst forth from Calyrex's body, flowing steadily into the hammer. The once simple silver hammer began to change before their eyes, its surface transforming into a gleaming gold. Intricate, regal patterns appeared on the hammer, imbued with an aura of majesty and power. "Pamo!" Pawmot cried out in amazement, its eyes wide with wonder. Moments later, the golden light enveloped Pawmot itself, spreading across its small frame. Pawmot felt an intense warmth coursing through its body, as if it were being immersed in a powerful, invigorating energy. A dazzling light radiated outward, and within it, Palmot's form began to shift and evolve. Golden energy materialized around its head, shaping itself into a king's helmet. The shimmering light continued to coalesce, forming sturdy, resplendent metal armor across its body. The armor seamlessly connected to a crimson cloak draped across Palmot's back, fluttering heroically in the energy-charged breeze. As the transformation completed, Palmot, now adorned in its armor, stood tall. With the radiant hammer clenched firmly in its paw, it emanated a commanding presence. The once familiar Pokémon now carried the poise and power of a hero. The shining gold of its armor, the vibrant red of its flowing cape, and the firm grip on its transformed hammer made Palmot look nothing short of majestic. Naoki and the assembled Pokémon watched in stunned silence, their eyes wide with awe at the incredible sight before them. Is this the power of the king? Naoki stared in awe at the transformation of Palmot. Like Zacian's crown sword form and Zamazenta's crown shield form, Palmot, now blessed with the power of the king, donned a resplendent metal crown-like helmet, exuding an aura of unparalleled authority. Fully armored, it radiated the majestic presence of a true hero. Naoki suddenly thought of something intriguing. When Zacian and Zamazenta transform into their crown forms, their type change. Zacian from fairy to fairy/steel, and Zamazenta from fighting to fighting/steel. So, has Palmot's type changed now? Naoki mused. Has it become electric/steel or fighting/steel? But that wasn't his only question. What about Palmot's abilities? Zacian gains the intrepid sword ability in its crown form, boosting its attack. Zamazenta gains the dauntless shield ability, raising its defense. Would Palmot's Hammer King form introduce a brand new ability unique to it? 4 words immediately popped into Naoki's mind. Hammer of Valor. But Naoki couldn't confirm these speculations. Reality wasn't a game. He couldn't just pull up a Pokémon stat panel to check. He looked at Palmot with curiosity. How do you feel? He asked. Unexpectedly, the newly empowered Palmot didn't display its usual enthusiasm. Instead, it exuded a calm and mature demeanor, its posture and gaze reflecting newfound wisdom. Palmot's determined eyes met Naoki's as it answered confidently. Palmot. Beside them, Calyrex smiled knowingly. It seems you've grown quite a bit through that illusion. Naoki's curiosity deepened. What exactly happened during the trial? He asked. Sitting down, Naoki cracked open some seeds and gestured for Palmot to explain. Palmot described the illusion, returning to its childhood home, seeing its parents, encountering the fierce Mandibuzz, and protecting a helpless Rufflet. By the end of the story, Palmot's serious expression gave way to emotion. Palmot, thankfully, this isn't a dream. Naoki chuckled, his expression softening. Are you happy now? He asked. Palmot nodded with a bright smile. Palmot. Very happy. But moments later, its smile faltered. Palmot, I wonder how my parents are doing now. The illusion had felt so real that Palmot couldn't shake the longing it stirred. Noticing its downcast mood, Naoki placed a comforting hand on its head. Don't worry. I've already asked visitors at the tavern to help look for them. Who knows? We might get news soon. Naoki smiled warmly. And when we do, I'll go back to the forest with you and bring your parents here. How about they live with us on the ranch? Palmot's eyes glistened with gratitude as it leapt into Naoki's arms. Palmot, all right, Naoki said, chuckling. He hugged the small Pokémon tightly. On the ranch, no matter how powerful Palmot became, it would always be his beloved partner, the little manager of the chicken coop. Now, can you show me the power you've gained? Naoki asked eagerly. Palmot's eyes sparkled. Palmot. They headed to an open area of the ranch. Palmot floated into the air, gripping its hammer tightly. It called out to Naoki and the other Pokémon to step back. Naoki raised an eyebrow in surprise. This must be a powerful move, he murmured, retreating with the other Pokémon. When the area was clear, Palmot steadied itself. Its grip on the golden hammer tightened, and its eyes burned with determination. Then, something incredible happened. The small, intricately crafted golden hammer suddenly expanded, growing to a massive size. With both hands, Palmot lifted the colossal hammer high above its head. Palmot, with a mighty cry, it brought the hammer crashing down. Boom! The impact was deafening. The ground trembled violently, sending shockwaves rippling through the area. Glacian and Alchemy stared in awe. Even other Pokémon were visibly stunned. Naoki's eyes gleamed with excitement. Incredible! It's the same level of power as Zacian and Zamazenta. This is undoubtedly the power of the king. The third move in the Behemoth series. After Behemoth Blade and Behemoth Bash, Naoki pondered over the perfect name for this move. Behemoth Hammer. Yes, that fits perfectly. Naoki felt the name was a perfect match for Palmot's newly showcased power. When the demonstration was over, Palmot flew back, its expression showing both embarrassment and pride as it noticed the admiration and astonishment on everyone's faces. The next moment, a light enveloped its body, and Palmot reverted from its Hammer King form to its normal form. Can you control this power and shift between forms at will? Naoki asked, his voice filled with curiosity. Palmot nodded confidently. Palmot, that's right. That's incredible. Naoki exclaimed with excitement. He chuckled and added playfully, very well. When your seniors, Zacian and Zamazenta, take on Eternatus again, we'll be sure to send you in as backup. He could already imagine the shock on Zacian and Zamazenta's faces. Meanwhile, in the Johto region, Alto Mare. In the beautiful water city of Alto Mare, Lorenzo, the guardian of the secret garden, was handing over two notorious thieves, Sana and Leanne, to Officer Jenny. Officer Jenny, I'll leave these two criminals in your capable hands, Lorenzo said firmly. The two thieves had attempted to steal the Soul Dew and capture Latias and Latios the previous night. Thanks to the intervention of Latia's new friends, Mew and Teddiursa, their sinister plan was thwarted. Officer Jenny nodded. Don't worry, I'll make sure they face justice for their crimes. With that, she escorted the battered thieves into the police car. As the police car disappeared into the distance, Lorenzo exhaled a sigh of relief and turned to Latias, who was in her human form, accompanied by her new friends. Thank you so much for your help. Teddiursa and... He paused, looking at Mew. Oh, I didn't catch your name yet. Mew covered her mouth with a giggle and replied, Mew. Lorenzo smiled warmly. Mew, huh? What a fitting name. As a token of my gratitude, why don't you join me in the secret garden for a celebratory lunch? Teddiursa and Mew lit up with excitement, jumping with joy. Mew, Teddy. In a nearby alley, Team Rocket was lurking, observing everything that had unfolded. Jessie whispered, her voice tinged with disbelief. Did you see that? Those Pokémon managed to capture Xana and Lion, the top thieves in the world. That's unreal. James nudged Meowth. What were those Pokémon saying earlier? Translate for us. Meowth muttered, scratching his head. They said they're part of some great hero expedition team. Jessie and James exchanged puzzled glances. What kind of team was this? Lorenzo led Latias, Mew, and Teddiursa through the hidden tunnel, returning to the secret garden where Latios and Zapdos were waiting. As soon as they arrived, Mew and Teddiursa darted forward, their faces as they high-fived Zapdos. Once again, the great hero expedition team had successfully helped Pokémon in need. Zapdos looked pleased. Before it realized, it had fully embraced the traveling lifestyle. It was far more exciting than its previous life at the power plant. Ursa. At that moment, Baby Bear remembered something important. Latias floated closer curiously. Baby Bear climbed on a Zapdos' back and rummaged through the bag it carried. A moment later, it triumphantly pulled out a camera with its tiny paws. It was time for a photo. Lorenzo was taken aback as he watched the Pokémon produce a camera. These Pokémon are so well prepared. Could there be a human behind all this, equipping them for their travels? The thought intrigued Lorenzo. If there was a human, they had to be the trainer of these Pokémon. Yet he found it strange. What kind of trainer would allow their Pokémon to journey alone? But since the Pokémon couldn't explain themselves in words he could understand, Lorenzo set the thought aside and focused on their current request. Taking the camera from Baby Bear, he lined up the shot. Latias and Latios curiously posed alongside Baby Bear, Zapdos, and Mew. Click! The photo was taken, capturing the moment perfectly. Baby Bear inspected the photo with satisfaction. Then, with Mew and Zapdos, it pressed its paw print into the mud and stamped it on the back of the picture. Ursa. The next step is sending this photo to Naoki. Latias tilted its head in confusion. Lottie, watching the scene with growing fascination, Latias decided to add its own mark. It pressed its handprint onto the photo alongside the others. Zapdos nodded approvingly and said, Zap. In that case, you all stay here. I'll fly back to the ranch, deliver this photo to Naoki, and return shortly. Mew chirped happily. Latias observed this exchange with great interest. Its curiosity about Naoki, the human mentioned, had only grown. Lottie, Naoki? Is he your trainer? Mew and Baby Bear exchanged uncertain glances. Naoki wasn't like most trainers. To be fair, he didn't really seem like a trainer at all. After some thought, Baby Bear offered its answer. Ursa. Naoki is a member of the Hero Expedition team. He's the only human. Latias became even more intrigued. It asked more questions, what kind of person Naoki was, how they had met, whether the delicious poffins had been made by him, and if it could meet such an amazing human. Baby Bear and Mew answered as best as they could, sharing the stories they knew. However, there were some questions they couldn't fully answer. Seeing Latia's growing excitement, Baby Bear suddenly had a brilliant idea. Ursa, if you want to meet Naoki, why not take this chance to go with Zapdos? You can meet him and then come back together. Latia's eyes sparkled at the suggestion. Latias, what a fantastic idea. Turning excitedly, Latias floated to Latios for permission. Latios observed his younger sibling, a resigned expression crossing his face. Latios, go ahead. We will wait here. Overjoyed, Latias rubbed affectionately against Latios' neck. Latias, thank you, big brother. After enjoying a delightful feast prepared by Lorenzo, Zapdos and Latias set off toward the Paldea region. The next afternoon, Naoki was carefully pouring black tea into Sinistea and Polteageist when his phone suddenly rang. Sinistea and Polteageist, clearly enjoying the soothing tea infusion, glanced up curiously as Naoki set down the teapot to check his phone. The screen displayed an unfamiliar number. Naoki frowned slightly. Who could this be? He wondered as he pressed the answer button. To his surprise, Nemenz's cheerful face popped up on the screen. Hey, Mr. Naoki, do you remember me? It's Nemona, she exclaimed with a bright grin. Naoki chuckled. Of course, I remember Nemona. How could I forget? Before Nemona could continue, her father, Nicker, appeared behind her, looking exasperated. Nemona, stop hogging the screen. Let me talk to Naoki. Fine, Nemona said playfully, stepping aside, but not before adding, Mr. Naoki, you'd better be ready. I'm coming to your ranch soon to challenge you, so prepare yourself. With that, she darted out of view, her voice still audible in the background. Nicker took her place on the screen, sighing. I swear, she's as lively as a primeape. The moment she heard I was calling you, she ran over like that. Naoki laughed, imagining Nemona's boundless energy. From somewhere off-screen, Nemona's voice rang out, Dad, I can't hear you. Clearing his throat, Nicker quickly changed the subject. Anyway, Naoki, I wanted to discuss the Rotom phone project with you. Naoki's interest was piqued. Oh, is your team making progress? Nicker shook his head. Not quite yet. We're still missing a critical piece of technology to complete it. Naoki felt a flicker of disappointment. I see. Perhaps it's something Clement develops in the future? Sensing Naoki's concern, Nicker smiled confidently. Don't worry. I've assembled the best technicians in the company to solve this problem. We're putting all our resources into making the Rotom phone our flagship product. It's only a matter of time before we succeed. Naoki nodded. I trust you and your team. Best of luck. Thank you. Naoki, Nikel replied warmly. I'll update you the moment we have a breakthrough. With that, the call ended. Naoki leaned back on the sofa, joining Calyrex, who was leisurely sipping tea while watching TV. Looks like it'll be a while before I get my hands on a smartphone, Naoki mused. He wasn't too bothered, though. After all, there were plenty of other things to keep him busy. As he contemplated his next task, perhaps to find a Tropius for the ranch, a familiar cry echoed from outside. Zap! Naoki perked up. Zapdos. Sure enough, Zapdos was back. Naoki thought. The expedition team must have sent another postcard. I wonder if they've made any new friends this time. As he stepped outside to greet Zapdos, his eyes widened in disbelief at the figure gliding gracefully beside it. Streamlined body, jet-like wings, an aura of elegance and mystery. Naoki gasped. That's... Naoki gazed in amazement at Latias, who was following Zapdos. What's going on? Is this Latias a new friend brought back by the Hero Expedition team? As we know, legendary Pokémon like Latias and Latios often exist in small groups. They aren't the only ones of their kind. Some are known to reside in the Johto region, while others are native to Hoenn. But this Latias, where exactly is it from? While Naoki observed Latias with curiosity, Latias was also studying Naoki. Could this be the human Mew and Baby Bear mentioned? The one called Naoki? At that moment, Zapdos landed in the pasture. Carefully, it removed a photo from its bag with its beak and handed it to Naoki. Naoki accepted the photo, glanced down, and instantly realized where this Latias was from. It's the Latias from the movie Pokémon Heroes. Latios and Latias. Are Baby Bear and Mew still traveling through the Johto region? Naoki wondered aloud. After all, the events of that movie take place in a water city called Alto Mare, located in the Johto region. Naoki vividly recalled the plot of that story. Two female thieves had captured Latios in their attempt to steal the treasure, a treasure that safeguarded the city. Their actions corrupted the pure energy of the treasure with their selfish intentions, nearly causing a flood that would have submerged the entire town. At the critical moment, Latios, Latia's elder brother, sacrificed himself to save the city, merging with the treasure to purify its energy and restore balance. Naoki studied the photo in his hand. The background was a lush, secret garden filled with vibrant trees, soft grass, and a sparkling fountain. In the photo's center stood Mew and Baby Bear, with Zapdos towering protectively behind them. Latias and Latios poked their heads out playfully from either side of the group. It seemed the Hero Expedition team had taken part in that story, but what role did they play? Could they have altered the outcome, preventing the tragic sacrifice of Latios? Curiosity filled Naoki as he invited Zapdos and Latias inside. He offered them juice and snacks, ensuring they felt at home while he munched on a piece of seed crisp. As Latias curiously inspected Naoki, he asked, "How is your brother, Latios? Is he doing well?" Latias blinked, startled by the question. A look of surprise spread across its face. "Latia, how do you know about my brother?" Naoki smiled knowingly. "Not only do I know about him, but I also know that you and Latios are the guardians of Alto Mare. You've been protecting the Soul Dew in your secret garden." Latias couldn't hide its astonishment. "Latia, that's incredible." It was true. Naoki seemed to know an extraordinary amount. Latias started to see why Mew and Baby Bear spoke so highly of him. "Is Latios okay?" Naoki asked again, his voice warm. Latias tilted its head in confusion, unsure of what he meant, but eventually answered, Latia, of course my brother is fine. He's probably resting on the big tree in the secret garden right now." Naoki felt a wave of relief. He wanted to confirm whether the story had unfolded as he remembered. And the bad guys? Were they caught? Latias immediately thought of the two thieves who had tried to steal the Soul Dew. It nodded enthusiastically. Latias, we caught them. Lorenzo handed them over to Officer Jenny. "But how do you know this, Naoki?" "That's my secret," Naoki replied with a mysterious smile. Latia's admiration for Naoki grew. This human was truly remarkable. Looking back at the photo, Naoki realized the hero expedition team must have altered the course of the story. Latios, who was supposed to have sacrificed himself, was still alive and well. You really are heroes, Naoki thought with pride. He turned to Latias, who was now watching him with curiosity. Latias, mistaking Naoki's concern for admiration, said happily, Latias, my brother is protecting the city. He can't leave right now. If you want to see him, Naoki, you should come to Alto Mare. Naoki shook his head, smiling. No need. Knowing he's safe is enough for me. You and your brother are truly worthy guardians. Latias blinked in confusion, but felt touched by his words. After placing the photo in a frame, Naoki turned to Zapdos. The world tree has grown a lot. Do you want to check it out? Zapdos nodded. Zap, I already saw it from the sky. Do you want to stay there now? Naoki asked. Zapdos shook its head. Zap, not yet. I want to keep traveling with Baby Bear and Mew. Fair enough. Naoki respected its decision. Latias, however, seemed intrigued by the mention of the world tree. Naoki noticed its interest and decided to show it the magnificent tree. This is the world tree, he explained, gesturing proudly at the towering giant. Just a few months ago, it was a small sapling. Thanks to Calyrex and the Go-Goats, it has grown to this size. Latias stared in awe. It had heard about the world tree from Mew and Baby Bear, but hadn't expected it to be this magnificent. Someday, the Hero Expedition team's secret base would flourish here, welcoming all the friends they'd made on their journey. We all live in the tree, so we don't have to worry about being separated forever after parting ways. Latias recalled Teddy Ursa's words, her heart racing with wonder. Latias asked eagerly, can my brother and I kind of play at the world tree too? Naoki paused briefly, then smiled warmly. Of course. He remembered Latias and Latios as two incredibly fast Pokémon, capable of reaching Mach 4 speeds, faster than a jet. It would be easy for them to travel back and forth between Alto Mare and the World Tree. However, as guardians of the Water City, he doubted they would move their home to the World Tree like Zapdos had. Hearing Naoki's approval, Latias cheered happily, eager to share the news with her brother as soon as possible. Zapdos, whose energy had recovered, was also ready to rejoin Baby Bear and Mew on their journey. Naoki, understanding their intentions, didn't hold them back. After replenishing their supplies, he bid the pair farewell. Travel safely, and take care of each other. Zapdos nodded firmly. Latias responded cheerfully. Naoki, we'll meet again. I'm looking forward to it, Naoki replied with a smile, watching as the two Pokémon disappeared into the horizon. As he returned to the ranch, Naoki reflected on the interconnected events that had unfolded. From Baby Bear meeting Mew and forming the Hero Expedition team, to their influence spreading as far as altering the fate of Latios. Naoki was in awe of how far their journey had reached. Who would have thought that the little Pokémon who once scavenged for food would become part of something so significant? Naoki's thoughts turned to Palmot, whose transformation had been just as remarkable. After receiving the king's power, Palmot had grown mature and responsible, taking on the role of managing the ranch's Pokémon. Bring them to play together, and reconcile the relationship between Psyduck and the conflict over tree fruits with the same calm authority as Ash's Bulbasaur had done in the past. Koraidon wouldn't take on these responsibilities, nor would the Cyclizer. Dragonite and the others spent their days in a cycle of eating, working, and sleeping. Responsibilities like managing the ranch's harmony and organizing others were far from their interests. Even though Ogerpon was incredibly strong, its personality wasn't much different from that of the Alchemy. It spent its time playing and frolicking around the ranch, enjoying its days like a carefree child. Naoki smiled fondly, realizing how much the Pokémon around him had grown. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, a visitor arrived. Zack had come to pick up his goods, but his attention was immediately drawn to the towering tree dominating the ranch's skyline. When did that appear? Zack asked in shock, staring at the enormous tree. It wasn't here yesterday. Naoki scratched his head sheepishly. It's a long story. Let's just say it's thanks to Pokemon power. Zack, knowing Naoki had befriended Calyrex, immediately caught on. Wait, is this the work of Calyrex? Naoki nodded. Exactly. I wanted to create a giant treehouse for Pokemon to live and play in, so I asked Calyrex to help nurture this tree. Zack whistled in amazement. I see, but it's huge. Won't it outgrow the ranch? You might run out of space for planting. Well, this is certainly a problem, Naoki murmured as he thought of the agreement he had with Giratina. But I'll figure out a way to relocate it when the time comes. However, the question of where to move it remained. And what about the Gagote and Arboliva that spent their days under the shade of the tree? Would they adjust to a new environment? For a fleeting moment, Naoki wished he could borrow Doraemon's shrinking lamp, shrink the world tree for safe transport, and then restore it to its full size once it reached its new location. All right, Zack said, still looking a bit bewildered. He muttered about the tree being too massive while loading Moo Moo milk into his truck. But it wasn't just Zack who was captivated by the colossal tree. Trainers passing by were drawn to it, their curiosity pulling them to the ranch like a magnet. Naoki had just managed to send off a group of trainers when, to his dismay, he saw a busload of students from Naranha Academy arriving for what seemed like a field trip. He massaged his temples, envisioning an endless stream of visitors turning his peaceful ranch into a bustling tourist attraction. The world tree at the center of it all, like a natural theme park wonder. No, this couldn't continue. That afternoon, Naoki approached Giratina with an idea, relocating the world tree to the reverse world temporarily. Giratina blinked, perplexed. The world tree. It had no idea what Naoki was referring to. So, Naoki led the massive Pokémon to the ranch and pointed at the towering tree. See that? That's the world tree. The moment Giratina laid eyes on it, it froze. From the tree emanated an overwhelming natural energy, a vibrant, life-giving force as boundless as the ocean. The sheer magnitude of its presence made Giratina pause. What is that? Giratina's deep, resonating voice carried an edge of disbelief. The world tree, Naoki replied straightforwardly. I wanted to ask if you could help me get it into the sky. Giratina said nothing, its gaze fixed on the tree. It could almost envision the profound impact this tree would have on the balance of the world once fully grown. No, not just this world. Giratina could feel that even its own reverse world would undergo a beneficial transformation if the tree reached its prime. For a rare moment, Giratina fell into silence, the imposing stillness adding to its already intimidating presence. Naoki tilted his head. Are you okay? After what felt like an eternity, Giratina finally spoke. I don't know where this tree originated, but I can tell you this. It will change the rules of this world. And when that happens, he will take notice. Naoki furrowed his brow. Who's he? He was just growing a tree. Who could possibly take issue with that? Then it dawned on him. Of course, the he Giratina was referring to could only be Arceus, the god of creation. Giratina confirmed it with a low growl. This world, and even us, all of it was created by him. Though its tone carried a hint of reluctance, the truth was undeniable. Time, space, emotion, wisdom, willpower, and the antimatter that supports the real world. All of it originates from that one existence. Naoki stood there, stunned. It was almost too much to believe. Arceus wouldn't punish me just for planting a tree, right? The thought of such a grand entity being petty made Naoki mutter under his breath. That god of creation must be stingy. But from what Giratina had said, the growth of the world tree wouldn't just be an ordinary event. It had the potential to reshape the entire planet. The creation of new natural resources, the emergence of more Pokémon species. This tree could bring extraordinary changes to the world. Giratina, however, had no way of predicting how Arceus might react. It did know one thing. Causing a little trouble for Arceus would bring it immense satisfaction. With that mischievous thought in mind, Giratina transformed into a dark shadow, flowing across the ground toward the world tree. As Naoki and his Pokémon watched, an awe-inspiring scene began to unfold. The shadow expanded, shimmering like a dark lake, and the massive world tree started sinking into it, disappearing inch by inch. The Gagote, who had been tending to the tree, were alarmed. They stamped their hooves nervously and bleated in protest, preparing to intervene. Naoki quickly stepped in, gently pulling the Pokémon back. "Calm down. Don't worry, the world tree hasn't disappeared. It's just being moved to a safer place." Hearing his reassurance, the Gagote hesitated, then finally settled down, though their wary eyes remained fixed on the scene. It wasn't long before the tree was completely engulfed by the shadow. Where the massive tree had once stood, there was now nothing but an empty expanse of grassland. Naoki blinked, marveling at the sight. "Giratina's power is incredible," he murmured. Turning to the Gagote, he said, "Come on, let's go see where the tree has gone." Naoki led his Gagote into the reverse world. As soon as they arrived, Naoki's eyes widened. There in the distance stood the world tree, more majestic than ever. Its roots dug firmly into the ground of a massive floating island, while an ethereal waterfall flowed upward, defying gravity and providing a steady stream of water to nourish the tree. The Gagotes rushed ahead, circling the tree excitedly. They pressed their heads against the trunk, channeling grass-type energy to nurture the tree as they always did. Naoki observed the scene closely, his heart settling with relief when he saw that the world tree remained vibrant and free from any signs of withering or decay. After some thought, he realized this made perfect sense. Given the immense size of the world tree, if it relied solely on soil nutrients for its growth, the entire ranch might not be sufficient to sustain it. The combination of the Gagote's grass-type energy and the power of Calyrex seemed to provide the perfect balance to meet the tree's extraordinary needs. Still, one concern lingered in Naoki's mind. Could the reverse world's reversal energy, which defied the natural laws of life, alter the world tree and turn it into a destructive force? As though sensing his unease, Giratina, who had been silently observing from a distance, finally spoke. "The life force of this tree is beyond anything I've encountered. Even with all my power, I couldn't alter its essence." Hearing this, Naoki relaxed. With a calm smile, he turned to Giratina and said, "In that case, I'll leave the world tree here under your care for up to 2 years. Please keep the portal between the worlds open so the Gagote and Calyrex can regularly visit to help nurture it. In the reverse world, the basics for the world tree survival, soil and water, were already present. Additionally, a special sunflower provided sunlight. This mutated species produced warm, radiant light on a regular schedule, perfectly suited for the tree's needs." Giratina's crimson eyes glimmered with a mix of curiosity and reluctance. Despite its temperamental nature, it was bound by its word and nodded in agreement. Naoki, however, remained cautious. Back on the ranch, he gathered the Doug trio, tasking them with improving the arable land on the floating island where the world tree had taken root. This would ensure the tree's growth remained steady. He also transported over a dozen sunflowers to the floating island and fed the Gagote a lucky pudding, a special dish designed to boost their luck. Naoki clapped his hands and declared, "All right, now use your grass energy to cultivate these sunflowers. Let's see if we can turn them all into the special sunflowers." The Gagote, fully understanding the importance of their task, braced themselves with determination. "Maya!" they cried energetically. Releasing their signature grassy terrain, a dazzling emerald glow spread across the island, enveloping both the world tree and the surrounding sunflowers. Under this radiant light, something extraordinary happened. One sunflower began to transform, its petals gleaming with a warm, golden hue as it emitted a soft, comforting glow. Naoki's face lit up with satisfaction as he examined the transformed plant. The issue with the world tree had finally been resolved, and Naoki let out a relieved sigh. Now, all that remained was to let the world tree grow gradually within the reverse world. As for Giratina's warning about altering the world's rules and attracting Arceus's attention. Naoki wasn't overly concerned. Surely, the god of creation wouldn't take issue with planting a tree, would he? Besides, the world tree only benefited the world, fostering growth and harmony. Naoki dismissed the thought and moved on. With the tree gone, fewer trainers visited the ranch, allowing Naoki's life to return to its peaceful rhythm. The ranch's development continued steadily. One morning, after completing his daily chores, Naoki decided to visit the store in town to purchase a batch of wooloo for production purposes. Upon arrival, he was surprised to find Rachel running the store alone. "Where's your grandfather?" Naoki asked casually. Rachel smiled and replied, "Grandpa went to the Kalos region to attend a funeral. One of his old friends passed away a few days ago, so I'm managing the store for now." "I see." Naoki nodded, choosing not to press further. Rachel then asked, "So, Mr. Naoki, are you here to adopt any Pokémon for your ranch? I can help you with that. Do you have any wooloo available?" Naoki inquired. "Of course." Rachel's face lit up. She opened the store's back door and gestured for Naoki to follow. Behind the shop lay a sprawling ranch filled with various Pokémon. Naoki had been here a few times before, so the layout felt familiar. There were Noibat roosting in the trees, Miltank grazing on the open grass, Knackley gathering in the caves, and even some Flababy fluttering around the flowers. As they walked, Naoki noticed several Pokémon that didn't seem suited for production, including Mach-Hop, Sudowoodo, and Bellossom. Curious, he asked, "What's the story with these Pokémon?" Rachel glanced over at them before replying softly, "Oh, those are Pokémon Grandpa rescued from the wild. Do you remember the wildfire that broke out on the mountain last year?" Naoki nodded in understanding. Rachel continued, "Many people from the town helped with the rescue efforts, and we managed to save a lot of Pokémon. Grandpa initially planned to release them back into the wild after their injuries healed, but most of them seemed fascinated by the human world and didn't want to leave. Instead, Grandpa decided to keep them here, hoping to find trainers to adopt them or send them to farms where they could help with daily tasks." "I see," Naoki said thoughtfully. He knew this ranch store wasn't like those run by unscrupulous Pokémon hunters. The Pokémon here were offered for adoption with only a small fee required to cover basic care expenses. Rachel smiled and asked, "Would you like to take a look at these Pokémon, Mr. Naoki?" Naoki hesitated briefly before nodding. With Rachel's signal, the Pokémon in the grassy area quickly gathered around them. There was Mach-Hop, Sudowoodo, Bellossom, Oddish, Poliwag, and even an EV. Naoki's eyes lingered on the fluffy EV, which seemed outgoing and cheerful. Unlike his Glacian back at the ranch, this EV radiated an entirely different energy. The EV looked up and greeted Naoki with a bright, "Booey." "Quite an extroverted EV," Naoki mused. Rachel began introducing the Pokémon one by one. "This is Mach-Hop," she said, gesturing toward the muscular Pokémon. "It's incredibly strong and can easily help with heavy lifting." Mach-Hop flexed its arms, proudly showing off its muscles. Moving to the next Pokémon, Rachel smiled and said, "This is Sudowoodo. While it can't help with physical labor like Mach-Hop, it makes for an excellent decorative addition to any ranch. Just be careful. It's afraid of water and will freeze in place if it gets wet." To demonstrate, Sudowoodo immediately stiffened, blending seamlessly into the surrounding trees, almost indistinguishable from a real one. Naoki was momentarily speechless, recalling that some people were utterly fascinated by Sudowoodo. There were even magazines dedicated to these tree Pokémon enthusiasts, whose fans obsessed over the length and angle of Sudowoodo's branch-like arms. It was said that the greener the Pokémon appeared, the more popular it became among such fans. Rachel noticed Naoki's expression and chuckled. "Sudowoodo is just one of many options. Now, this little one here," she said, gently patting the head of a Floette, "might be small, but it's fantastic at tending flowers." When Naoki glanced at the Floette, his thoughts immediately jumped to AZ's Eternal Floette, a mythical, unique version of Flababy with extraordinary power and an unforgettable story in Pokémon lore. It wasn't something anyone could obtain, even in the games. "This next one is Oddish," Rachel continued. It may look simple, but when it evolves into Bellossom, its flowers are absolutely stunning. Naoki hesitated. Odisha's evolution path offered two choices, the noxious Vileplume or the elegant Bellossom. However, when he thought about Vileplume's pungent secretions, so potent they could incapacitate people within 2 kilometers, he decided against it. This is Poliwag. Rachel gestured to the little water-type Pokémon. It's great with its water gun and can help with irrigating farmland. But unfortunately, it's already reserved by a local farmer. Naoki smiled and shook his head. That's fine. I already have a Pokémon on my ranch for watering duties. He was referring to his Dragonite, who had mastered moves like Rain Dance and Water Pulse. Rachel grinned and moved on. Now, this little one is the last Pokémon here today, she said, crouching to gently pet the EV. This cheerful and lively EV also came from the back mountain. It's very friendly and easy to get along with. I've already noticed, Naoki said as he squatted down to take a closer look at the EV. The appearance of an EV was undeniably charming. Its resemblance to a fox was evident, with its brown fur accented by a fluffy cream-colored ruff around its neck and a similarly cream-tipped tail. Its petite frame rested on 4 furry legs, each adorned with soft pink paw pads. Its long ears twitched attentively, and its lively brown eyes sparkled with curiosity above its tiny, button-like black nose. EV. At that moment, the EV sat serenely on the grass, gently swishing its big, bushy tail while tilting its head. Its wide, innocent eyes radiated pure charm. Boom! Naoki felt like his heart had just been struck by arrows. His pulse raced. He had to have this EV. Rachel noticed his expression and stifled a giggle. Looks like you're an EV fan, Mr. Naoki. Naoki smiled and leaned closer to the EV. Hello, EV. My name's Naoki. It's so nice to meet you. EV, the Pokémon replied, its high-pitched cry brimming with excitement. Rachel knelt down and D asked softly, EV, Mr. Naoki is a very kind person. Would you like to live with him on his ranch? The EV didn't hesitate, nodding enthusiastically. EV, it seems that EV likes you too, Rachel said with a warm smile. Then, Mr. Naoki, I'll leave this EV in your care from now on. Absolutely, Naoki replied with enthusiasm, nodding firmly. He crouched down, patted his shoulder, and said to EV, Come on, hop up. The little EV eyed the spot for a moment, then joyfully leapt onto Naoki's shoulder, mimicking the iconic partnership of Ash and Pikachu. Good girl, Naoki said, gently rubbing his cheek against EV's soft fur. I've got some errands to run, but once we're done, I'll take you back to the ranch. EV, utterly content, stood quietly on Naoki's shoulder, her fluffy tail swaying slightly as they walked together toward the pen of Wooloo. In the grassland enclosed by wooden fences, a large flock of Wooloo was lounging under the sun, their wool glistening like fluffy white clouds. Wooloo's faces and legs stood out against their woolly white bodies, giving them a charming, round appearance. They resembled walking, oversized cotton balls. How many Wooloo are you planning to buy, Mr. Naoki? Rachel asked. Naoki pondered for a moment before answering. 8 should do. He figured that any more would make the ranch feel cramped and difficult to manage. Got it. Rachel nodded and walked over to open the gate to the enclosure, inviting Naoki to step inside to make a selection. These Wooloo, bred domestically, were calm and well-adjusted to humans. They grazed and rested undisturbed, showing no signs of panic at Naoki's approach. As Naoki scanned the pen, he realized the Wooloo looked almost identical, as though they had been perfectly copy-pasted. Deciding to keep things simple, he gestured toward the 8 Wooloo closest to the gate. Let's go with these 8. He reasoned that with proper care at the ranch, all of them would grow into healthy, robust Wooloo. Their current condition didn't concern him much. Rachel smiled, acknowledging his choice. She called over the selected Wooloo, and they obediently followed her. Would you like me to help transport them to your ranch? Naoki shook his head with a grin. No need. I drove here. I'll take care of it. Understood, Rachel replied. She led the 8 Wooloo outside to Naoki's pickup truck, setting up a wooden ramp to connect the ground to the vehicle's bed. One by one, the Wooloo trotted up the ramp and settled into the truck, filling its cabin snugly with their fluffy forms. After securing the Wooloo and completing the payment, Rachel glanced at Naoki again and asked, "By the way, Mr. Naoki, do you know how to care for Wooloo properly?" Naoki chuckled. "Feed them fresh grass and berries. Let them roam and bask in the sun as much as possible, and shear their wool regularly when it grows too thick, right?" Rachel nodded. "That's right. The wool on Wooloo grows continuously throughout its life. Even if you shear it completely, it only takes 3 months for it to grow back to its original fluffy state. But you need to be careful. If their wool grows too long, they won't be able to move properly. So, Mr. Naoki, keep an eye on how fast it grows and make sure to shear it when it's ready." Naoki was already familiar with this, so he nodded and said, "I'll keep that in mind." Wooloo wool was a prized material. Zach often collected it, and it was highly valued for making durable clothing and carpets, which were popular everywhere. After bidding farewell to Rachel, Naoki started his journey back to the ranch, his cart loaded with 8 Wooloo. This time, neither Karaden nor Cyclizer accompanied him. The reason? Karaden was busy teaching Cyclizer how to master a few moves. When Naoki first witnessed this unusual sight, he was taken aback. But soon, he couldn't help but feel delighted about the growing camaraderie between the two Pokémon. Karaden must have been impressed by Cyclizer's determination and persistence, deciding to take it under its wing. If that's the case, Naoki thought, then he couldn't fall behind either. As he drove, his gaze shifted to the little EV sitting in the passenger seat, safely buckled into its harness. He began pondering an important question. What should this EV evolve into in the future? He already had a Glacian back at the ranch, so another Glacian was unnecessary. That left him with other options: Flareon, Vaporeon, Jolteon, or Leafeon. Luckily, he had the necessary evolution stones: the Fire Stone, Water Stone, Thunder Stone, and Leaf Stone that the adventurous Palmot had collected before. Beyond those 4, there were still Espeon, Umbreon, and Sylveon to consider. With so many potential evolutions, Naoki found himself unable to decide for the moment. He glanced at the EV again, noting the heart-shaped pattern on its tail. This little detail confirmed that the EV was female, as male EV tails had a jagged, saw-toothed pattern. "It's a shame it's not male," Naoki mused with a tinge of regret. "If it were male, maybe it could pair with Glacian back home and give me a bunch of EV eggs," he thought whimsically, much like his hard-working Dragonite. EV were notoriously rare in the wild due to their genetic instability and complex breeding patterns, making them a precious addition to any trainer's team. Naoki even harbored a dream of creating an EV army, with EV representing every evolution type. 2 EV alone wouldn't suffice for that vision. "Well," he concluded, "I'll live with this EV for a while and see what it wants to evolve into." Ultimately, Naoki decided to respect EV's feelings and let it choose its own evolutionary path. The pickup truck rolled into the ranch, with Naoki giving 2 quick honks of the horn to alert the Pokémon on the path to step aside. Once the way was clear, he drove straight to the area. In the first half of May, under the clear skies of the 199th year of the Alliance calendar, the weather was sunny and vibrant. A warm breeze swept across Naoki's ranch, carrying the fragrant scents of ripened fruits and freshly cut grass. Summer had fully arrived, and it was harvest season on the ranch. Naoki, donning a straw hat and holding an electric clipper, prepared to tackle the wool trimming of his Wooloo. Nearly 2 weeks had passed since they had arrived, and their wool had grown thick and dense, leaving the Wooloo feeling sluggish and overheated under the summer sun. Naoki opened the gate to the Wooloo pen and got to work, carefully shearing the sheep one by one. At first, his shearing technique had been clumsy. He'd even visited a neighboring rancher who specialized in raising Wooloo to learn the proper method of wool clipping. After dedicated practice, Naoki finally mastered the art. The process required careful attention. First, he prepared a special electric clipper. He would then position the Wooloo and begin trimming, starting from the heel of a front leg, moving up along the thigh to the belly, and then working down to the hind legs. From there, he continued trimming across the back, carefully working from the lower spine to the neck. This method ensured that the wool could be removed in one complete piece, making it far more valuable. Naoki vividly remembered the rancher's advice. The more intact the wool is, the higher its value. If it's cut unevenly, it won't sell for much. Despite the process seeming straightforward, it was labor-intensive and required a steady hand. After shearing all 8 wooloo, Naoki stretched his back, feeling the strain of bending over for nearly 2 hours. Looking at the freshly groomed wooloo, Naoki felt a deep sense of accomplishment. Freed from their dense coats, the wooloo appeared much livelier, their energy restored. "All right, all done. Go ahead and play," Naoki said, smiling at them. The 8 wooloo trotted out in an orderly line, their movements synchronized like a regiment of soldiers. This behavior was characteristic of wooloo, known for their instinct to move as a group and mimic the actions of their leader. The sight of the green fields dotted with flowers, butterflies fluttering in the air, and wooloo grazing contentedly filled Naoki with pride. "What a picturesque scene," he murmured. Carrying the collected wool, Naoki headed back to the storage shed. Wool from Pokémon like wooloo was a sought-after material in the Paldea region. Although handmade items like wool carpets or scarves fetched higher prices in the market, Naoki wasn't skilled in crafting. For now, selling the raw wool provided a steady income for the ranch. After securing the wool in the warehouse, Naoki returned to the house for a well-deserved break. He grabbed a bottle of chilled soda from the refrigerator and took a refreshing sip, enjoying the coolness as he relaxed on the sofa. Almost immediately, Evie jumped onto his shoulder, purring affectionately. Naoki laughed and lifted Evie by its front paws, playfully holding it aloft. The little Pokémon wagged its fluffy tail happily. Unbeknownst to Naoki, Glacian stood behind the wall, peeking around the corner with a conflicted expression. Seeing Naoki dote on the new EV stirred a strange feeling within Glacian. It had never sought attention in such a way before. After all, it prided itself on being composed and mature. But now, it found itself yearning for the same affection. However, Glacian couldn't bring itself to act. It wasn't a young EV anymore. Wouldn't it be embarrassing to behave like one? With a quiet sigh, Glacian retreated further into the shadows. Meanwhile, Naoki was oblivious to the internal struggle of his Glacian. Pokémon often scattered across the ranch to play in hidden spots, so he was accustomed to their temporary absences unless they skipped mealtime. Naoki picked up a book titled The EV Guide from his bookshelf. It was written by an EV enthusiast who went by the pseudonym EV Lover and detailed everything about EV and its evolutions. Sitting down with EV nestled in his lap, Naoki opened the book and pointed to the various evolutions illustrated within. "Take a look. Which one would you like to evolve into someday?" he asked. EV tilted its head curiously, its large brown eyes blinking in confusion. "Bye. Evolve." Naoki thought for a moment and explained, "It's like deciding how you want to grow up. After you choose, I'll help guide you toward that goal. Or, if you prefer, you can stay just as you are now and not evolve." Hearing this, Eevee immediately shook its head. Eevee, it definitely wanted to evolve into a stronger form. Naoki chuckled, amused by Eevee's enthusiasm. "All right then, let's take a look at your options. So far, you have 8 possible evolution paths." Eevee lowered its head curiously, glancing at the book. Naoki began pointing at the images of the 8 Eevee evolutions and introducing each one in turn. This is Flareon, a fire-type Pokémon. It can breathe scorching flames from its mouth to take down opponents. Buoy. Eevee tilted its head, clearly intrigued by Flareon. Naoki smiled and continued. Next is Vaporeon, a water-type Pokémon that can blend seamlessly into water, making itself almost invisible. However, once it evolves, its fur disappears entirely, and its body becomes sleek and smooth like a fish. Eevee visibly shivered, the idea of losing its fluffy fur clearly unappealing. It immediately shook its head in rejection. All right, moving on. This is Jolteon, an electric-type Pokémon. It can unleash powerful electric currents to attack its enemies. But, Naoki added with a small laugh, because of the electric charge running through its body, Jolteon can become a bit moody and erratic. Eevee looked uncertain and didn't seem particularly interested in Jolteon either. Then there's Leafeon, a grass-type Pokémon. After evolving, it can photosynthesize to replenish its energy, which means it wouldn't need to look for food anymore. Eevee's eyes lit up momentarily, intrigued by the idea. But then it seemed to remember all the delicious food it loved, and shook its head again. Naoki couldn't help but laugh at Eevee's reactions. Fair enough. Next, we have Glaceon, an ice-type Pokémon. Its body is as cold as ice, and it can freeze enemies with ease. Actually, he added thoughtfully, there's already a Glaceon here at the ranch. You've seen it, right? Eevee perked up, recalling the aloof Glaceon it had encountered. But wait, its voice carried a mix of curiosity and hesitation. Naoki nodded knowingly. It's a bit reserved, but has a very kind heart. It lives in that little igloo near the back of the ranch. At that moment, Naoki suddenly glanced upward and caught sight of Glaceon peeking around the corner. Their eyes met, and Glaceon froze before quickly ducking out of sight. But Naoki wasn't going to let it hide. Standing up, he walked over and scooped up Glaceon, carrying it back to the sofa. He placed the ice-type Pokémon next to Eevee. The two Pokémon stared at each other. The little Eevee blinked innocently and chirped, "Eevee," in a cheerful greeting. Glaceon, maintaining its usual cold demeanor, looked away and refused to respond. Bwee! The little Eevee's ears drooped in disappointment. Hearing the sad cry, Glaceon hesitated. Deep down, it wondered if it had been too harsh. The young Eevee looked so small and hopeful. Wasn't it cruel to be so cold to it? After a brief moment of internal conflict, Glaceon turned back and softly responded, "Bwee." Eevee's eyes sparkled with joy, and it immediately bounded forward to nuzzle against Glaceon's fur. The unexpected warmth of the gesture left Glaceon momentarily stunned. This Eevee's enthusiasm reminded Glaceon of Alchemy's cheerful antics. From this perspective, perhaps this little Eevee wasn't so bad. Seeing the interaction between the two, Naoki smiled and gently stroked both Pokémon's heads. Did you know, he began, addressing Glaceon, this Eevee survived a forest fire last year. It lost its home and ended up living in town before coming here. Glaceon's expression softened as it recalled the devastation of the fire it had once witnessed. It had seen the charred remains of forests and the loss of many Pokémon. Thinking of how much this Eevee had endured, Glaceon felt a surge of sympathy. Oblivious to Glaceon's thoughts, the little Eevee tilted its head and barked happily, as if sensing that Glaceon was warming up to it. "Bwee!" Naoki smiled at the heartwarming scene. "All right," he said, patting both Pokémon gently. "Let's continue exploring the book." Naoki smiled and pointed to the next Eeveevolution in the book. "Now, let me introduce you to Espeon. Unlike the ones we've covered so far, Espeon uses psychic powers to battle. The red gem on its forehead absorbs sunlight, converting it into psychic energy. However, Espeon isn't as effective in battles at night." Eevee and Glaceon both leaned closer, their eyes fixed on the book. They'd never heard of Espeon before, and their curiosity was evident. "The one below Espeon is the opposite in many ways," Naoki continued. "This is Umbreon, a dark-type Eevee that evolves at night. It draws strength from the moonlight." "Bwee," Eevee murmured, tilting its head. It didn't seem to care much for Umbreon's sleek fur and decided it wasn't the look it wanted. Glaceon, already having evolved, showed no particular reaction to the description. Suddenly, Eevee's attention was drawn to an image further down the page. Its paw pads tapped at the picture excitedly. "Bwee, bwee." Naoki followed its gaze and grinned. "Ah, that's Sylveon, the fairy-type evolution. Isn't it adorable? You know, there's even a fairy tale based on Sylveon that's quite popular." Hearing this, both Eevee and Glacian perked up. Their interest was piqued, and they chirped in unison, "Boo-wee." "You two want to hear the story?" Naoki asked, raising an eyebrow. "Bye." They both nodded eagerly. Naoki cleared his throat, settling comfortably on the sofa. "All right, then let me tell you a story I heard from the Galar region," he began. "A long time ago, in a peaceful little village called Appleton, the townsfolk lived happily, surrounded by lush apple orchards. But one day, a fearsome dragon Pokémon appeared. It destroyed the orchards and took the mayor's daughter, leaving the town in terror." Naoki paused for dramatic effect, glancing at the captivated Pokémon before continuing. Just when the villagers thought all hope was lost, a kind and courageous Sylveon arrived in the town. Hearing of their plight, Sylveon decided to face the dragon. After a series of brave efforts, it not only rescued the mayor's daughter, but also drove the dragon away, restoring peace to the village. From that day on, Sylveon became a beloved protector, living happily with the townsfolk. Eevee and Glacian both looked dreamy-eyed, clearly enchanted by the tale. "Booey," Eevee chirped excitedly, its admiration for Sylveon evident. However, the story hadn't gone unnoticed by the ranch's dragon-type Pokémon. Dragonite, lounging nearby, rose with an indignant cry, a woo. It seemed to object to the portrayal of dragons as villains. Cyclizer nodded hesitantly, agreeing with Dragonite, while Karaden let out a resonant growl in protest. The three dragon types formed a united front, demanding an explanation. Naoki chuckled awkwardly. "It's just a story, you three. If you want, I can tell you a tale about brave dragon types saving the world tonight." "Rayo," Karaden replied eagerly, immediately agreeing. Dragonite and Cyclizer nodded as well, seemingly appeased. All right, Naoki said with a laugh. "I'll tell you a story tonight, I promise." Turning his attention back to Eevee, he asked, "So, have you made up your mind? What kind of Eevee do you want to evolve into?" Without hesitation, Eevee tapped the image of Sylveon with its paw pads. "Bue," it declared enthusiastically. Naoki sighed, a wry smile spreading across his face. "Well, it seems like this little Eevee has a heart set on becoming a dragon slayer." "Are you sure?" he asked one last time. Eevee nodded vigorously. "Bye." "All right then," Naoki said. "From now on, we'll work toward evolving you into Sylveon." He began recalling how Sylveon evolved in the games. "If I remember correctly," he mused aloud, "you'll need to form a strong bond with your trainer and learn a fairy-type move to evolve. Looks like we've got some work ahead of us." Naoki didn't mind, though. Time wasn't an issue. As the day wore on, Naoki let Eevee and Glacian play together while he headed out to the orchard with Karaden and Cyclizer. A fresh batch of berries had ripened on the trees, their vibrant colors gleaming in the sunlight. Seeing the bountiful harvest, Naoki made up his mind. These berries will make perfect poffins. The orchard was brimming with fruit, but thanks to the diligent help of the Pokémon, the picking process went smoothly. The harvested fruit was collected into baskets, and by the end of the day, they had filled 6 large ones. What caught Naoki's attention, though, were 2 distinctly shimmering fruits mixed in with the harvest. Dyed fruit, special ingredient. When eaten, this fruit changes the Pokémon's color. It can be consumed directly or used in cooking. The memory of Palmot eating one of these fruits and becoming a shiny Palmot immediately resurfaced in Naoki's mind. Now, there was an opportunity for 2 more Pokémon to become shiny on the ranch. The question was, who should get them? Naoki's first thought was Karaden. Its sleek black, shiny form was undeniably cool and intimidating. But then his gaze shifted to Eevee. If Eevee ate the dyed fruit, its evolution into Sylveon would turn it into a shiny Sylveon, transforming its color palette from pink to a charming blue. That image tugged at Naoki's heart. "It's decided," he thought with a grin. "One of these will go to Eevee." But that still left one more fruit. As Naoki considered his options, his eyes fell on the playful Dragonair nearby. Among them was one distinctive pink Dragonair. Everyone knows that a shiny Dragonair retains its unique coloration through evolution until it becomes a Dragonite. Shiny Dragonite's green hue, while rare, was divisive to say the least. After mulling it over for a moment, Naoki made his decision. He waved at the pink Dragonair, who flew over, curious. Woo! Dragonair tilted its head inquisitively. Naoki crouched down and held out the dyed fruit. If you eat this, your color will change to match your companions. Do you want that? Dragonair blinked at the fruit, hesitated for just a moment, then opened its mouth and devoured it in one bite. Immediately, a radiant light engulfed its body. In the glow, Dragonair's pink scales gradually shifted to a uniform tone, identical to the others in the group. The nearby Dragonair gathered around, their cries of amazement filling the air. They circled their newly transformed companion, who was now indistinguishable from the rest. Dragonair looked at its reflection in the nearby water, seemingly startled. But its expression soon changed to one of excitement. It clearly wasn't sad about losing its distinctive pink color. In fact, it seemed overjoyed to finally match its friends. Naoki smiled warmly. "Just as I thought," he said softly. He reached out, patting Dragonair gently on the head. "All right, you all go back to playing. I still have work to do." The Dragonairs huddled together, murmuring among themselves, before collectively deciding to follow Naoki. Their intentions were clear. They want to help. Naoki glanced at the 6 baskets of fruit. While he appreciated their enthusiasm, he couldn't ignore the obvious. Dragonair didn't have hands. You could pick them up with your mouths, he thought, but that seems inconvenient. Before he could figure out a solution, Koraidon and Cyclizer had already stepped in. They effortlessly moved the last basket into place, completing the task. Seeing this, Naoki turned to the eager Dragonair and said with a chuckle, "I appreciate your kindness, but you're still a bit too small for this kind of work. Let's wait until you evolve into big, strong dragons. Then you can help out, all right." Woo! The Dragonair drooped their heads, visibly disappointed. The Dragonairs perked up quickly, their spirits reignited with determination. Woo! Becoming a big dragon. They thought collectively. Does that mean evolving into Dragonite? Yes. When they evolved into Dragonites, they could finally assist Naoki, just like those Dragonites they admired so much. Ertz filled with resolve. The Dragonair made a silent pact to train harder and grow stronger for Naoki's sake. Naoki, oblivious to the aspirations brewing in the Dragonair's minds, simply smiled at their cheerful demeanor. "All right, you guys keep playing. I need to take these berries back to the house." With that, Naoki hopped into the driver's seat of his pickup truck, Koraidon and Cyclizer following closely behind. They drove the berry-laden truck to the front of the house, where he and the 2 Pokémon began unloading the fruits into the kitchen. Naoki carefully separated the berries into 2 groups. One portion was set aside for making poffins and berry juice, while the rest was reserved for a new experiment, developing Poke Blocks. Poke Block creation was no simple task. While there were pre-established recipes for various Poke Blocks, the rare and specialized formulas were often kept secret, leaving Naoki to figure things out on his own. At present, he only had a handful of recipes: a Poke Block for attracting Poipole, one for feeding Snorlax, and a few others. However, those weren't enough to meet his growing needs on the ranch. His first project? Improving the Poke Blocks meant for Snorlax. Since evolving into Snorlax, its appetite had grown significantly, and the original Poke Block was no longer sufficient to satisfy its colossal hunger. Naoki set to work, mentally adjusting the recipe as he gathered ingredients. "Let's see," he muttered. "Snorlax needs more energy and calories now. I'll swap out the Egg Ant Berry for Greepa Berry. It's much higher in energy content. That should help." He sifted through the berries. As for flavor, Pecha Berry is sweet, which is fine for most Pokémon, but not Snorlax. It prefers something richer. Exotic fruit would work better here. Naoki carefully noted the adjustments. We'll also need to increase the quantity to match its appetite. With the plan set, Naoki began making the Poke Blocks by hand. Manually crafting Poke Blocks wasn't as convenient as using an automated berry mixer, but it gave Naoki more control over the process. Step by step, He peeled, blended, heated, and stirred the berries. The scent of the rich fruit mixture filled the kitchen. Finally, the first batch of Poke Blocks was ready. Naoki pulled them out of the oven and examined their appearance. They were dark, almost black. His optimism faded as he inspected them closer. The Poke Blocks were duds. No energy-boosting effects at all. Fail, huh? Naoki muttered, setting the batch aside. He wasn't surprised. Trial and error were part of the process. He leaned against the counter, reflecting on the possible mistake. Maybe the ratio of berry to exotic fruit was off, or I overcooked it during the heating stage. Undeterred, Naoki gathered more berries and began his second attempt. This time, he adjusted the fruit proportions slightly and paid closer attention to the heating process. The second batch? Another failure. Still no good. He sighed, but instead of frustration, his determination grew. By the time the third and fourth attempts failed, Naoki was deep in thought, tweaking the recipe with each attempt. On his fifth attempt, Naoki noticed a promising change. The Poke Block no longer turned black, but instead shimmered with a peculiar indigo-purple hue. Realizing the potential significance of this result, Naoki eagerly inspected the block's details. Snorlax food, special Poke Block for Snorlax. Made using advanced fruit compression technology, it condenses dozens of high-energy berries into a single cube. One cube is enough to fully satisfy a Snorlax's hunger. Note: not suitable for consumption by ordinary Pokémon. Success! Naoki exclaimed, holding the cube triumphantly. His persistence had paid off, and the challenge of feeding Snorlax was now much simpler. Excited, Naoki washed his hands and jotted down the recipe for the Poke Block in his notebook. Naoki had two important notebooks he used to keep track of his discoveries. The Cooking Encyclopedia. This contained detailed recipes and preparation methods for special Pokémon dishes, along with their effects. The Complete Book of Poke Blocks. This book recorded all his Poke Block formulas and their effects. With the addition of a new Snorlax food recipe, Naoki felt a surge of accomplishment. Still brimming with enthusiasm, Naoki decided to experiment further. This time, he didn't have a specific goal in mind. Instead, he mixed and matched random berries to create new Poke Blocks, observing how different combinations influenced their effects. Hours passed as Naoki worked diligently, and before he knew it, the sun had dipped below the horizon. Though he wasn't a professional breeder, Naoki managed to discover some useful formulas by the end of the day. Grass Poke Block attracts grass-type Pokémon. Placing it in the wild guarantees the appearance of grass types. Bug Snack attracts bug-type Pokémon. Its taste is highly appealing to them and works like a charm in the wild. While the results weren't groundbreaking, Naoki was satisfied with the progress. It's a start, he muttered, examining the small collection of blocks he'd produced. To test their appeal, Naoki shared the cubes with Butterfree, Gagote, Arboliva, and all Pokémon with grass or bug attributes. The response was overwhelmingly positive. Seeing their enthusiasm, Naoki grinned. Even if he hadn't created anything extraordinary, the Pokémon were happy, and that made the effort worthwhile. After dinner, Naoki had planned for an early bedtime. However, his plans were thwarted when the ranch's dragon-type Pokémon, Dragonite, Cyclizer, and Koraidon, gathered around him expectantly. Naoki sighed, smiling despite himself. He'd promised them a bedtime story about heroic dragon Pokémon, and they weren't going to let him forget. He led the eager Pokémon outside to the riverbank, where fireflies danced in the soft glow of moonlight. The serene setting made for the perfect storytelling atmosphere. While sitting under the starry sky, Naoki mulled over his options. Although he knew fairy tales like the one about Sylveon defeating dragons were popular in the Galar region, he wanted something that would uplift his dragon Pokémon instead of casting them as villains. Then it hit him. The legendary tale of Rayquaza, the majestic dragon Pokémon who brought peace to a warring world. With the dragons gathered around, Naoki began his tale. Once upon a long time ago, Naoki began, there were two legendary Pokémon known as Groudon and Kyogre. One represented the land, and the other the sea. They were locked in an endless battle, each trying to expand their dominion. Groudon's power caused the earth to scorch and the volcanoes to erupt, while Kyogre's influence brought torrential rains and massive floods. Their clash was so intense that the entire world was plunged into chaos. Heavy rains and dense dark clouds blanketed the skies, making it seem like the world was nearing its end. The people, desperate and terrified, began to pray for salvation. They turned their hopes to the heavens, pleading for someone to intervene and save them. Naoki's voice grew softer, more dramatic. And then, as if in response to their prayers, the dark clouds parted, and a beam of radiant light pierced through the sky. A majestic and heroic dragon-type Pokémon descended from the heavens. It was Rayquaza, the protector of the skies. Rayquaza's power was unparalleled. It confronted Groudon and Kyogre and engaged them in a fierce battle. The dragon Pokémon's strength and will prove superior, and after punishing them severely, it forced Groudon to retreat deep into the volcanoes and Kyogre to slumber in an underwater cave. The world was saved. To honor Rayquaza's heroism, the people built the Sky Pillar, a towering monument that reaches the heavens. Inside, murals were painted to immortalize the tale of Rayquaza's bravery and its act of saving the world. As Naoki finished, he looked at the 3 dragon-type Pokémon before him. They gazed at him with wide-eyed admiration, fully enraptured by the story. Cyclizer was the first to react. "Jow, that's amazing." Dragonite was so immersed in the tale that it puffed out its chest, as though imagining itself as the hero of the story. Koraidon's face twitched with emotion, its usually calm demeanor showing a flicker of awe. Naoki chuckled. "Dragonite, you've actually seen Rayquaza and Kyogre before," he said, recalling an old story. Dragonite tilted its head, confused. "Oh, really? Remember last year, when you told me about encountering a mysterious shiny dragon in the eye of a typhoon at sea?" Naoki prompted. Dragonite froze, its eyes widening as a shiny, serpentine figure flashed in its memory. "Oh, that was Rayquaza?" Naoki nodded with a grin. "And the enormous blue Pokémon you battled at sea, the one that bested you, was none other than Kyogre, the Lord of the Oceans." Dragonite seemed a bit taken aback. Back then, the Pokémon hadn't introduced itself, so it had always assumed it was just a particularly strong, big fish-like Pokémon. "You're incredibly lucky," Naoki said. Dragonite's chest swelled with pride, while Cyclizer looked at it with newfound admiration. "All right, the story's over. Time for bed," Naoki said, rising to his feet. But Dragonite was too excited to sleep. Once Naoki left, it turned to Koraidon and Cyclizer, its eyes gleaming with determination. "Oh, let's go find Rayquaza." Koraidon sighed, its expression unreadable. "Aga, sounds pointless." It turned and flopped onto the grass, uninterested. Dragonite then turned to Cyclizer. "Oh, what about you?" Cyclizer hesitated. "Gow, I'd love to, but I don't have wings to fly." Dragonite frowned thoughtfully, but soon brightened with an idea. It proposed putting Cyclizer into its Pokeball and carrying it in a backpack while flying. Cyclizer's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Jow, that's brilliant!" But the plan wasn't foolproof. Naoki wouldn't approve of them, leaving the ranch unsupervised. Dragonite, however, puffed out its chest confidently. "Oh, don't worry. I'll fly so fast we'll be back by sunrise, before Naoki even notices." Cyclizer, swept up in Dragonite's enthusiasm, agreed. The two began planning their secret nighttime adventure. Cyclizer scurried back into the living room, where Calyrex was still watching TV. The king caught a glimpse of the Cyclizer's sneaky movements and, while a bit surprised, didn't say anything. Cyclizer quickly found its Pokeball from the rack and darted out the door. Cyclizer felt a mix of nerves and excitement coursing through it. Outside, some of the Pokémon in the ranch were still awake. Ogerpon was sitting on the grass, chatting with Butterfree. When Ogerpon spotted Cyclizer and Dragonite moving with a sense of urgency, it called out curiously, "Pon, where are you off to?" Cyclizer and Dragonite turned around and Dragonite enthusiastically shared Dragonite's idea with Ogerpon and Butterfree. When the pair revealed their plan to search for the legendary hero Rayquaza, Ogerpon's adventurous spirit flared up immediately. Pawn, I want to come too. Ogerpon's starry eyes sparkled with excitement. Butterfree, who had spent most of its life on the ranch, buzzed with anticipation at the thought of such an adventure. Dragonite, exuding an air of authority, puffed out its chest and declared, "A woo, a woo. All right, but you both have to follow my lead." Ogerpon and Butterfree nodded eagerly. Without delay, the two Pokémon snuck into the living room, retrieved their Pokeballs from the rack, and hopped into them for easier travel. Dragonite slung its trusty delivery bag over its shoulder, placed the 3 Pokeballs inside, and waved a wing at Koraidon, bidding farewell before setting off. Their silhouettes disappeared into the night sky as they embarked on their journey to find the legendary Rayquaza. Watching them vanish into the stars, Koraidon let out a soft sigh. Row! The journey, however, wasn't smooth. Dragonite's first destination was the open sea where it had first glimpsed Rayquaza. The night sky was dotted with clouds. The full moon hung high above, and the ocean stretched out, calm and serene. Occasionally, ripples disturbed the water's surface, but peace quickly returned. There was no typhoon here, no sign of Rayquaza, either. Dragonite squinted, recalling the breathtaking image of Rayquaza soaring through the skies. Determined, it flapped its wings harder and climbed higher. The dragon ascended past the clouds, reaching the vast and quiet dome of the atmosphere. Flying swiftly, Dragonite scoured the skies, hoping to catch even a hint of Rayquaza's presence. But after what felt like circling half the planet, there was still no sign of the legendary Pokémon. Frustration began to seep in. Oh, where could Rayquaza's senpai be? Just as Dragonite was ready to abandon the search and return to the ranch, a sudden gust of wind sparked an idea. Storm buns. After eating it, Dragonite had learned to sense the world through the flow of air currents. Could that technique help locate Rayquaza? Eagerly, Dragonite closed its eyes and focused, letting the breeze guide its senses. Minutes passed, then hours. The night began to wane. Suddenly, Dragonite's eyes shot open. The wind carried a distinct and powerful aura from the northeast, familiar and unmistakable. Dragonite's heart raced as it set its course, wings beating with renewed determination. As dawn approached, the sky began to blush with hues of red, while the other half remained cloaked in darkness. Flying through thick clouds, Dragonite emerged under the vast blue dome of the upper sky. The silence was almost deafening. Ahead, an expanse of white clouds stretched endlessly. And on one of those clouds, curled up and motionless, was a sleek, pitch-shiny dragon-like figure with eyes shut tight. It was Rayquaza, the legendary savior of the world. Dragonite's eyes sparkled with awe and excitement. It hurried forward, eager to greet the hero. Sensing an intruder, Rayquaza stirred. Its golden eyes opened, locking onto Dragonite with a piercing gaze. A surge of energy radiated from Rayquaza, and its overwhelming presence filled the air like a thunderstorm. The pressure was immense, as if the skies themselves bowed to Rayquaza's might. Dragonite hesitated, trembling under the weight of the aura, but it gathered its courage and spoke in a shaky but respectful tone. "Oh, Rayquaza-senpai, don't you recognize me?" Rayquaza was now fully awake. It gazed at the Pokémon before it, tilting its head in mild confusion at Dragonite's words. Dragonite stepped forward eagerly and began to explain. "Oh, whoa. I'm Dragonite. We met last year during the typhoon. Remember me?" Rayquaza paused, its golden eyes narrowing slightly as it sifted through its memories. After a moment, an image emerged, a determined Dragonite battling fiercely against the eye of a raging typhoon, its body battered and bruised by the violent winds, yet refusing to give up. At the time, Rayquaza had been impressed by the Dragonite's perseverance, enough to linger and observe it for a while. After recalling the moment, Rayquaza nodded and asked, "Raik, why'd you come to see me?" When Dragonite realized it had been recognized, its excitement bubbled over. It quickly landed on the mystical, swirling cloud below Rayquaza and began explaining its purpose. "Whoa. Naoki told us the story of how you, Rayquaza-senpai, defeated Groudon and Kyogre and saved the world. So we came here to meet you." Dragonite's voice was filled with reverence and admiration. "Whoa, Rayquaza-senpai is the hero who saved the world." Rayquaza blinked, momentarily stunned. It hadn't expected this. Still, it could sense that the Pokémon before it had no malicious intent. Their presence wasn't an invasion, but rather an innocent desire to meet it. Before Rayquaza could respond, Dragonite rummaged in its delivery bag and pulled out 3 Pokeballs. With a series of flashes, 3 more Pokémon appeared above the clouds: Ogerpon, Butterfree, and Cyclizer. The group collectively turned their gaze toward Rayquaza, standing tall and majestic against the backdrop of endless sky. Thoughts of the great hero from Naoki's tale filled their minds, and their expressions overflowed with awe. "Okay, this is Rayquaza, the dragon who saved the world? Incredible." Ogerpon's eyes sparkled as it added, "Pon, you're so amazing." Cyclizer raised its head, staring intently at Rayquaza. Its voice was filled with quiet admiration. "Gayo, so powerful." Butterfree, overwhelmed by Rayquaza's commanding presence, could only hover silently, its wings quivering. Dragonite joined in enthusiastically. "Oh, woo. Yes, it's really incredible." The flurry of admiration and the wide-eyed stares made Rayquaza pause. For the first time, it felt a warmth it had never experienced, pure, unfiltered adoration. These Pokémon genuinely thought it was amazing. Rayquaza's stern demeanor softened, and it let out a contented growl. Its grumpiness dissipated as it happily said, "Rake, that was a long time ago. I merely answered the human's prayers and stepped in to stop Groudon and Kyogre." "Wow!" The group gasped in unison, their admiration reaching new heights. Encouraged by their response, Rayquaza let out a hearty laugh. Once the barrier of formality broke, it began recounting its past in vivid detail, much to the delight of its audience. Dragonite and Cyclizer listened with rapt attention, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Dragonite's thoughts raced. Rayquaza-senpai is incredible. Even Groudon and Kyogre together couldn't match its power. "One day, I'll become a dragon, just like Rayquaza-senpai." Cyclizer, who usually stayed composed, couldn't hide its amazement. "Rayquaza is so incredible, truly unmatched." Butterfree, the most timid of the group, stood at the back, unable to speak. It listened silently, entranced by every word of the legendary Pokémon's tale. Ogerpon, bolder and more outgoing, occasionally interrupted with curious questions. "Pon, what move did you use to defeat Groudon and Kyogre?" Rayquaza read each question the Pokémon asked, explaining its techniques with pride. For example, its most powerful move was called the Dragon Ascent. "When I unleash this move," Rayquaza explained, "my body becomes a blazing green streak that pierces the heavens." Not content with just describing it, Rayquaza decided to demonstrate for its audience. It shot through the sky with astonishing speed, leaving a radiant trail that split the morning clouds. The Pokémon watching below were awestruck, their faces reflecting pure admiration. As the sky began to brighten, the Pokémon became so engrossed in Rayquaza's stories and demonstrations that they completely forgot about returning to the ranch before dawn. Paldea Region, Kosagi Town, Naoki Ranch. With the first rays of sunlight spilling over the horizon, Naoki stirred awake, ready to tackle another day of work. However, as he stepped outside, he was greeted by an alarming sight. Several Pokémon were missing. Panicked, Naoki quickly scanned the ranch and began counting. His heart sank as he confirmed the missing Pokémon: Dragonite, Cyclizer, Butterfree, and Ogerpon. "Oh no!" Naoki exclaimed, his mind racing with possibilities. Could some terrifying Pokémon have snuck into the ranch last night, And stolen them? Standing nearby, Koraden let out a quiet sigh, clearly unimpressed. Reo, you're overthinking it. Naoki caught Koraden's expression and immediately suspected it knew something. Grabbing a handful of translation seeds, he munched on them and turned to Koraden. All right, spill it. What happened? Koraden rolled its eyes, but finally relented. Reo. They went to find Rayquaza. Naoki froze, staring at Koraden in disbelief. They went to find Rayquaza? Koraden nodded reluctantly. Naoki's mind immediately flashed to the story he had shared about Rayquaza the previous night. Those Pokémon, he groaned, pressing a hand to his forehead. They actually believed it and ran off to find it. He paused and asked, who started this? Who convinced even Cyclizer to go along with such a wild idea? Koraden hesitated, clearly torn between loyalty and honesty. Naoki squinted suspiciously. It was Dragonite, wasn't it? Based on the personalities of the Pokémon involved, Naoki deduced the truth. Cyclizer, ever loyal, would never have left on its own. Butterfree wasn't brave enough to lead such an escapade. Koraden was still here. That left only one culprit. With a resigned sigh, Naoki turned and inspected the Pokeball rack inside the house. Sure enough, 3 Pokeballs were missing. Smart little troublemaker, he muttered. Use Pokeballs to carry the ones who can't fly. Above the clouds, as the sun climbed higher into the sky, Cyclizer finally snapped out of its excited daze. The realization hit it all at once, and it blurted out, Gayo, shouldn't we be heading back by now? Its words brought the others back to reality. They glanced at the bright sun and exchanged worried looks. Dragonite, visibly reluctant, stood up and sighed. Oh, we should go back. Naoki must be worried. Rayquaza, who had been quietly observing, tilted its head. Naoki. Dragonite nodded enthusiastically. Oh, that's right. Naoki is our trainer. He told us all about you last night. Rayquaza's eyes softened at the mention of Naoki. It hadn't realized the story of its heroic deeds had made such an impression. The thought that a human saw it as a hero warmed its heart. As the Pokémon prepared to leave, Rayquaza hesitated. It gazed at the group, then reached into its body with its massive claws, pulling out an object. It was a jet-black dragon scale, shimmering with a mystical luster. Rayquaza held the scale out to Dragonite, who took it carefully. The scale felt both warm and powerful in Dragonite's grasp. Dragonite tilted its head in confusion. Oh, what is this? Rayquaza rumbled. Roar. This is one of my shed scales. If you need me, you can use it to call, and I will come. The scorching sun cast its golden light over the ranch, and the air carried the warm embrace of a summer breeze. Naoki stood beside Glastrier's stable, enjoying the refreshing coolness of the shade. His gaze was fixed on a Farfetch'd darting between wooden training dummies in the pasture. The Farfetch'd held its signature leek firmly in its right wing, its eyes narrowed in concentration. Every fiber of its being was focused. With a deep breath, it began its routine. It stepped forward, stance firm, movements calculated. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a streak of white light, rushing forward with precision and power. Bang! 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 A series of rapid strikes echoed through the ranch. The once-standing wooden dummies, already worn from countless training sessions, split cleanly in half, each piece falling to the ground. As the streak of light faded, Farfetch'd came to a halt, its back turned to the shattered remains of the dummies. It sheathed its leek as if it were a blade, every motion deliberate, exuding the aura of a seasoned swordsman. Naoki couldn't contain his amazement. Pa. He clapped enthusiastically. Your swordsmanship is getting better and better. Could it be, Naoki wondered, that in its continuous cycles of practice and reevaluation, Farfetch'd had reached a deeper understanding of its techniques? He was struck by the thought, it's actually possible to grow this much? Farfetch'd turned to face Naoki, its expression proud yet humble, and nodded slightly. Farfetch'd. It then glanced at the leak in its wing, its demeanor shifting to one of frustration and contemplation. Naoki noticed this change immediately and raised an eyebrow curiously. Something wrong with your leak? As any seasoned trainer knew, the leak was an integral part of a Farfetch'd's identity and survival. Wild Farfetch'd were known to guard their leaks fiercely, battling other Pokémon over the best ones. A sturdy leak could last years, while weaker ones withered quickly, often leading to fierce competition among wild Farfetch'd. Farfetch'd waved its leak and responded with a soft Farfetch'd, but its dissatisfaction was evident. Naoki studied the Pokémon closely. Over time, this Farfetch'd had undergone significant changes since arriving at the ranch. Proper nutrition and rigorous training had made it stronger and larger than ever before. However, this growth had rendered its once reliable leak inadequate. Too small, too fragile, like a child's toy in the hands of an adult. Naoki couldn't help but wonder, what would Farfetch'd do now? After lunch, Farfetch'd approached Naoki with a determined look in its eyes. Clearly, it had something important to say. Naoki grabbed a piece of translation seed crisp, popped it into his mouth, and listened attentively as Farfetch'd began to speak. Farfetch'd, Naoki, I'm leaving. Naoki blinked in surprise, but quickly realized what this was about. Farfetch'd continued, its voice steady and resolute. Farfetch'd. This leak isn't suitable for me anymore. I need to go out into the world and find one that fits. Thank you for everything you've done for me. Naoki's heart sank, though he tried not to show it. You're leaving to find a better leak? Farfetch'd nodded, its expression serious. Naoki hesitated, then asked, don't you want to stay and keep training? There are still advanced sword techniques you could master. Farfetch'd shook its head. Farfetch'd. I've tried many times, but those techniques don't resonate with me. Perhaps that kind of power isn't meant for me. It paused, then added, Farfetch'd. But I've made incredible progress in perfecting my own techniques. I've taken them to a level I never thought possible. Naoki sighed. He had seen this coming, yet hearing it still stung. I see, looking at the Farfetch'd standing before him. So resolute and ready to venture into the unknown, Naoki felt a pang of sadness. He had grown attached to this determined Pokémon. After a moment of silence, he asked, do you even know where to find a suitable leak? Farfetch'd tilted its head slightly. Farfetch'd, I'll figure it out. A Farfetch'd always knows where to look for what it needs. Naoki couldn't help but smile at its confidence. Yet, an idea suddenly struck him. What if? Naoki began. What if I grow a leek garden here on the ranch? I can plant seeds and grow a variety of leeks for you to choose from. That way, you wouldn't need to leave. Farfetch'd blinked in surprise, clearly caught off guard by the suggestion. Farfetch'd, are that possible? Naoki nodded confidently. Of course. I might even be able to cultivate a special variety of leeks, ones that are tougher and more powerful than anything you could find in the wild. Hearing this, Farfetch'd looked genuinely moved. But there was also a flicker of doubt in its eyes. Why was Naoki doing so much for it? Why was he being so kind? Quack. Why? Farfetch'd asked, tilting its head in confusion. Naoki caught its unspoken question and smiled warmly. Because I want you to stay here on the ranch with us. If I grow leeks for you, you won't have to venture out into the forest to search for them. You can keep training here, surrounded by your friends. Farfetch'd blinked, its gaze softening. Naoki's words tugged at its heartstrings. Once, Farfetch'd had been nothing more than a solitary Pokémon in the wild. It spent its days practicing swordsmanship beneath waterfalls, far removed from companionship. At the time, it hadn't thought much of the lonely lifestyle. But now, the idea of returning to that existence felt unbearably dull. If I stay on the ranch, Farfetch'd glanced over at the two NDD siblings who worked tirelessly to take care of everyone. Each day, they brought it a platter of fresh berries and watched over it like caring brothers. Just then, the siblings looked over, as if sensing Farfetch'd's thoughts. The elder NDD, the brother, nodded solemnly, his calm demeanor reassuring. His younger sister, however, waved cheerfully and chirped, NDDD. Farfetch'd lowered its head, deep in thought. After a moment of quiet reflection, it looked up at Naoki and nodded firmly. Farfetch'd, I'll stay. That's the spirit. Naoki beamed, reaching out to gently pat Farfetch'd on the head. Let's head to town now and pick up some leek seeds for your garden. Farfetch'd quacked happily in agreement, its gratitude shining through. Naoki smiled as he grabbed his keys. Luckily, the afternoon was free, and he could get started on building a proper leek garden. Not only would the leeks be excellent weapons for Farfetch'd, but they could also be used in some of his favorite dishes like green onion pancakes. He stepped outside and hopped into his pickup truck, motioning for Farfetch'd to join him. As he started the engine, the sound of flapping wings made him glance up. Dragonite had returned. Naoki's expression darkened. Look who decided to come back. Do you even know what time it is? Dragonite landed hesitantly, its head drooping under Naoki's sharp gaze. Oh, I'm sorry. Naoki raised an eyebrow. And where are Ogerpon and Butterfree? Dragonite quickly rummaged in its delivery bag, pulling out several Pokeballs. With a series of flashes, Ogerpon, Butterfree, and Cyclizer appeared. Naoki stepped out of the truck to inspect them, scanning each Pokemon carefully. Once he confirmed they were all safe and unharmed, he let out a quiet sigh of relief. Without another word, he climbed back into the driver's seat, fixing Dragonite with a stern look. We'll talk about this when I get back. And with that, Naoki drove off toward town, leaving a small cloud of dust in his wake. The Pokemon left behind exchanged uneasy glances. Butterfree and Cyclizer looked particularly worried, their antennae twitching and tail flicking nervously. Ogerpon, who is usually cheerful and bold, hung its head. Dragonite shifted awkwardly, guilt etched into every feature. It was clear the Pokemon felt like children who had been caught misbehaving. Ogerpon, Cyclizer, and Butterfree stayed in place, waiting anxiously for Naoki to return. Meanwhile, other Pokemon on the ranch, such as Palmot, Glacian, and Alchemy, who hadn't seen them all morning, came running over to check on the situation. Dragonite, still burdened with guilt, wandered off and found Koraidon. It shuffled nervously before asking in a hushed tone, "Whoa. Do you think Naoki is really mad?" Koraidon let out a long sigh, clearly unimpressed. "Reo, what do you think?" Naoki, meanwhile, drove to Kosagi Town, stopping at the Hugh Seed Shop to purchase a batch of green onion seeds. On the way back, he glanced at the Farfetch'd sitting quietly in the passenger seat, and a thought crossed his mind. If Farfetch'd's swordsmanship improves even further, it might really benefit the ranch. Trimming the wool of a Wooloo was always a tedious task. Maybe, with its precision and speed, Farfetch'd could help with shearing. Naoki's imagination started to wander. He pictured Farfetch'd standing in the middle of the pasture, holding its leek like a seasoned swordsman. It would eye a group of Wooloo with a cold, calculating stare. Then with a subtle movement, it would raise its leek. A flash of white light would follow, and suddenly, a completely shorn Wooloo would stand there, bleeding shyly, while its wool drifted gently to the ground. Naoki couldn't help bursting into laughter at the mental image. Farfetch'd turned its head toward him, its expression puzzled. "Farfetch'd, what's so funny?" Naoki smiled. "Farfetch'd, have you ever tried shearing wool?" Farfetch'd tilted its head in confusion. "Farfetch'd, shearing wool?" Naoki clarified. "It's the process of trimming the wool off a Wooloo. If their wool grows too long, it can get uncomfortable for them, so we need to cut it back regularly. With your swordsmanship, I think you'd be perfect for the job." Farfetch'd blinked as it processed this, imagining a group of fluffy Wooloo in its mind. It nodded confidently. "Farfetch'd, I can do that. Really?" Naoki was surprised by its enthusiasm. Farfetch'd puffed out its chest and patted itself with its free wing. "Farfetch'd, leave it to me." Naoki turned off the truck and stepped out with Farfetch'd at his side. When he turned around, he was greeted by the sight of Dragonite, Cyclizer, Ogerpon, and Butterfree standing in a neat row, looking like children waiting to confess their misdeeds. Naoki's stern expression softened slightly. He popped a piece of translation seed crisp into his mouth, walked toward them, and asked, "Do you all know what you did wrong?" Dragonite lowered its head, its eyes filled with guilt, and mumbled, "Ooh, I shouldn't have run off without permission." Naoki sighed and turned to Cyclizer. And you? Cyclizer straightened slightly and replied, Gayo, you shouldn't do dangerous things without thinking it through. Naoki then shifted his gaze to Ogerpon and Butterfree. Butterfree flitted nervously, its antennae twitching. Fwee, I messed up. Ogerpon looked at Naoki's expression, trying to gauge his mood before speaking carefully. Pon, we know we were wrong. Naoki, please don't be mad. We won't ever do it again. Naoki placed a hand on her forehead, shaking his head in exasperation. I'm not mad because you went out, he said. The Pokémon looked up at him in surprise, their eyes widening. Ed, his tone firm but understanding. The problem is that you snuck out without telling anyone. You must let me know before you leave the ranch. For example, if you told me you wanted to visit Dragonite Island to play with the other Dragonite, I would have let you go. In fact, I'd even pack snacks for you to share with them. But if you leave without telling anyone, it makes everyone worry. Do you understand? Seeing that Naoki wasn't truly angry, the Pokémon nodded earnestly, signaling their understanding. Naoki waved a hand, dismissing their worries. All right, I'm sure you're all starving after being out all night. Go find your siblings and ask them to get you something to eat. Awoo! Dragonite cheered, rushing forward to hug Naoki before bounding off happily. But just as it reached the edge of the pasture, it stopped abruptly, as if remembering something. Turning back, it rummaged through its small bag and retrieved an object, hurrying back to Naoki with excitement. Curious, Naoki extended his hand, and Dragonite carefully placed something in his palm. What's this? Naoki asked, tilting his head. He looked down to find a jet-black scale resting in his hand. The scale shimmered faintly with a mystical luster, its surface cold and smooth to the touch, yet hard as steel. Dragonite hopped excitedly, explaining, "Oh, woo! It's the scale Rayquaza gave us. Rayquaza said we can use it to call for it, and it'll come play with us." Naoki froze, staring at Dragonite in disbelief. "Wait, what did you just say?" he asked, his voice tinged with shock. Dragonite blinked innocently, tilting its head before repeating its explanation with the same enthusiasm. Naoki's heart pounded as he processed the words. He stared at the shimmering scale in his palm, unable to contain his amazement. This is a scale from Rayquaza? You actually found it. Ogerpon exclaimed excitedly. Pony. Rayquaza is such an amazing Pokémon. It talked to us for a long time and even showed us its special moves that it used to defeat Groudon and Kyogre. Cyclizer's face lit up with admiration. Gayo, yeah. Butterfree fluttered enthusiastically and nodded. Free, that's right. Naoki stood there, speechless. His first thought was, how bored must Rayquaza be to spend an entire night and morning chatting with these Pokémon? But then another thought struck him, filling him with awe at Dragonite's incredible luck. First, Dragonite had stumbled across Kyogre in its underwater lair. Then, after hearing about Rayquaza's legendary feats, it had gone to find the Sky Pokémon and somehow established a bond with it. What a streak of fortune. Naoki's mind wandered, contemplating the possibilities. What if I introduce other legendary Pokémon to Dragonite? Suddenly intrigued, Naoki turned to Dragonite and said, How about I tell you the legend of Arceus next? Maybe you can go and find Arceus too. Dragonite tilted its head, clearly perplexed. Awoo, what? Naoki quickly shook his head, chuckling at the absurdity. No, Arceus is probably still asleep in another dimension. What about Ho-Oh and Lugia? Naoki pondered, thinking of the legends surrounding the Rainbow Hero and the majestic Sea Guardian. The idea of Dragonite forming connections with them felt like a dream, albeit an unrealistic one. As his gaze fell back on the dragon scale in his hand, Naoki recalled the feathers of Zapdos and Lugia he'd once seen. An amusing, albeit questionable, idea popped into his head. What if I grind this dragon scale into powder and make it into food for the Pokémon? However, as he looked at Dragonite, he quickly dismissed the notion. This scale wasn't just a material object. It was a tangible symbol of Dragonite's newfound bond with Rayquaza. Destroying it for a culinary experiment felt wrong. Besides, Rayquaza had specifically mentioned that the scale could be used to summon it. Naoki couldn't help but imagine what would happen if Rayquaza found out its token of friendship had been turned into seasoning. Best case scenario, Rayquaza gets offended and blocks Dragonite. Worst case scenario, it shows up and starts blasting hyper beams at us. Naoki shuddered at the thought. After a moment of deliberation, he handed the dragon scale back to Dragonite with a firm instruction. Keep this safe. It's important. Dragonite accepted it carefully, cradling the scale in its claws. Oh, really? Naoki's lips curled into a mischievous grin as an amusing thought crossed his mind. Oh, and next time you run into Kyogre, if it decides to pick a fight again, you can use this scale to call Rayquaza for... All right, go and play. Naoki said as he made his way to the field with the onion seeds and Farfetch'd by his side. This particular plot of land had previously been used to grow spinach. Naoki had harvested the crop just a few days ago and hadn't decided on what to plant next, making it the perfect spot to start building a leek garden for Farfetch'd. Naoki whistled, calling over Dugtrio to help plow the field. The Dugtrio squeaked enthusiastically and quickly got to work. They moved methodically, turning the soil with their incredible digging skills. Behind them, Naoki followed closely, carefully planting rows of seeds. In no time, the entire field was planted with fresh leek seeds. Naoki brushed the dirt off his hands, turned to Farfetch'd, and asked, "Are you in a hurry to change weapons?" Farfetch'd looked down at the leek it was currently holding and shook its head. Farfetch'd, this one's still good for now. Naoki nodded. All right then. The next step is to water and fertilize these leeks every day. It won't be long before they're fully grown. Farfetch'd's eyes sparkled with excitement. Farfetch'd, I can't wait. Naoki chuckled at its enthusiasm and called over the Gogoat from the ranch. Let's see if you all can help the leeks grow faster with some grass-type energy. The Go-Goats bleated happily and trotted over to the onion garden. They formed a small circle around the field and began to release shimmering green energy, infusing the soil with vitality. The seeds seemed to almost glow in response. Farfetch'd stood silently by, watching the process with newfound awe. Its excitement over growing its own leeks even caused it to skip its daily swordsmanship practice. The idea of cultivating its own leeks had never crossed Farfetch'd's mind before. In the past, it had lived in a wild forest where food scarcity was a constant challenge. It had once been forced to eat its emergency leek to survive, then traveled a long distance to find a new one. Back then, it was just the way of life. But now, seeing an entire garden of leeks being nurtured all at once, it was a dream come true. When the garden matured, Farfetch'd would finally be able to select the strongest and most durable leeks to use as its weapon. The thought alone filled it with pure joy. Farfetch'd, amazing! Farfetch'd clenched its wing, determination flaring in its chest. It decided then and there it wanted to learn how to cultivate leeks on its own. When Naoki returned to the house, Farfetch'd was already waiting for him. After hearing about Farfetch'd's wish to help with the garden, Naoki thought for a moment before saying, "Watering will be Dragonite's job, and the Go-Goats will continue to help the leeks grow." Farfetch'd's shoulders slumped slightly in disappointment. Farfetch'd, so there's nothing I can do? Naoki tilted his head, thinking carefully, and then an idea struck him. Well, you could use your swordsmanship skills to guard the leek garden. You make sure no wild Pokémon come around to mess things up. Farfetch'd perked up instantly. Farfetch'd, guard the garden? Naoki nodded. You see, we've had problems before with wild bird Pokémon sneaking into the fields to eat crops like corn and wheat. I even tried using a scarecrow once, but those clever Pokémon just ignored it. He chuckled at the memory and continued. Eventually, Koraidon started taking naps near the fields. The sheer presence of its dragon-type energy was enough to scare off most intruders. For Koraidon, it was nothing more than a convenient sunny spot to rest, but for the ranch, it had been an invaluable solution. Farfetch'd's eyes gleamed with determination. Hearing that it could help in such an important way filled it with pride. It puffed out its chest and promised, "Farfetch'd, Leave it to me. To show its gratitude for Naoki's help, Farfetch'd even decided to expand its patrol duties to include all the fields on the ranch, not just the onion garden. Thank you for your hard work, Naoki said with a warm smile. Farfetch'd quacked proudly as it carried its beloved leek and headed off to patrol the farmland. From that day onward, Farfetch'd took its role as the farm's guardian seriously. Determined to protect its precious leek garden and ensure the healthy growth of the plants, it patrolled tirelessly between the ridges from morning until night, leek and wing, ready for anything. Life on the ranch continued peacefully. With the problem of Farfetch'd resolved, another group of Pokémon approached Naoki for help. The Dragonaires that often frolicked around the ranch had something on their minds. The next morning, Naoki was busy repairing a fence that the rambunctious Wooloo had knocked over in the pasture. Nearby, several Dragonaires were huddled together, whining and gesturing at one another in frustration. Naoki paused his work and glanced over, trying to make sense of their behavior. "What's going on?" he muttered, but their cries were unintelligible to him. "Wait a second," Naoki said, holding up a hand. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a piece of translation seed crisp, popping it into his mouth. After chewing, he nodded. "All right, go ahead." The Dragonaires perked up immediately, their eyes shining with determination. "Woo!" one exclaimed. "Naoki, we want special training too." Naoki blinked, taken aback. He put down his tools and stared at the small dragon-type Pokémon in disbelief. Special training? Where did that idea come from? The morning sun was already beating down, and Naoki grabbed his water bottle, taking a long sip to cool off. "You all seem pretty happy with life here. Why do you suddenly want to do special training? You know that's really tough, right?" The Dragonaires shook their heads in unison, their expressions brimming with resolve. One of them stepped forward and declared, "Woo! We're not afraid of hard work." Another Dragonair nodded enthusiastically and added, "Woo-woo! That's right. We want to become like Dragonite and grow hands, so we can help you out." Naoki nearly spit out his water. He coughed, wiping his mouth as he tried to process what he'd just heard. "Wait, what? You want to evolve into Dragonite? And it's because you want hands." He looked at the Dragonairs in front of him. The sheer earnestness of their statement left him stunned. Well, I guess they have a point. If they evolve into Dragonites, their arms would be a lot more useful for carrying things. Naoki couldn't help but laugh. "So, let me get this straight. You want to train hard so you can grow hands and help me with the ranch work?" The Dragonairs all nodded eagerly, their little tusks gleaming in the sunlight. Naoki wiped his mouth and set his water bottle down, still chuckling at their unexpected request. All right, calm down. Let me get this straight. Why the sudden desire to help out with the ranch?" The Dragonairs blinked their bright eyes and answered innocent, "Woo! That's because Naoki makes such delicious poffins and snacks for us every day. Naoki is so kind, and we want to help him too." Naoki smiled as he realized the Dragonairs were expressing their gratitude. Hearing such heartfelt words, Naoki felt a deep warmth in his chest. This is what it means to bond with Pokémon. Pokémon were so simple and genuine. Treat them with kindness, and they would go to great lengths to return that kindness. Naoki took a deep breath, then crouched down to pat the heads of each Dragonair in turn. His voice was soft with emotion as he said, "Good Dragonairs, I understand. Thank you for wanting to help me. Woo." The Dragonairs rubbed their heads affectionately against Naoki, their tusks gleaming in the sunlight. Naoki's grin widened. It's decided. From now on, the Dragonair family would officially be his favorite pseudo legendary dragon-type Pokémon. Their loyalty and eagerness to help had earned them a special place in his heart. To honor their dedication, Naoki decided to provide them with the best training possible. He quickly placed them in the tutoring program run by Coraden for Cyclizer. "Coraden, I'm entrusting the Dragonairs to you. Teach them some dragon-type moves and help them grow stronger." He turned to Cyclizer with a grin. "Cyclizer, from now on, the Dragonairs will be your classmates. Since the gap in strength between you and Coraden is so wide, training together with the Dragonairs will help all of you learn from each other and gain experience in battle. I'll come by regularly to supervise your progress." Naoki added. Karaden sighed, clearly resigned. Rayo, all right. Cyclizer, on the other hand, was thrilled at the prospect. It turned to the Dragonaires and greeted them cheerfully. Gayo, welcome aboard. Meanwhile, over at Snorlax Park, across the river, a group of Pokémon had gathered around the towering Snorlax, who was napping peacefully in the shade. The group included Dragonite, Ogerpon, Butterfree, Glacian, Eevee, Palmot, and Alchemy. They formed a circle around Dragonite, who held the jet-black Rayquaza scale in its claws, its surface gleaming faintly under the sunlight. Palmot tilted its head, a confused look on its face. Could this scale really summon the legendary hero Rayquaza, the Pokémon who had saved the world? The day before, Dragonite and Cyclizer had shared the story of their nighttime adventure with Rayquaza. They had recounted the heroic deeds of the Sky Pokémon, describing how it had calmed the raging battle between Groudon and Kyogre. The tale had piqued the curiosity of Palmot and Glacian. Both were eager to learn more about the mythical Pokémon. Now, Dragonite was ready to prove the tale wasn't just a story. After finishing its chores for the day, including watering the farmland, Dragonite had called together its closest friends and led them to Snorlax Park. It stood at the center of the group, scale in hand, ready to demonstrate its bond with the legendary Rayquaza. Its goal? To summon Senior Rayquaza to visit the ranch. That day, they had left in such a hurry. There were still so many things Dragonite and its friends hadn't had the chance to tell Rayquaza Senpai. Not only that, but Rayquaza had mentioned it lived in the sky all alone. When they heard that, Dragonite and the others felt a deep pang of pity for their senior. A Pokémon living by itself in the sky. No food, no soft bed, exposed to the harsh winds and blazing sun, and enduring the bitter cold of winter. When hungry, it could only chew on meteorites floating in space. After much discussion, Dragonite and Ogerpon decided to invite Rayquaza Senpai to visit the ranch. They planned to host a grand feast in Rayquaza's honor. On the grassy expanse of Snorlax Park, they laid out a blue-checkered picnic blanket. On it was an array of colorful berries and food lovingly prepared by Naoki. The spread included sweet poke blocks, crispy poffins, buttery cookies, and cakes made from fresh eggs and moo milk. The picnic blanket had been borrowed from NDD Brother, who managed the kitchen supplies. The berries were handpicked by Dragonite from the orchard. The poke blocks and poffins had been retrieved from the refrigerator by Palmot. The cookies and cakes were brought over by the Garganacle after a request from Alchemy. Everything was ready. All that was left was to summon Rayquaza Senpai. With that thought, Pokémon turned their eyes to the jet-black scale in Dragonite's claws. Dragonite held the scale carefully, staring at it with intense focus. It tried to sense something within the scale, attempting to mentally call out to Rayquaza Senpai. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Half the day passed, and still there was no response. Oh, it's not working. Dragonite's disappointment was evident. When Rayquaza had handed over the scale, it hadn't explained how to use it. Seeing this, the other Pokémon exchanged uncertain glances. They turned their eyes skyward and murmured, "Paymo, do you think Rayquaza Senpai will come?" "Pon, I'm not sure," Ogerpon replied. Palmot sighed wistfully. "Paymo, it would have been amazing to meet the hero who saved the world." Meanwhile, in the Hoenn region at the Moss Deep Space Center, the center satellite system suddenly detected a strong magnetic field fluctuation in the upper atmosphere. To both protect the satellite from potential damage and observe the anomaly, the system activated its onboard energy camera to capture real-time images of the area. As soon as the fluctuation was detected, the operator at the console pulled up the live feed. On the monitor, an image appeared. The backdrop was deep space, a vast expanse of stars stretching into the unknown. Below was a stunning view of Earth, its oceans glistening like sapphire. Suddenly, a shiny, serpentine figure appeared in the frame. The creature floated effortlessly through space, moving toward a meteorite before beginning to feed on it. The operator's eyes widened in shock. "That Pokémon, is it?" Senior officials quickly gathered around, their eyes glued to the screen. That silhouette, could it be the legendary Pokémon, Rayquaza, the Sky Guardian? It has to be, living in the ozone layer, capable of traversing space at will. That's Rayquaza. It's incredible. What a majestic sight. But what is it doing? Eating a meteorite. In space, Rayquaza continued to absorb the meteorite's energy. Its golden eyes glanced briefly at the satellite in the distance, aware of its presence. It knew exactly what that machine was. It was something made by humans, launched from the Earth into the vastness of space. At first, Rayquaza had been intrigued by the object, mistaking it for an enemy encroaching on its domain in the skies. However, it quickly realized that the machine posed no threat to it whatsoever. With its curiosity satisfied, Rayquaza had chosen to ignore these human devices, allowing them to venture freely into the universe. Now, as Rayquaza continued absorbing energy from the meteorite, it suddenly froze mid-action. A faint sensation coursed through its body, drawing its attention downward to the blue planet below. The scales on its body trembled, vibrating softly as though responding to a distant call. It hesitated briefly, its golden eyes narrowing, before turning away from the meteorite. With a single motion, Rayquaza shot toward Earth, descending with incredible speed. At the Moss Deep Space Center in the Hoenn region, a tense silence fell over the monitoring room as the staff watched the live feed. "It stopped eating," one of the technicians exclaimed. Another leaned forward, squinting at the screen. "Does it sense something? What could possibly make Rayquaza stop feeding?" A third muttered. A senior officer, frowning in thought, broke the silence. "Track its movements immediately." The Moss Deep Space Center served a dual purpose. While its primary mission was to explore the mysteries of space, it also acted as a critical security hub for the Hoenn region. Unlike other regions, Hoenn had a long history of natural disasters intertwined with legendary Pokémon. The threat of Groudon and Kyogre's ancient rivalry had led to the creation of a dedicated department within the Space Center to monitor seismic and environmental activity across the region. Earthquakes, tsunamis, and other disturbances were tracked in real time, allowing the Hoenn Alliance to respond quickly to potent tile disasters. If the legends of Groudon, the god of Earth, and Kyogre, the god of the sea, ever came true, the Space Center's role would be pivotal in detecting their awakening, deploying a response strategy, and summoning the region's champions to intervene. Now, the satellite focused its instruments on tracking Rayquaza's movements. On the radar detection map displayed on the large central screen, a small red dot marked Rayquaza's position. The technicians watched in awe as the dot zipped across the map, moving at an extraordinary speed. "It's crossing the Hoenn region," a monitor reported. "It's entered the Unova region," another added, voice tinged with disbelief. But Rayquaza did not slow down. "Report. Rayquaza has reached the edge of the radar's detection range," a technician called out. A tense pause filled the room as the red dot blinked once before disappearing from the screen. The senior officials exchanged uneasy glances. "Rayquaza is gone," someone murmured. For a moment, no one spoke. The air was heavy with shock and confusion. According to recorded legend, Rayquaza rarely descended from the ozone layer. The sky-high Pokémon was known to reside far above the Earth, appearing only under extraordinary circumstances. What could be compelling it to move like this? An official finally asked, echoing the question that hung in everyone's mind. Rayquaza was known to descend to Earth only under extraordinary circumstances, specifically when Groudon, the god of Earth, and Kyogre, the god of the sea, awakened and began their destructive battles. Its role as the arbiter of the skies was to quell their raging conflict and restore balance. But now, Rayquaza had left the ozone layer. What could be drawing Rayquaza down this time? Paldea region, Kosagi town, Naoki ranch. On the grassy plains of the ranch, a fierce Pokémon battle was underway. Dragonair and Cyclizer faced off in an intense sparring match. The air was electric as the battle reached its peak. Dragonair opened its jaws wide, and swirling purple energy began to gather. It roared, unleashing a powerful hyper beam, aiming to overwhelm Cyclizer and claim victory. But Cyclizer's combat experience is obviously richer than that of Dragonair's. With fluid precision, it used its signature maneuver, dodge, evading the attack entirely. Then, with a swift motion, its tail glowed brightly as it executed a well-timed dragon tail, striking Dragonair with remarkable force. Nicely done, Cyclizer. That dragon tail was executed perfectly. Naoki cheered, clapping his hands. Come on, Dragonair. Don't give up. You've got this, he added, encouraging both Pokémon equally. The two Pokémon squared off again, their determination evident in their postures, while Naoki stood at the sidelines, rooting for them enthusiastically. At that moment, a sudden shift disrupted the battle. Naoki noticed a figure flicker into view nearby. Calyrex appeared with a grave expression. Huh? Naoki turned toward it, puzzled. What's wrong? Calyrex's gaze was fixed on the sky. Its voice was calm, but laced with urgency as it replied, I sense a powerful presence approaching. Naoki froze, confusion clouding his face. A powerful presence. Behind him, Cyclizer and Dragonair paused their sparring, both turning their heads toward the sky. The other Pokémon in the area began to murmur amongst themselves, their attention drawn to the sudden tension in the air. Koraidon moved closer to Naoki, its eyes narrowing as it too looked skyward. Rayo, something is coming. The stillness was broken as the sky itself began to change. The once serene sea of clouds churned violently, and the winds picked up with a sudden, ferocious intensity. The sunlight dimmed as a massive shadow appeared in the heavens, growing larger and darker by the second. The air was filled with the sound of rushing wind and the ominous roar of a descending force. Then, with a mighty gust that sent grass rippling across the field, an enormous, pitch-shiny black figure descended from the swirling clouds above. Rayquaza! It's Rayquaza! Naoki immediately recognized the massive dragon Pokémon as it descended from the sky. The shimmering, jet-black figure exuded an aura of majesty and strength. He couldn't help but marvel at its shiny form. Rayquaza was enormous, its presence dominating the ranch as its piercing gaze swept across the fields. For a moment, Naoki froze as he felt Rayquaza's eyes land on him. The sheer weight of its presence sent a shiver down his spine, an overwhelming pressure making him tense up instinctively. Why is Rayquaza here? Naoki wondered, his mind racing. He hadn't done anything with the scale, certainly not something that would summon the legendary Pokémon. It didn't take long for Naoki to get his answer. From the other side of the river, Dragonite came soaring into view, calling out to Rayquaza with an excited cry. Rayquaza's attention shifted from Naoki to Dragonite. The legendary Pokémon twisted its sleek body and flew toward Dragonite. Together, they disappeared into Snorlax Park, leaving everyone else baffled. Naoki stood motionless for a moment, speechless. Of course, he sighed, piecing it all together. It's Dragonite's doing. He felt both exasperated and amazed. Dragonite had actually called Rayquaza to the ranch, and it had only been a day since their last meeting. Less than 24 hours, to be exact. Seeing Rayquaza, Cyclizer's curiosity was immediately piqued. Its attention shifted completely toward the distant Snorlax Park, its eyes shimmering with excitement. It turned to Naoki, its expression practically begging for permission to go over. Cyclizer let out a hopeful chirp. Gayo, can I go too? Naoki sighed and waved a hand. Go ahead. Cyclizer bolted off gleefully toward Snorlax Park, its enthusiasm infectious. The Dragonairs, equally intrigued, trailed behind, eager to see what was happening. In an instant, the once lively ranch quieted. Left behind were Naoki, Koraidon, and Calyrex. Koraidon, ever calm, showed no particular interest in the commotion. It stayed where it was, basking in the sun as if nothing unusual was happening. Calyrex, however, lingered for a moment, gazing in the direction of Snorlax Park with a thoughtful expression. Its voice, soft yet commanding, broke the silence. Unexpected, I didn't think it would come so soon. Naoki tilted his head in confusion. Huh? What are you talking about? Calyrex didn't answer directly. It recalled a vision it had seen. A towering world tree piercing the sky, and a shiny Rayquaza hovering above it. So, the future begins now. Without another word, Calyrex floated back toward the living room, ready to return to its favorite pastime, watching TV. Naoki stood in the field, staring toward Snorlax Park. His mind raced as he tried to decide what to do next. Rayquaza, the legendary Pokémon that most people never even glimpse in their lifetimes, is here. Curiosity bubbled within him. What could Rayquaza possibly be talking about with the Pokémon gathered in the park? Naoki couldn't resist the urge to find out. When you think about it, Rayquaza's daily life probably isn't all that exciting. Aside from eating meteorites and sleeping, its existence in the ozone layer must be quite monotonous. In that context, it made perfect sense for Rayquaza to respond this way. After all, being sought out by a group of Pokémon who admired it, showering it with praise and eager to hear its stories, was likely a refreshing change from its solitary routine. After a moment's hesitation, he grabbed a few translation seeds and hatched a plan. Guess I'll do some. Weeding in the apple orchard, he muttered, tipping his straw hat and heading toward the park. Over in Snorlax Park, a lively scene was unfolding. Rayquaza had landed gracefully, its sleek form contrasting with the vibrant green grass of the ranch. A small group of Pokémon surrounded the legendary figure, their eyes wide with admiration. Alchemy stood at the forefront, staring up at Rayquaza with awe. Alchemy, so cool. You're amazing. Palmot chimed in, its starry-eyed expression filled with determination. Pamo, I want to work hard and become a hero like you. Little Eevee's eyes sparkled with wonder as it gazed at the majestic dragon Pokémon before it. Contrary to the fearsome image painted in Naoki's Dragon Slayer story, the dragon seemed far more gentle and approachable. Booyah! Eevee's eyes gleamed with admiration as it thought about Rayquaza Senpai's incredible power. Saving the world, it was truly awe-inspiring. It dreamed of becoming that strong someday. But could Eevee evolve into a dragon Pokémon? Eevee wasn't sure. It quickly turned to Glacian for guidance. Eevee, can I evolve into a dragon Pokémon? GLA. Glace. I've never heard of that. Glacian shook its head thoughtfully, then added, Glacian. You could ask Naoki later. Eevee's eyes lit up with hope. Eevee, good idea. Nearby, a group of Pokémon sat around a blue-checkered picnic blanket. Dragonite enthusiastically gestured toward the array of food, inviting Rayquaza Senpai to eat. Awa, please enjoy. Naoki arrived just in time to see Rayquaza lower its mighty head, delicately pick up a poke block from the blanket with its mouth, and eat it. For a moment, Naoki wasn't sure what to feel. Rayquaza, the legendary Pokémon of the skies, was eating food he had prepared. Are Dragonite and the others hosting Rayquaza? Naoki muttered, his gaze shifting to the blanket surrounded by the Pokémon. Rayquaza wasn't the only one enjoying the feast. Encouraged by the sky Pokémon's appetite, the others picked up berries and poffins from the spread and began eating with relish. Under the warm hospitality of Dragonite and Ogerpon, Rayquaza ate heartily, polishing off the food in no time. As the meal ended, one of the Pokémon finally noticed Naoki and Koraidon nearby. Alchemy darted over, its cream-like body bouncing happily. Marie, Naoki, you're here. Yes, I'm here to tend to the apple saplings. Naoki smiled, keeping his expression calm. Are you entertaining Rayquaza? Marie, that's right. Alchemy nodded eagerly before tilting its head thoughtfully. Marie, Naoki, could you make more delicious food? Rayquaza is so big, and it still seems hungry. Naoki followed Alchemy's gaze to the towering Rayquaza. His expression was a mix of awe and disbelief. Alchemy climbed onto Naoki's shoulder and whispered in his ear, as though afraid Rayquaza might overhear. Marie, Rayquaza Senpai is so pitiful. It lives alone in the sky and eats nothing but hard stones. Naoki, can you make a delicious cream cake for Rayquaza Senpai? Naoki. In reality, Rayquaza absorbed the energy from meteorites, not stones. But how could he deny Alchemy's kind and earnest plea? Its shining eyes left him no choice. All right, I'll make a cake. Naoki relented with sigh. Marie, yay. Alchemy cheered, twirling in delight. Naoki reassured Alchemy there was enough cream at home and sent it back to the picnic to continue playing. Then, he headed indoors to begin baking. Unbeknownst to him, Eevee quietly followed. As Naoki cracked eggs into a mixing bowl, he noticed Eevee at his feet, looking up with wide, expectant eyes. Bye. Naoki, can I evolve into a dragon Pokémon? Naoki paused mid-motion, stunned. What did you just say? A dragon Pokémon? Eevee nodded eagerly. Eevee? Yes. A heroic and powerful dragon Pokémon like Rayquaza Senpai. Naoki tilted his head, realizing the little Pokémon was captivated by Rayquaza's story. Was it inspired by the tale of the sky-high Pokémon saving the world? Instead of wanting to evolve into Sylveon, a fairy type known for countering dragons, Eevee dreamed of becoming a dragon-type Eeveevolution. The problem, however, was clear. There wasn't a dragon-type Eevee evolution in this world. Before his transmigration, Game Freak hadn't introduced a dragon-type Eevee, and Naoki had no idea how to make such an evolution happen. After some thought, Naoki shook his head gently. I'm afraid not, Eevee. As of now, a dragon Eevee doesn't exist in this world. Eevee's ears drooped. Eevee. Oh, it looked utterly dejected. Naoki crouched down and gave it a reassuring pat. Hey now, don't be sad. Eevee tilted its head up to meet his gaze, its bright eyes shimmering with hope. Naoki smiled warmly. You know, as long as you have the heart of a hero, it doesn't matter what you evolve into. You can still save the world and protect others. He paused before adding, Sylveon can protect others, Leafeon can too, and even Glaceon. And Eevee? You don't even need to evolve to be a hero. Eevee? Really? Eevee's confusion was replaced with a look of thoughtful curiosity. After a moment of contemplation, it seemed to reach a realization. Its eyes brightened, and it nodded enthusiastically. Eevee, understand. Without another word, Eevee dashed out of the kitchen, its little paws padding quickly across the floor. Naoki watched it leave, a smile tugging at his lips. That little one. He shook his head fondly and refocused on his task, baking desserts for Rayquaza and the Pokémon at Snorlax Park. Minutes ticked by, and a fragrant aroma of freshly baked cake filled the air. With a soft ding, the cream cake was ready. Naoki carefully took the cake out of the oven. Its pristine white cream was dotted with plump, bright red cherries. Slicing it down the middle, he revealed 2 golden, fluffy layers filled with a vibrant fruit compote. He divided the cake into neat slices, then prepared a tray with poffins, freshly pressed juice, and moo milk. With everything ready, Naoki carried the feast to Snorlax Park. As he approached, the Pokémon erupted in cheers, clearly delighted by his arrival. Rayquaza, towering over the gathering, shifted its gaze toward Naoki. Its piercing eyes met his, and Naoki felt the weight of its attention. Nearby, Ogerpon was eagerly introducing Naoki to the legendary Pokémon. Pon, Rayquaza Senpai, this is Naoki. He's the one who told us about how you save the world. Naoki froze, his mind racing. Wait, what? He had only been sharing random stories about legendary Pokémon, not expecting them to take it this seriously. Rayquaza let out a deep, resonant cry, its voice filled with an emotion Naoki couldn't quite place. Was it complimenting him? Naoki blinked in surprise, the weight of the moment sinking in. Thanks, I guess. He set the tray down on the picnic blanket and addressed the Pokémon. All right, everyone, enjoy it slowly. The Pokémon cheered in unison, their voices blending into a harmonious chorus of gratitude. As they dove into the fresh treats, Naoki stood to the side, observing the scene. His gaze lingered on Rayquaza, who seemed to be answering questions from Dragonite and the others. For example, the Pokémon asked questions like, has Rayquaza Senpai always lived in the sky? Are there a lot of stars in the sky? And does Rayquaza Senpai eat the moon? Rayquaza answered each question with patient simplicity, its tone surprisingly approachable. Yes, I've always lived in the sky. Stars? There are many stars. They're all outside this planet. I don't eat the moon. The moon is very big. Every time Rayquaza finished speaking, the Pokémon responded with awe, exclaiming, Rayquaza Senpai is so amazing. The constant praise visibly pleased Rayquaza. It relaxed completely, enjoying food it had never tasted before while engaging with a Pokémon who admired it. Naoki, sitting nearby, grew drowsy listening to their conversation. The questions the Pokémon asked were far too simple to hold his attention. Eventually, he decided to head back home and leave the Pokémon to their enthusiastic reception of Rayquaza. The gathering continued until late in the afternoon. As the sky darkened and stars began to twinkle, Rayquaza finally prepared to leave. With Dragonite and the other Pokémon waving goodbye, it ascended high into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. It was over. Naoki let out a long sigh of relief, his gaze still lingering on the fading silhouette of the legendary Pokémon. He then turned toward Dragonite and asked, So, what made you think of calling Rayquaza over? Dragonite tilted its head, its expression innocent. Oh, because everyone wanted to meet Rayquaza Senpai. Naoki blinked, momentarily speechless. Well, Pokémon aren't humans, after all. It's likely that when Rayquaza gave its scale to Dragonite, it wasn't being polite. It truly meant it could be summoned at any time. Now, it seemed even if there wasn't an urgent issue, Rayquaza might still answer Dragonite's call, just to hang out. All right then, Naoki muttered, deciding to let it go. He took a deep breath, about to head back inside for dinner, when he felt a familiar breeze ripple through the air. Startled, he looked up, and sure enough, Rayquaza was returning. This time, its massive dragon claws held a radiant object that glowed with a golden light. Rayquaza descended gracefully onto the ranch, gently placing the glowing object in front of the gathered Pokémon before taking off once more. With a powerful beat, it soared skyward, vanishing into the clouds. This time it was truly gone. Naoki stared at the object left behind, baffled. Dragonite held it gingerly in its claws, while the other Pokémon gathered around, equally puzzled. It didn't take long for Naoki to realize what was going on. This must be Rayquaza's return gift, Naoki murmured, a smile tugging at his lips. The legendary Pokémon had been moved by the warm reception and decided to express its gratitude. Naoki's eyes flicked to the glowing object. It resembled a small star, radiating a soft, golden light. But then a thought struck him, and his smile faltered. Wait a minute. He examined the object more closely. This isn't an actual star, is it? It was not a star, but a small meteorite, a miniature. This Pokémon, with its yellow core glowing faintly, looked like a radiant shooting star. Miniature is known as the meteor Pokémon. Born in the stratosphere, it lives in the ozone layer, a product of mutated nanoparticles. It survives by absorbing dust particles in the atmosphere, and its glowing core is a known delicacy for larger, more powerful Pokémon. One of those powerful predators was likely none other than Rayquaza, which also resides in the ozone layer. Naoki's emotions became a mix of fascination and unease as he pieced this together. But he didn't have much time to dwell on it. The yellow glow of the miniature's core began to fade rapidly. Naoki recognized this as a critical trait of miniature. When its core is exposed to the air without its protective shell, it quickly begins to dissipate. If left unattended, it would eventually vanish entirely, its life extinguished. Acting quickly, Naoki rushed back to the house and grabbed a spare Pokeball. Returning to the ranch, he gently aimed the Pokeball at the fading miniature. The ball opened with a bright flash of light, encasing the miniature inside. It shook once, twice, 3 times, then clicked shut. The glow of the Pokeball dimmed, signaling the capture was successful. Oh, Dragonite tilted its head, confusion clear in its large, expressive eyes. The other Pokémon around him also exchanged puzzled glances. Naoki, crouched down to explain. This isn't a star. It's a Pokémon called Minior. The Pokémon leaned closer, listening intently. Naoki continued. Minior can't survive for long without its shell. If its core is exposed to the air, it starts to break apart. The only way to keep it alive is to place it inside a Pokeball where it's safe. Dragonite's eyes widened in astonishment. Oh, whoa. The stars in the sky are actually Pokémon. The realization spread among the gathered Pokémon, their amazement turning into animated chatter. Just as Naoki was about to continue, the rumble of an approaching vehicle caught his attention. He turned to see Zach pulling his truck into the ranch. The truck came to a stop, and Zach jumped out in a hurry, his expression one of shock. His eyes darted toward the sky above the pasture. Did something just fly out of the ranch? Zach exclaimed, clearly rattled. Naoki gave a calm nod. Yes, he replied simply. It was a Pokémon, just visiting the ranch. Zach blinked, then let out a shaky breath. I see. That thing was enormous. I caught a glimpse of it on the road. I've never seen a Pokémon like that before. I thought something serious was happening. At night, the moonlight streamed through the curtains, casting a gentle glow over the room. Hovering near the ceiling, a star emitted a faint light, illuminating the dim space. Naoki sat on his bed, observing the Minior with Palmot at his side. This was his first encounter with a Pokémon like Minior. Unlike other Pokémon that lived on land, Minior seemed completely detached from human interaction. When touched or called, it would gently rotate its spherical body in response. But Naoki couldn't tell if these movements were intentional or purely instinctual. Because of this, deciding what to do with Minior became a challenging question. As a gift from Rayquaza to Dragonite, keeping Minior on the ranch seemed impractical. Without its protective shell, it could only survive inside the safety of its Pokeball. If left outside, its core would disintegrate into nothingness. Naoki had heard stories about mysterious meteor showers where the Minior fell to Earth, only to vanish after a short time. Moreover, Minior's dietary needs were unique. Unlike other Pokémon, it thrived by absorbing dust particles in the ozone layer. It was clear that Minior was not suited for life on land. After contemplating the matter, Naoki turned to Palmot and Koraidon. We'll send Minior back to the sky tomorrow. Koraidon hissed softly in agreement, its piercing gaze focused on the floating Minior. Palmot nodded earnestly, fully understanding the situation. It had listened as Naoki explained Minior's fragile nature and knew the importance of returning it to its natural habitat. Early the next morning, Naoki approached Dragonite with the Pokeball containing Minior. Handing it over, he said, Dragonite, Minior can't survive here. I'm entrusting this to you and Palmot. Please, take it back to the sky. Dragonite's eyes sparkled with resolve. Oh, you can count on me. Palmot raised a tiny paw in salute. Paymo, leave it to us. The two Pokémon took flight, soaring high into the sky as Naoki waved them off. Then he turned to begin his daily chores, milking go-goats, collecting rock salt from Garganacl, weeding the fields, harvesting honey, and feeding Snorlax. It wasn't until around mid-morning that Dragonite and Palmot returned, landing with gentle thuds. Naoki approached them with a hint of apprehension. How did it go? He asked. Dragonite and Palmot nodded, their expressions bright. Oh, Paymo, mission accomplished. Relief washed over Naoki. That's good to hear, he said with a smile. Thank you for your hard work. Go have some fun before lunch. Dragonite and Palmot chirped joyfully, about to dash off when Naoki suddenly remembered something. Wait, Dragonite, he called out. Dragonite paused mid-step and turned back. Oh, what is it? Next time you see Rayquaza, make sure to tell it not to send Pokémon like Minior again, all right? Dragonite tilted its head in thought before nodding. Oh, got it. Naoki patted its head affectionately. All right, you're free to go. I'm heading to town to stock up on supplies. With that, he mounted a Gagoat, strapped 2 bags to its sides, and rode toward the bustling streets of Kosagi Town. But Dragonite couldn't let the day pass without fulfilling its promise. As soon as Naoki was out of sight, it used the dragon scale to summon Rayquaza once again. Before long, The massive, majestic figure of Rayquaza descended upon the ranch. Its arrival caused a stir as the Pokémon gathered around excitedly. Dragonite wasted no time. "Oh, whoa, whoa, Rayquaza senpai, we need to talk." Rayquaza inclined its sleek head, curiosity evident in its glowing eyes. Dragonite explained, "Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Naoki said Minior isn't a star, it's a Pokémon. It can't live on land because it'll die. We sent it back to the sky where it belongs." Rayquaza's expression shifted slightly, and for a brief moment, it seemed almost embarrassed. The sky-high Pokémon had no ill intentions, but it was true that Minior often fled in panic when it appeared. This was likely due to Rayquaza's habit of consuming their protective shells, which contained concentrated energy similar to meteorites. Even though it didn't harm the Minior themselves, its presence alone was enough to terrify them. Rayquaza felt conflicted, sharing the truth with Dragonite and the others, that it occasionally ate Minior shells didn't sit well. What if it shattered the image of a noble hero they held so dearly? In the past, Rayquaza hadn't thought much about this. But now, with this group of Pokémon looking up to it as a great hero, it felt an unexpected weight of responsibility to maintain that image. Rayquaza rumbled softly. It listened as Dragonite and the others recounted the situation with Minior. After hearing their earnest words, Rayquaza nodded, solemnly promising not to pursue Minior again. Inwardly, however, it found itself grappling with another dilemma. What should it bring next time as a gift for the Pokémon? The Minior clearly hadn't been the best choice. After pondering this for a while and failing to come up with any brilliant ideas, Rayquaza decided it would venture into outer space to look for inspiration. With a parting roar of farewell, Rayquaza turned and soared into the sky, leaving the gathered Pokémon waving excitedly below. Meanwhile, Naoki was just returning from Kosagi Town, riding his trusty Gagoat. He was still some distance from the ranch when he glanced up and saw Rayquaza flying away. A large question mark practically popped into his thoughts. What? Why is Rayquaza here again? Urging his Gagoat to move faster, Naoki reached the ranch and was greeted by the sight of Dragonite and several other Pokémon gazing up at the sky with delighted expressions. Approaching them, he asked, "Did you call Rayquaza back here?" Dragonite puffed out its chest proudly and nodded, its eyes sparkling with accomplishment. "Oh, I told Senior Rayquaza everything you asked me to say. It promised not to bother the Minior anymore." Naoki blinked, utterly speechless. He looked at Dragonite, then turned his gaze skyward, still processing what had just transpired. "Rayquaza, do you really have nothing better to do?" After a moment of stunned silence, Naoki let out a resigned sigh. "Well," he muttered, shaking his head, "this is Pokémon business. It's not my place." With that, he headed to the kitchen to start preparing lunch, leaving Dragonite and the others basking in their success. That afternoon, Naoki planned to hike into the mountains to gather mushrooms and hazelnuts. He also wanted to visit some of the wild Pokémon he had helped rescue in the past. However, his plans were interrupted by a phone call. "Hello," Naoki answered, noting the lack of video. Judging by the static-filled tone, it was likely an audio-only call from a landline. "Is this Naoki?" a deep male voice inquired. "I'm the owner of the antique shop in town. We just received a new batch of Gimmighoul coins. Are you interested?" Naoki paused for a moment, slightly startled by the reminder. Then he recalled the treasure chest Pokémon Gimmighoul, which he had encountered in the tavern. It had a penchant for collecting coins. "Yes, absolutely," Naoki replied eagerly. "I'll head over right away." The antique shop owner chuckled warmly. "All right, I'll see you at the shop." After hanging up the phone, Naoki decided to enlist Dragonite for a quick trip to Kosagi Town. Dragonite soared through the skies and landed gracefully in front of the antique shop. Naoki slid off its back, patting its shoulder in thanks before walking inside. The antique shop owner greeted him warmly, immediately pulling out a small treasure chest. His grin was almost as radiant as the contents he revealed. "You're in luck. I managed to get my hands on 28 coins all at once. Quite the haul, wouldn't you say?" Naoki peered into the chest, his eyes widening at the glittering pile of coins. 28. Naoki exclaimed, astonished. How did you manage to get so many? The shop owner chuckled, leaning in to speak in a low voice. Let's just say these coins came from a professional treasure hunter. They were all looted from the same set of ruins. Naoki blinked, processing this information. After a moment, he asked cautiously, Isn't that illegal? He wasn't entirely familiar with the legal system in the Pokémon world, particularly when it came to ancient artifacts. The shop owner shrugged. It's a bit of a gray area. Tomb raiding is considered unethical, yes, but there are countless ancient ruins scattered across the Paldea region. Some of these are abandoned castles or old structures from the Parthenon Kingdom's era. Those aren't as controversial. Naoki nodded slowly, still unsure how to feel about it. I see. But don't worry, the shop owner added quickly. These coins were taken from castle ruins, not cemeteries or anything disrespectful. So there's nothing for you to fret over. That explanation put Naoki at ease. All right then, I'll take all of them, he said decisively, pulling out his payment. The coins were added to his collection, which already included 3 he had previously found. With these 28 new coins, his total rose to 31, a small but significant step toward his ultimate goal of gathering 1,000. Even so, the progress felt painfully slow. Naoki found himself deep in thought, pondering how to speed things up. After counting the coins to confirm their number, he carefully packed them back into the chest, securing it for transport. Before leaving, he turned to the shop owner. Logically, these coins were once a widely circulated currency in the kingdom of Paldea. There must be a substantial number of them still out there, right? The shop owner nodded. That's correct. According to explorers and treasure hunters, these coins are most commonly found in ruins and ancient tombs. Naoki's curiosity deepened. And what do people usually do with the coins after they find them? Do they sell all of them? Not always, the shop owner replied thoughtfully. Some treasure hunters collect them for their own private collections, while others sell them to antique enthusiasts who are willing to pay a premium. It depends on the person. I see. The shop owner eyed Naoki, his tone turning speculative. You don't seem like someone who's short on cash. Let me recommend something. There's an online forum where people often trade or sell antiques. If you're willing to pay high prices, you might find quite a few sellers eager to do business. A forum? Naoki repeated, slightly taken aback. You've never heard of it? The shop owner raised an eyebrow in surprise. I thought someone younger than me would know all about these things. Naoki. The shop owner chuckled and said, You're really behind the times. Forums are online spaces where people can post comments and discuss all sorts of topics. All you need to do is get yourself a computer, log onto the forum's website, and join the conversation. Isn't the internet amazing? People from all over the world can connect and communicate through it. Naoki silently agreed that this sounded outdated. The internet in this world was clearly in its infancy. I see. I'll get a computer and take a look at it later. Naoki replied politely. Good luck with that, the shop owner said, scribbling the forum's URL on a piece of paper and handing it to him. Naoki took the note, glancing briefly at the URL before slipping it into his pocket. Exiting the antique shop, he and Dragonite strolled through the streets of Kosagi town, taking in the bustling atmosphere and the shops lining the road. As for buying a computer, Naoki had never considered it before, at least not until now. The computers of this era were clunky, with large CRT monitors, outdated hardware, and limited functionality. Most people used them for sending emails or simple office tasks, and they offered little appeal for entertainment. There were no exciting games, just things like Spider Solitaire. Naoki didn't have many people to email, nor was he particularly interested in basic games, so he had never felt the need to own one. But now, it seemed like he didn't have much of a choice. With a sigh, he decided to visit the department store and purchase a computer. The staff at the store. He helped install the monitor, CPU, and other equipment on site. After connecting the system to the internet, the setup was complete, providing the most basic online functionality. Naoki had the computer placed in the study on the second floor of his ranch. He pressed the power button, booted it up, and tested its functions. Once he confirmed everything was working, he left it there for the time being. Next, Naoki turned his attention to the treasure chest he had brought from the antique shop. Carrying it carefully, he headed to the Pokémon Tavern. The treasure chest-shaped Pokémon, Gimmighoul, resembled an ordinary chest. It sat quietly on the beverage rack, blending in as part of the tavern's decor. Naoki approached the chest, giving it a gentle knock. Gimmighoul, I brought some more coins. Want to come out and take a look? Inside the chest, Gimmighoul perked up at his words. Its golden core trembled with excitement, and it cautiously pushed open the lid of the chest, peeking out to observe the surroundings. When Naoki turned back, his gaze met Gimmighoul's wide, curious eyes. In the past, the little Pokémon had been timid, hiding whenever it sensed Naoki's presence. But this time, it didn't retreat. Instead, it looked eager and expectant, its tiny form practically vibrating with enthusiasm. Naoki smiled warmly and asked, "Are you not afraid of me anymore?" Gimmighoul let out a soft, jingling sound, like the delicate clinking of gold coins. The sound was peculiar, yet endearing. During its time in the tavern, Gimmighoul had grown braver, listening to the lively chatter of Pokémon guests every evening. Slowly but surely, its courage had been tempered and strengthened. More importantly, Naoki had shown it nothing but kindness. Not only did he never harm Gimmighoul, but he also actively helped it collect coins and even offered it food. Gratitude had gradually replaced fear, and now the little Pokémon no longer felt the urge to run or hide whenever Naoki approached. "All right, come take a look at these coins," Naoki said, picking up the treasure chest-like Pokémon and placing on the bar counter. The moment Gimmighoul spotted the gleaming pile of coins, its eyes sparkled like tiny stars. It looked exactly like a small, overjoyed, money-loving spirit. "There are 28 gold coins here," Naoki said, smiling. "Combined with the 3 you already have, that makes 31 in total." He paused for a moment, doing a quick mental calculation, before adding, "That means you need only 969 more gold coins to evolve into your next form. It's a lot, but don't worry, I'll keep helping you collect them." Gimmighoul chimed, its cheerful sound resonating with joy and gratitude. Naoki chuckled and began carefully placing the coins into the treasure chest, where Gimmighoul resided. Once all the gold coins were stored safely, he patted the little Pokémon gently. "Well, I won't bother you anymore. See you later." Naoki waved as Gimmighoul returned to its spot on the shelf, resuming its role as a decorative treasure chest in the tavern. Gimmighoul responded, its tone bright and full of contentment. Naoki climbed to the second floor, entered the study, and turned on the computer he had just set up. He typed in the URL given by the antique shop owner and waited for the page to load. Soon, a forum titled Secret Garden appeared on the screen. Despite its name, the forum had nothing to do with flowers. Instead, its posts were centered on treasure hunting, exploring ruins, and selling antiques. The content ranged from the curious to the downright absurd. One post immediately caught Naoki's eye. The crown of King Henry III of the ancient kingdom of Paldea. Now looking for a buyer. Intrigued, Naoki clicked on the post. However, what appeared on the screen was far from a regal crown. The image showed something that looked suspiciously like an old cooking pot. Skimming through the comments, Naoki found that many users had already called out the poster for their mistake. What kind of crown is this supposed to be? Naoki muttered to himself, stifling a laugh. The image reminded him of Spectrier, who once wore a trophy on its head as though it were a crown, refusing to take it off no matter what. After a brief browse, Naoki decided to register an account. He thought for a moment before choosing a username, Gold King. Once his account was set up, he crafted a short but direct post in the style of others on the forum. Gold King, buying a large number of ancient coins at a high price. Serious sellers only. Naoki didn't get an immediate response when he posted on the forum. After all, the internet in this world was still in its infancy, and mobile phones hadn't advanced to support online browsing yet. For now, anyone wanting to surf forums has to do so on a computer. Naoki wasn't worried. He had plenty of chores to keep him occupied while periodically checking the forum on his computer. The weather was perfect, with the sun shining brightly. Taking advantage of the warmth, Naoki brought out all the quilts from his bed, the clothes from his closet, and the Pokemon's plush nests. He hung them on the clothesline to dry in the sunlight. Nearby, Eevee and Alchemy were chasing each other around the base of the clothesline, weaving between Naoki's feet as they played. Butterfree perched on the clothes, watching Naoki curiously. "Free, I'm airing out the quilts," Naoki explained with a chuckle. "When they're dried in the sun, they feel softer and smell like sunshine. It'll be more comfortable to sleep under them tonight." "Fwee!" Butterfree flapped its wings approvingly. Naoki turned his attention to the playful duo underfoot. "All right, Alchemy, take Eevee and play somewhere else. If you keep running around here, I might accidentally step on you again." "Me?" Alchemy responded confidently, as if to say, "You'd never step on us, Naoki." Still, Naoki sighed and gently scooped up the two mischievous Pokémon. "You little troublemakers," he said, poking their foreheads lightly before walking them over to a nearby Gardenackle. The sturdy Pokémon scratched its head in confusion but extended its hands to hold the duo, giving Naoki a break from their antics. After hanging the quilts, Naoki went to the underground wine cellar to check on his latest batch of fruit wine. Just as he was inspecting a barrel of peach wine, NDD appeared with news. The Pokémon Tavern had sold out of fruit wine. Wasting no time, Naoki moved a freshly brewed barrel of peach wine to the tavern, ensuring it was well-stocked before returning to the living room for a short break. Sitting down with a cup of black tea prepared by NDD, Naoki looked at the Sinistia and Polteageist floating gently nearby. The peaceful scene filled him with a sense of accomplishment. This, he thought with a satisfied sigh, is what life should be. He drained his tea and curled up on the sofa to watch TV with Calyrex. The hours slipped by, and before long, dusk settled over the ranch. Wisps of smoke curled up from the kitchen chimney, where NDD was preparing dinner using the flames of a slugma. Naoki glanced at the clock. It was 5:20 p.m. Zack would be arriving soon to pick up the day's harvest. Heading to the storage area, Naoki began preparing the goods. Fresh moo milk, rock salt from Gardenackle, creamy goat milk, over 20 barrels of fruit wine, and a cart loaded with plump pumpkins. By the time Zack's truck arrived, everything was ready. Zack hopped out of his truck, his usual cheerful grin lighting up his face. Together, they loaded the goods onto the truck. "Looks like another great harvest," Zack said, admiring the fresh produce and goods. "Yes," Naoki replied with a nod. Thanks to the grass-type energy the Pokémon infused into the fields, crops grew faster and healthier than anything Naoki had ever seen. Even the best fertilizers from his previous life couldn't compare. Once the truck was loaded, Zack wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel slung around his neck. He handed Naoki the payment for the goods. "Here's today's money," Zack said with a grin. Hundreds of thousands of Poke dollars were deposited into Naoki's account, but he barely reacted. He was already used to such large sums. With the ranch's facilities fully developed, the wool shed, apple orchard, and delivery truck all accounted for, Naoki had little need for money. For now, he planned to save it for any unexpected expenses in the future. Oh wait, Naoki suddenly remembered the coins he needed for Gimmigowl's evolution. That's going to cost a fortune. After seeing Zack off, Naoki hurried to the second floor and sat down in front of his computer. He refreshed the forum page, and sure enough, several replies had appeared under his post. Gold King, buying a large number of Gimmigowl's coins at a high price. Serious sellers only. Treasure Hunter, no leads here. Gardevoir Master, what's the master planning? Ancient Explorer, how high is your price? And how many do you need? Naoki's eyes skimmed through the replies before stopping on the one from Ancient Explorer. Typing quickly, he replied, "The price is negotiable. I'll pay no less than market value, and I'll take as many as you have." Naoki didn't receive an immediate response. He wasn't in a rush, though. After checking, he got up, but just as he stood, a private message from Ancient Explorer popped up. Ancient Explorer, "Oh, you're so confident. Can you really handle hundreds of them?" Hundreds? Naoki's heart skipped a beat. If this person truly had that many coins, Gimmigowl's evolution would take a significant step forward. Fighting back his excitement, Naoki typed quickly. Gold King. Of course I can handle it. The real question is, do you actually have that many? Ancient Explorer, I never lie. I'm well known in the tomb exploration community. Gold King. Funny, I haven't heard of you. When can we trade? Just name a time and place. Naoki waited for a response, but it didn't come immediately. After a long pause, the reply finally appeared. Ancient Explorer. Where are you located? Gold King. Paldea Region, Kosagi Town. Ancient Explorer, Kosagi Town. I'm in Mesagoza and can't leave for now. If you're serious, you'll have to come to Mesagoza yourself. Naoki leaned back in his chair, slightly startled. Mesagoza. It was the largest city in the Paldea region and home to the prestigious Naranja Academy. He reached for it of the Paldea region, spreading it across his desk. Mesagoza is right in the center, Naoki murmured, tracing the route with his finger. If Dragonite flies at full speed, we can get there in under an hour. It was a sure enough trip. He decided he would handle all his ranch duties early tomorrow morning and leave right after. If everything went smoothly, he could return before noon. Gold King. Sure, I'll have time tomorrow. The other party replied almost immediately. Ancient Explorer, great. Bring enough money. Let's meet at the Welcome Cafe at 11 a.m. Gold King, deal? Naoki thought the conversation was over, but another message appeared. Ancient Explorer. Gold King? Have you also read the exploration notes? Naoki's eyebrows shot up in surprise. The exploration notes. This person knew more than he'd expected. He replied cautiously. Gold King, yes. There was no immediate response, so Naoki shut down the computer and went downstairs to eat. The next morning, after completing his ranch chores, Naoki informed the Pokémon about his trip. He had planned to ride Dragonite, but Koraidon approached him, looking uncharacteristically clingy. Naoki tilted his head with a playful smile. You don't want to stay at the ranch this time? He remembered how Koraidon had sulked during the bug-catching contest after being made to take a bath. Back then, it had outright refused to accompany him. Koraidon hung its head, looking adorably apologetic. Rayo, take me with you. Naoki chuckled and patted its head. All right, let's go together. He leaned in and kissed Koraidon's forehead. Happy now? Koraidon's eyes sparkled with joy. Rayo, climbing onto Koraidon's back, Naoki turned to the Pokémon gathered around him. I'm heading to Mesagoza and should be back by around 1 p.m. Finally, he addressed NDD. I'll leave everyone's lunch in your hands today. NDD nodded slightly. Aye. All right, let's go. As Naoki gently patted Koraidon's neck, the Pokémon took off gracefully into the sky. Below, the Pokémon at the ranch gathered, cheering him on as he departed. By 10:30 a.m., Naoki and Koraidon arrived in Mesagoza. As they landed on a bustling street, a sudden realization struck Naoki. Oh no, I forgot to ask what the other person looks like. Away from the computer, there was no way to contact Ancient Explorer. Even if they were to cross paths, he had no idea how to recognize them. Should I hold up a sign? He thought, feeling his cheeks flush with embarrassment. Still, having come this far, there was no turning back. Determined, he approached an older man wearing an academy uniform. The man appeared to be in his 50s, his gray hair a stark contrast to the student attire he wore, which, on him, looked rather peculiar. Excuse me, Naoki said politely. Can you tell me where the Welcome Cafe is? The man smiled warmly and gestured ahead. Of course. Just go straight down this road, and when you reach the intersection, turn right. The Welcome Cafe will be on that street. As the man spoke, his gaze shifted to Koraidon, his eyes lighting up with wonder. Oh my, what a fascinating Pokémon. Are you a trainer? How about a battle? Naoki blinked, caught off guard. Oh, no, sorry. I'm in a bit of a hurry to meet someone. The man looked a little disappointed, but quickly perked up. Then at least tell me the name of this Pokémon. Naoki nodded with a small smile. It's called Koraidon. The man repeated the name thoughtfully before beaming. Thank you. As Naoki continued down the streets of Mesagoza, he mused to himself. Naranja Academy really doesn't have an age limit for admission. The sight of an elderly man attending classes was both amusing and inspiring, a true testament to the saying, "You're never too old to learn." Following the man's directions, Naoki soon spotted the welcome cafe tucked away on a cozy street corner. He walked in with Karaden close behind. The cafe was lively with chatter as students from Naranha Academy filled most of the tables, sipping drinks and enjoying their meals. When Karaden stepped inside, its unusual appearance drew curious stares from the patrons. Naoki found an empty seat in the corner and settled down. His eyes frequently darted toward the entrance, scanning each new arrival for someone who might be ancient explorer. Minutes passed, and no one seemed to match the description or lack thereof. Just as Naoki considered finding a nearby computer to check the forum, a sudden wave of voices caught his attention. "Hey, Professor Reforged, are you here for lunch too?" "Good afternoon, Professor Reforged." Naoki glanced toward the commotion. A woman with striking purple hair, warm brown skin, and distinctive yellow-framed glasses had entered. She wore a blue top and carried herself with a gentle air. Smiling warmly, she greeted each of the students who addressed her. Her gaze swept across the cafe before finally landing on Naoki and Karaden. After a brief pause, she began making her way toward them. Stopping at his table, she smiled and asked, "You're Gold King, right? It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Reforged, and I'm currently a history teacher at Naranha Academy." Naoki. He noticed Reforged's gaze linger on Karaden for a moment, her eyes widening in surprise. "Hello, Reforged. I'm Naoki," he said, introducing himself at last. Reforged smiled warmly before gesturing toward a private booth. "Let's talk there." Naoki nodded, following her with Karaden at his side. As they walked, fragments of information about Reforged surfaced in his mind. Reforged, a history teacher at Naranha Academy, was known for her insatiable curiosity about historical legends. In the game's storyline, she investigated the 4 treasures of ruin, ancient relics imbued with dark powers. She entrusted players with the task of locating and capturing the Pokémon tied to these relics, which had once wreaked havoc across Paldea. Tinglu, Qianpao, Wuqian, and Qiyu. Before her academic career, Reforged had allegedly engaged in dubious activities, including exploring ancient ruins under questionable circumstances, essentially tomb raiding and dealing in artifacts. So, those coins Reforged mentioned on the forum, were they her spoils from tomb raiding? Naoki thought, his expression conflicted. I really should have seen this coming. Still grappling with the revelation, Naoki followed Reforged into the private booth, took a seat, and asked curiously, "How did you recognize me?" Reforged rolled her eyes playfully and replied, "It wasn't difficult. I know this cafe very well. Most of the patrons are my students. You stood out like a sore thumb." Naoki. Reforged's gaze shifted to Karaden, and her eyes sparkled with fascination. "Naoki, is this your Pokémon? It's so untamed, so primal. It exudes the same wild beauty as ancient legends and mysteries. It makes one want to delve deeper." "Yes," Naoki confirmed with a faint smile. "Its name is Karaden. So, did you bring the coins?" Reluctantly shifting her attention from Karaden, Reforged reached into her bag. She unzipped it, revealing a shimmering pile of coins. The bag was practically overflowing. Naoki's jaw dropped. "That many, right?" Naoki blinked, still in disbelief. "Did you get all of these from tombs?" What he really wanted to ask was how someone with a background in tomb raiding could transition into teaching history at a prestigious academy. The sheer audacity of it left him speechless. Reforged shook her head, her smile unwavering. "Tomb raiding? Oh, no. It was all necessary for historical research." "Naoki, historical research? Really?" Naoki's gaze drifted toward the bag of coins. The coins shimmered with a golden hue, exuding the unmistakable allure of wealth. "You've researched right into taking people's burial treasures, haven't you?" he thought to himself, but before he could say anything, Reforged seemed to notice his expression. With a composed smile, Reforged explained, "In professional terms, what I do is archaeology. To be honest, I have a deep fascination with the legends and histories passed down through time. And, she continued, gesturing to the coins, the reason I took these coins was to study the monetary system of the ancient Chaldea kingdom from thousands of years ago. After all, I am a history teacher. Naoki felt a pang of exhaustion just listening. While her explanation sounded logical, something about it didn't sit quite right. So, what are you doing with them now? Naoki asked. Reforged shrugged with nonchalance. I've completed my research. These coins no longer hold any academic value to me. So, I figured I'd pass them on to someone who needs them. She smiled, adding, like you. All right, fair enough. Naoki decided not to press further. He did, after all, need those coins. Changing the topic, he asked, how many coins do you have here? Reforged thought for a moment before shaking her head. I'm not entirely sure. I didn't gather these all at once. They came from over a dozen tombs and ruins. Naoki. He hesitated before asking, how much are you planning to sell them for? Reforged gave it some thought and then smiled. Based on the antique market value, one gold coin typically sells for 50,000 poke dollars. But since you're buying in bulk, I can give you a discount on one condition. What condition? Reforged leaned forward slightly. You have to tell me what these coins are for. Naoki paused, considering her request. Finally, he asked, have you heard of a Pokémon called Goldingo? Reforged raised an eyebrow in recognition. Goldingo? You mean the Pokémon that evolved from Gimmighoul? That's right, Naoki confirmed. I was told that to evolve Gimmighoul into Goldingo, you need to collect a large number of coins. Reforged's curiosity deepened. So, you're planning to test that theory? Exactly, Naoki replied. Reforged sat back in her chair, folding her arms thoughtfully. I see. The legend of Goldingo. It's said to be born from the collective greed for treasure, taking form as an embodiment of wealth and adventure. As a history teacher with a passion for ancient lore, Reforged was well acquainted with such myths. She nodded, as if to herself. All right, in that case, I'll give you a 30% discount. But on one condition. If your Gimmighoul evolves, you must bring it to me so I can see it for myself. Deal. Naoki agreed immediately, feeling somewhat assured of Reforged's sincerity. Her willingness to discount the coins showed she wasn't simply out for money. Judging by her background as portrayed in the game, Reforged's primary drive seemed to be her love of history and legends, even if her methods were unconventional. If it weren't for Principal keeping an eye on her, she'd probably be out chasing legendary mysteries nonstop, Naoki thought with mild amusement. Reforged seemed to catch his train of thought. With a smirk, she asked, now do you believe I'm not a tomb raider just for profit? I believe you, Naoki replied. Reforged chuckled softly. And for the record, I wasn't lying on the forum. I'm quite well known in the field of historical exploration. She straightened up with a bit of pride. I once made it to the deepest part of the underwater ruins in the Unova region. Although I am now semi-retired, that accomplishment alone earned me a reputation in the exploration community. Naoki, semi-retired? So, she still goes tomb raiding sometimes, he thought, resisting the urge to roll his eyes. As Naoki processed this, his gaze wandered to Reforged's attire. Something about it caught his attention. The emblem on Reforged's chest resembled the majestic Articuno, one of the legendary bird Pokémon. The headdress she wore looked strikingly similar to Marshadao, while her bracelet clearly displayed elements inspired by Tapu Koko. Come on, let's count them together. Reforged cheerfully poured the coins from her bag onto the table. In an instant, a small golden mountain formed in front of Naoki. His first thought was how delighted Gimmighoul would be to see such a treasure trove of coins. The two of them began counting the coins together, the soft clinking echoing in the cozy room. Minutes passed as they counted diligently. Finally, Naoki announced a total of 142 coins, including the 31 coins already stored in Gimmighoul's treasure chest. Naoki now had a total of 173 coins. It's still not enough, Naoki murmured, frowning as he calculated how far he was from the target of 1,000 coins. He wondered if there were any other avenues to acquire more coins quickly. Reforged, meanwhile, had been tallying the cost with a small calculator she carried. At market value, these 142 coins would cost 7.1 million poke dollars. With a discount, the total comes to 4.97 million. Naoki let out a low whistle at the generous discount. He nodded, recognizing the deal as more than fair. All right, he said. I don't have that much cash on me right now. Let's head to the bank, and I'll transfer the payment. Thankfully, Naoki had prepared for this moment. After selling goat milk and crops and dipping into his family savings, he barely had enough to cover the cost. Sure, Reforged agreed with a smile. The two of them left the cafe and headed to the nearest bank. There, Naoki completed the transaction, transferring the money to Reforged. Reforged handed over the bag of coins with a slight grin. You can keep the bag too, she said. Naoki looked at the mountaineering bag. It was simple and sturdy, nothing remarkable. He nodded appreciatively. Thanks. Reforged yawned, covering her mouth. She looked tired, likely from staying up late the night before, reading ancient texts in the Paldea Academy library. All right, she said, stretching slightly. I'm going to head back and catch up on some sleep. If you have any questions, just message me on the forum. Got it. Naoki gave a polite nod. As Reforged walked away, Naoki stared down at the bag of coins in his hands. At 50,000 poke dollars per coin, 1,000 coins would cost me 50 million. He thought, his stomach sinking. If I had to rely solely on money, it'd take years to earn that much. But the image of Goldingo, Gimagal's evolved form, danced in his mind. A rare and unique Pokémon like that made all the effort worthwhile. Especially knowing that once Gimagal evolved into Goldingo, it could generate coins on its own using the move Make It Rain. The thought of eventually recovering his investment through clever sales brought a faint smile to Naoki's face. Make it rain, huh? Naoki muttered to himself. The move was similar to Meowth's Payday, a technique that generated money in battle. Both abilities reflected the Pokémon's affinity for wealth. After bidding farewell to Reforged, Naoki realized it was already 1 p.m. Neither he nor Karaden had eaten lunch yet, so they stopped at a roadside stall to grab sandwiches. With their hunger sated, they began the journey back to the ranch. Naoki pushed open the wooden door of the Pokémon Tavern, a hiking bag slung over his shoulder. He unzipped it and tipped the bag upside down. Clink, clink, clink. A cascade of gold coins rained onto the bar. Hearing the unmistakable sound of coins, the Gimagal immediately poked its head out from its treasure chest. When the little Pokémon saw the sheer number of coins Naoki had brought, its eyes widened in shock. A moment later, excitement replaced the surprise, and it practically trembled with joy. Gimagal chimed ecstatically. Here you go, Naoki said with a grin. The tiny treasure-loving Pokémon was so overwhelmed with emotion that it forgot its usual timidity. With a burst of excitement, it leaped out of the chest, transformed into its roaming form, and hopped onto Naoki's shoulder. Before Naoki could react, Gimagal planted an enthusiastic kiss on his cheek. Naoki exclaimed, startled, but the grin on his face grew wider. Gimagal's happiness was contagious. Are you excited? He asked, laughing. Gimagal's chimes were practically musical with joy. All right. Let's put these coins into your treasure chest, Naoki said, his voice full of warmth. Naoki grabbed Gimagal's usual treasure chest from its spot and set on the bar. Then, he began carefully transferring the mound of coins into the chest, one handful at a time. Gimagal hopped down beside him, watching intently. Its eyes sparkled as each coin clinked into place. Once all the coins were stowed inside, Gimagal dove into the chest with an audible plop, burying itself in the glittering gold. Only its head poked out, a delighted expression on its face as it playfully swam in its treasure hoard. Naoki stood back, watching with a soft smile. It's like you're swimming in a sea of gold coins. Gimagal beamed at him. Well, I'm a bit tired. I'm going to rest for a while. Enjoy yourself, Naoki said, patting the treasure chest fondly. Gimagal turned its head to look at him, its chime ringing happily in farewell. Naoki carefully returned the chest to its usual spot in the tavern before heading back to the house. After pouring himself a glass of water, he climbed to the second floor, powered on his computer, and checked the status of his coin acquisition post. Despite collecting a significant haul today, only about 1/10 of the necessary coins have been gathered. Naoki planned to keep the post active, hoping other treasure hunters or tomb raiders might contact him. As he scrolled through the forum, his thoughts wandered. He clicked on a private chat interface and stared at the messages exchanged with Ancient Explorer. Reforged, the treasures of ruin. Naoki leaned back in his chair, recalling the lore surrounding the 4 treasures of ruin. The legend of the treasures of ruin. In the distant past, during the reign of the kingdom of Paldea, a merchant from a faraway land brought 4 exotic treasures to the royal court: a bronze tablet, a ceremonial sword, a jade vessel, and an ancient bowl. The merchant sold these items to the king, claiming they were priceless artifacts imbued with the blessings of fortune and power. However, that very night, the treasures transformed into fearsome Pokémon, wreaking havoc across the royal city. Their awakening unleashed a devastating curse that ultimately led to the downfall of the kingdom. The 4 Pokémon, Wuqian, Qianpao, Tinglu, and Qiyu, were manifestations of accumulated malice, greed, and despair absorbed over centuries. The merchant had unwittingly brought disaster to the kingdom, as these treasures were no ordinary artifacts. They were vessels for dark, cursed energies. Survivors of the calamity sought to contain the Pokémon, enlisting the help of a skilled Pokémon tamer. After a fierce battle, the 4 Pokémon were subdued and sealed within ancient shrines located across Paldea, with inscriptions warning future generations of their destructive nature. It is said that only those with pure intentions can unseal these Pokémon, a testament to their volatile power. Naoki tapped his fingers thoughtfully on the desk. In the game, Reforged, the history teacher at the Naranja/Yuva Academy in Paldea, passionately investigates the legend of the treasures of ruin. She consulted numerous ancient texts, disaster records, and personal diaries before confirming the authenticity of the legend of the treasures of ruin. In the game, the player is entrusted with the locations of the shrines and methods to unseal them, helping release the 4 legendary Pokémon. Naoki, however, had long since dismissed the idea of capturing these Pokémon. They were known to bring calamity wherever they went, and he feared their presence would wreak havoc on his peaceful ranch. But now, with the mystical water from Giratina's realm, Naoki had devised a way to alter the essence of the treasures of ruin. By using this water to prepare reversal dishes, he aimed to transform their destructive nature into something beneficial. Wuqian, which drained life from plants and caused crops to wither, could become a Pokémon of fertility, enriching forests and ensuring abundant harvests. Tinglu, whose seismic stomps fracture the earth, could evolve into a Pokémon of farming, softening, and cultivating land for planting. Qiyu, whose blazing heat melted stone and created seas of lava, might be reimagined as a fire Pokémon providing warmth and assisting in cooking for the ranch's Pokémon. Qianpao, known for its icy avalanches, could transform into a guardian Pokémon, slicing through threats and protecting the ranch from harm. To achieve this, Naoki knew he would need Reforged's help. Only she possessed the knowledge of the exact locations of the shrines and the methods to unlock their seals. However, these 4 treasures had long been her obsession. Her dream was to uncover their secrets, and she would likely seek to claim them for herself. Naoki struggled with a moral dilemma. He wasn't willing to manipulate or deceive Reforged to achieve his goal. It felt wrong, and the thought of betraying her trust filled him with guilt. After some contemplation, he sighed and muttered, "Forget it. Let's just leave it for now." Determined to let fate take its course, Naoki was about to turn off his computer when the chat window suddenly blinked. Surprised, he clicked it open and found several messages from Reforged. Ancient Explorer, I just checked some text in the library and found an ancient notebook about the legend of the Winged King. The descriptions match many characteristics of the Pokémon you had with you today. Ancient Explorer, where did you find it? Naoki blinked in confusion. He quickly composed a reply. Gold King. It wandered into my ranch injured. I treated it, and it stayed with me ever since. Rayfort's response came almost instantly. Ancient Explorer, what do you mean? Naoki hesitated. Sharing the true origins of Koraidon, knowledge tied to the experiments of Professor Sada and Professor Taro, was out of the question. After a pause, he replied conservatively. Gold King, I'm sorry, but this involves confidential matters. I can't disclose the details. Paldea Academy, Rayfort's dormitory. Rayfort sat in her dimly lit room, her eyes narrowing at the reply on her screen. She murmured to herself, confidential? What does that mean? The text continued to occupy her thoughts. Gold King, but I can tell you this much. Koraidon is not a Pokémon of this era. It comes from the distant past, as you suspected. Rayfort's heart skipped a beat as she reread the message. She whispered, not of this era? What does that imply? Her mind raced with possibilities. Had Koraidon traversed through time and space? Was it an ancient Pokémon resurrected from fossils? Or had it been lying dormant in some forgotten ruin until recently awakened? Adding to her shock was the realization that an old, second-hand notebook might actually contain credible information. She stared at the glowing screen, her curiosity and excitement mounting with each passing second. But what truly astonished her was the realization that the information recorded in the ancient notebook, something she had stumbled upon in the second-hand market, was, in fact, the Paldea region had entered the peak of summer, and the sweltering heat hung heavily in the air. The scorching weather drove all the Pokémon, including Palmot, Alchemy, and Eevee, to seek refuge in Glacian's icy cave. Their thick, plush fur made running around in such high temperatures unbearable, leaving them sweaty and uncomfortable. Even traveling trainers chose to stay in town, waiting for the cooler evening hours to journey to the next destination. For a time, the ranch was unusually quiet, with no trainers arriving to take on challenges. The oppressive heat made wandering the wilderness far from appealing. Naoki, however, didn't mind the downtime. Taking advantage of the lull, he completed his morning chores on the ranch before the temperatures peaked and then stayed indoors for the rest of the day. The sun blazed relentlessly outside, and the faint chirping of cicadas could be heard coming from the hills behind the ranch. Inside, the air conditioning provided a reprieve. Calyrex lounged in the living room, engrossed in a daytime drama on TV. Meanwhile, the NDD siblings tidied up the mess left behind by the other Pokémon. Upstairs on the second floor, Naoki sat at his desk, refreshing the forum post he had created to see if anyone was selling the coins. Over the past month, he had managed to buy some coins from various sellers on the forum. With those purchases, the coin collection had reached 230 out of the 1,000 coins needed for evolution. I'm nearly a quarter of the way there, Naoki murmured, doing a quick mental calculation. If I keep this pace, I should be able to collect enough by this time next year. Still, he couldn't help but feel uncertain. The process of acquiring these coins had been anything but smooth. In addition to finding sellers, he had faced stiff competition from antique collectors who drove up prices on the forum. A few days ago, someone had even outbid him, offering a significantly higher price for a set of coins Naoki had been negotiating to buy. It was frustrating, and though the ranch's income was decent, it wasn't enough to support Naoki in a bidding war. His thoughts were interrupted by a notification from the private chat interface. Curious, he clicked the message. It was from Rayfort. Ancient Explorer, how's the coin hunt going? Is it progressing smoothly? Rayfort had just finished her lunch and returned to her dormitory, taking advantage of the air conditioning to escape the heat. She had no afternoon classes and was using her free time to browse forums for ancient relic information while casually checking in on Naoki. Gold King, not very smoothly. A few days ago, someone outbid me and snatched the sellers I was negotiating with. Ancient Explorer, that's to be expected. Most antiques sold on the market usually go through auctions. The highest bidder always wins. Naoki sighed as he typed out his response, only to see Rayfort had sent another message before he could reply. Ancient Explorer, have you considered alternative methods to collect more coins? If you're interested, I might have an idea to help you. Naoki frowned, an incredulous thought crossing his mind. He hesitated for a moment before typing. Gold King, you're not suggesting I join you on a tomb raiding expedition, are you? To his surprise, the reply came quickly. Ancient Explorer, that's exactly what I'm suggesting. Are you in? If we're lucky, we could hit the jackpot and find a lot of coins in one go. Naoki blinked at the screen, momentarily tempted. The idea was undeniably appealing, but his sense of morality held him back. After a brief internal debate, he replied, Gold King, no thanks. Robbing tombs is too disrespectful and immoral. Reforged's reply came almost instantly. Ancient Explorer, tomb robbing? This isn't a cemetery we're talking about. My target this time is an ancient ruin buried deep underground. At her dormitory in Paldea Academy, Reforged sent the message with an excited gleam in her eye. She glanced at an old tome resting on her desk, her fingers brushing its fragile cover. This ancient book was a treasure she had unearthed deep within the Academy's library, a place renowned for its extensive collection of historical texts and rare manuscripts. Her position as a history teacher wasn't just a job. It was a strategic move to access the library's invaluable resources. And now, her efforts had borne fruit. She had found detailed records of the legendary treasures of ruin. The book chronicled the catastrophic events caused by the ancient Pokémon thousands of years ago. Reforged had no trouble deciphering the ancient text in the book. As an expert in her field, interpreting ancient scripts was second nature to her. The book recounted a catastrophic event in the ancient Paldean kingdom where 4 Pokémon, known as the Treasures of Ruin, caused widespread destruction, obliterating the royal city. In desperation, the king summoned a legendary Pokémon trainer known as the Pokémon Envoy to combat the calamity. A fierce battle ensued between the Pokémon Envoy and the 4 Treasures of Ruin. Eventually, the Pokémon Envoy succeeded in sealing the 4, but just as the sealing ritual was nearing completion, one of the treasures, a cauldron, unleashed its remaining power. A devastating earthquake followed, splitting the earth and burying the already ruined city deep underground. The royal city's exact location was lost, and the king, deeming it irreparable, relocated his people to build a new capital elsewhere. This time, Reforged's objective was the ruins of the buried royal city. She aimed to investigate the treasures of ruin, whose history had intrigued her for years. Reforged decided to approach Naoki for help. From their month-long conversations, she had come to know Naoki as an exceptionally skilled trainer. The ancient ruins buried deep underground might harbor powerful Pokémon, and having a seasoned trainer alongside would make her exploration significantly safer and more efficient. When Naoki read Reforged's message explaining that their target wasn't a cemetery but an ancient ruin, his curiosity was piqued. Gold King, tell me more. Reforged quickly explained. Ancient Explorer, the ruins are the remains of an ancient royal city, buried deep beneath the earth due to a calamity. The city was abandoned in haste, leaving its treasures behind. If we find the castle treasury, there could be a fortune in gold and silver. You might even collect hundreds, maybe thousands of Gimigal coins at once. The mention of a castle treasury and the possibility of finding hundreds of coins struck a chord with Naoki. If true, it could mean that he could help Gimigal evolve in one fell swoop. Reforged, true to her forthright nature, then explained why she wanted Naoki to join her. Ancient Explorer, there's a chance the ruins are inhabited by powerful Pokémon. With a champion-level trainer by my side, the investigation will be much easier. Naoki blinked at her words, momentarily taken aback. Gold King, how do you know about me? Reforged's response came swiftly. Ancient Explorer, Naoki Ranch, Kosagi Town. Your magical ranch is somewhat famous at Paldea Academy. My students have discussed it in class before. At first, I didn't realize you were that Naoki. But when you mentioned you run a ranch in Kosagi Town and the unique Pokémon, Koraidon, that you have, I connected the dots. Naoki chuckled softly at her explanation and typed back. Gold King, all right, when do we leave? Reforged replied enthusiastically. Ancient Explorer, July 20th. Paldea Academy will begin its 2-month summer break then, so I'll have plenty of time to dedicate to the investigation. What do you think? July 20th, it was still 27 days away. Naoki paused for a moment before making his decision. For the sake of helping Gimagal evolve into its next form, Goldingo, he decided to join her. Gold King, deal? Ancient Explorer, thank you very much. If we don't find enough coins in the treasury, I'll make it my mission to help you collect more from other treasure hunters when we return. Gold King, thank you. With double insurance like this, Naoki figured he couldn't lose. Agreeing to help Reforged wasn't just about the coins. If he could gain her trust, he might also uncover crucial information about the treasures of ruin. Satisfied for the moment, Naoki glanced at the forum one last time. Since no one else had contacted him about selling coins, he turned off the computer and headed downstairs. In the living room, Calyrex was sitting gracefully on the couch, sipping black tea while intently watching TV. Its regal posture seemed oddly at odds with the colorful, animated Pokémon variety show playing on the screen. Noticing Naoki coming down, Calyrex shifted its gaze toward him, its luminous eyes glinting with curiosity. Naoki looked at the Pokémon and frowned slightly. If you keep staring at the screen like that, you're going to ruin your eyesight, he muttered. Calyrex tilted its head in confusion. Can Pokémon even get nearsighted? Naoki wondered aloud. After a brief pause, he decided to ask, Calyrex, do your eyes ever feel sore? Or do you have trouble seeing things far away, like they look blurry? Calyrex's brows furrowed thoughtfully, as though trying to decipher the meaning of Naoki's words. After a moment, it gave a calm shake of its head. I've never experienced such a thing, it replied simply. Naoki blinked. So Pokémon can't get nearsighted. Shrugging off the thought, he glanced at the clock on the wall. To his surprise, it was already 11:30. Looks like it's time to start on lunch, he said, stretching as he made his way to the kitchen. Naoki opened the refrigerator, pulling out the ingredients he had bought earlier that week. Since the summer heat was unrelenting, he decided to make something refreshing. Mung bean soup, a perfect dish to cool down the Pokémon. As he began preparing, Sister NDD stepped forward to help. Aye, she chimed cheerfully, her delicate psychic aura gently lifting a bowl from the counter. Thanks, Naoki said, smiling at her helpfulness. The first step was soaking the mung beans. He poured them into a bowl, filled it with water, and let them soak for about 10 minutes. Meanwhile, he washed the beans thoroughly to remove any grit or impurities. Once ready, Naoki poured the beans into a large pot, added fresh water, and set it on the stove to boil. There weren't any mung beans grown on the ranch. These had been bought earlier during one of Naoki's trips to the town. As Naoki set the pot on the stove, a familiar helper appeared. Slugma, the little lava Pokémon that lived in the heating pipes, slithered out from its usual spot. It made its way under the stove, settling in comfortably to provide consistent, radiant heat to assist with the cooking. Naoki smiled warmly at the sight of Slugma diligently helping with the cooking. He reached for a few berries, squatted down, and gently fed them to the lava Pokémon. Slugma chirped happily as it ate, its molten body glowing faintly with satisfaction. Once it had its fill, it focused intently, releasing steady heat to assist in cooking the mung bean soup. Its skill at controlling temperature had grown impressively over time, making it an indispensable helper in the kitchen. Naoki often joked that Slugma was as good as a professional chef's assistant. While the soup simmered, Naoki moved on to preparing meals for the other Pokémon. He fried steaks for Koraidon, Cyclizer, and Fluttermane. His expertise in cooking shone as he flipped the steaks deftly in the pan, the aroma of sizzling meat filling the kitchen. When the steaks were perfectly golden brown, crispy on the outside, tender and juicy inside, he transferred them onto white porcelain plates. He then set about steaming sea bass for Dragonite and crafting a stack of sandwiches for Ogerpon. By the time the meals were ready, the mung bean soup had finished cooking. Naoki carefully moved the pot aside to cool and turned his attention to Slugma. With an iron hook in hand, he gently cleaned out the charcoal blocks that had formed on the Pokémon's body. These charcoal blocks were a byproduct of the fruits Slugma ate. While the flesh of the fruit was digested, the pits and cores were heated to high temperatures within Slugma's body and transformed into chunks of charcoal. Without hands, Slugma couldn't clean itself, so Naoki had taken it upon himself to help. The lava Pokémon cooed with pleasure, clearly enjoying the process. Good as new, Naoki said with a smile as he finished cleaning. He then turned to Cyclizer. Go fetch everyone from the ice cave. It's lunchtime. Cyclizer let out a cheerful chirp and zipped out the door. Moments later, a chorus of lively cries echoed through the ranch as a group of Pokémon bounded toward the house. Naoki brought the prepared food to the dining table. As he glanced at the pot of mung bean soup, he sighed lightly, feeling a mix of pride and amusement. The dish's cooling effect was exactly what he'd hoped for, perfect for combating the summer heat. Mung bean soup, effect, cools and relieves heat. After consumption by humans or Pokémon, it provides a refreshing sensation, helping to prevent heat at the table. The Pokémon eagerly dug into their meals. Their happy chatter and the sound of contented munching filled the room. Naoki stood nearby, watching them with a soft, apologetic smile. In his previous life, Naoki wasn't a chef, but an overworked corporate employee who spent countless late nights drowning in overtime. His limited cooking skills meant that his meals were often repetitive. Sandwiches, fried steaks, steamed sea bass, and the occasional home-cooked dishes like chicken stewed with mushrooms, braised pork, eggplant and soy sauce, pork rib soup, or pork stewed with vermicelli were the extent of his repertoire. At this moment, Naoki deeply regretted not enrolling in a culinary school in his previous life. If he had taken the time to learn, he could have prepared a wider variety of meals. But Karaden and the others never saw it that way. To them, any meal prepared by Naoki was a treat. They savored his cooking with joy, no matter how repetitive the dishes might seem. Life on the ranch was a dream compared to their harsh days in the wild. Back then, food was nothing but berries and survival was the priority. Now, they not only enjoyed a variety of meals, but also indulged in treats like poffins and sweet poke blocks, thanks to Naoki's efforts to rotate their diets. By 4 in the evening, the scorching midday heat began to fade, and the temperature became bearable. Taking advantage of the cooler weather, Naoki walked out to the ranch to inspect the fields. Nearly a month had passed since he planted the green onions for Farfetch'd, and they had grown significantly. To his surprise, the onions had grown to an extraordinary size, standing over 2 meters tall. Whether it was the influence of the grass energy from Gagote or some kind of mutation, these onions were nothing short of extraordinary. They reminded Naoki of the gigantic scallions he had once seen in his previous life. As Naoki approached the onion patch, he saw Farfetch'd pacing along the garden's ridges, proudly holding its original leek. Its gaze, however, was fixed on the towering leeks with an expression of unparalleled excitement and anticipation. If these massive leeks could be wielded as weapons, Naoki thought, Farfetch'd's moves would likely gain an incredible boost in power. Super Onion, a special crop. This onion has undergone mutation due to the grass energy emitted by Gagote. Now standing over 2 meters tall, its durability has dramatically increased. It is a true super onion, ideal for use as a weapon by certain Pokémon or as an ingredient for an exceptionally flavorful soup. Fully mature in 1 day. Unbelievable, Naoki murmured, staring at the oversized vegetables. He didn't even know how to react. Could Farfetch'd realistically wield such a massive leek as a sword? Or was it planning to switch its weapon style entirely, trading its leek sword for an onion spear or even a greatsword? Quack! In the onion garden, Farfetch'd darted excitedly through the towering onion forest, with the green stalks reaching over 2 meters high. For a Pokémon known for its calm demeanor, it was unable to contain its excitement. This was paradise, the dreamland Farfetch'd had always imagined. If only it had been born here, it mused, life would have been perfect, but quickly snapped out of its daydream, its eyes narrowing with vigilance. Farfetch'd darted its gaze around the garden, wary of potential rivals. After all, in the wild, Farfetch'd often clashed with one another over the best leeks. This onion garden, with its gigantic green stalks, was too tempting a prize to leave unguarded. To its relief, It found no rival far-fetched nearby. Instead, it saw Naoki standing at the edge of the onion garden, quietly observing. Far-fetched! Far-fetched cried excitedly. It struck one of the giant onions with the smaller leek in its hand, as if to show Naoki just how magnificent these crops were. Naoki smiled. Calm down, he said. They won't be ready to harvest until tomorrow. You'll have to wait just a bit longer. Farfetch'd paused. It had already waited nearly a month for this, so one more day wouldn't hurt. Taking a deep breath, it suppressed its excitement and nodded. Far-fetched. Understood. At that moment, a group of yellow-feathered psyducks waddled over from the nearby riverbank. The onion garden had been planted close to the water, and the psyducks lived on the other side of the river. They often wandered over out of curiosity. Farfetch'd stiffened, eyeing the newcomer suspiciously. Naoki noticed and explained, Don't worry. These psyducks are water types. They don't eat onions, nor do they use them. They're probably just here to play. Hearing this, Farfetch'd relaxed slightly, though it kept a cautious eye on the psyducks. The psyducks wandered into the onion garden, their dull eyes scanning the forest of stalks. They seemed fascinated by the sheer size of the crops, occasionally looking up through the gaps at the canopy above. One of the psyducks waddled closer to Farfetch'd, its webbed feet slapping against the ground. It stopped in front of the onion-wielding Pokémon, tilted its head, and stared blankly. Farfetch'd recoiled slightly. Quack! The psyduck blinked. Quack! What followed was an enigmatic conversation of quacks and clucks, incomprehensible to anyone but themselves. Naoki, watching the scene, simply shook his head. Whatever. These onions won't be ready until tomorrow. We'll talk more about this then. He waved goodbye to the Pokémon and headed off to the warehouse to prepare the day's shipments of fresh produce and milk. Later in the day, by the time Naoki finished loading the goods, Zack arrived at the ranch in his truck. Together, they transferred the crates into the vehicle. As they worked, Zack mentioned, the fireworks festival is coming up soon. Don't forget to attend. It'll be a good time. Naoki smiled. Of course. I'll take the Pokémon to experience it as well. It'll be a fun outing. He was especially eager to show the festival to the newer residents of the ranch, such as Ogerpon, Eevee, Farfetch'd, and Slugma. Once the truck was loaded, Zack climbed into the cab and leaned out the window. All right, I'm off. Naoki waved as Zack drove away. Zack's life was a busy one, traveling between rural ranches and bustling towns daily to distribute fresh produce. His stops at the ranch were always brief, but his cheerful demeanor never wavered. After dinner, Naoki settled on the sofa, watching the weather forecast for the coming days. On the TV screen, a cheerful weather reporter in uniform pointed to various regions on a map of Paldea. It's expected that thunderstorms will begin tonight in parts of the Northwest, the reporter announced. Residents are advised to prepare accordingly. Meanwhile, the southeast region, where Kosagi Town was located, would remain sunny, with high temperatures continuing. Naoki's gaze shifted to the area marked for thunderstorms. To his surprise, Kosagi Town was among the affected regions. A thunderstorm. After handing the remote to Calyrex, Naoki got up and went outside to collect the clothes drying on the line. Sure enough, it began raining later that night. Raindrops drummed against the windows, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the deafening roar of thunder. Palmot and Eevee pressed themselves against the glass, their wide eyes staring out at the dark, stormy world beyond. The window pane blurred from the rain streaks, muting the view into a somber gray. Palmot, Eevee. The storm outside was wild and intimidating, but within the house, there was a warm, tranquil atmosphere. The wooden floor was layered with soft carpets, and several plush Pokémon nests lay scattered near Naoki's bed. Beneath the cozy glow of the room's warm lights, Naoki sat beside Koraidon, sharpening its claws with care. Koraidon closed its eyes, a look of serene contentment on its face. Glancing toward the window, Naoki noticed the anxious expressions of Palmot and Eevee. He offered some advice. If the storm frightens you, you can close the curtains. That way, you won't have to look outside. Palmot puffed up its chest, insisting it wasn't scared. However, Noticing the nervousness on Eevee's face, it scampered over to the window and pulled the curtains shut with a quick hop. Relieved, Eevee ran over to the bed and leaped onto the covers. "Eevee!" it cried, the sound carrying a tone of determination, as if trying to boost its courage. Naoki chuckled as he finished sharpening Koraidon's claws. He gave the dragon an affectionate pat on the head, then climbed into bed himself. "Eevee," he asked gently, stroking its soft fur, "did you face storms like this back when you lived in the mountains?" "Eevee," the Pokémon replied with a hesitant nod. When Eevee lived alone in the wild, it would always seek shelter in a hollow tree during storms. The rainy nights were cold, dark, and terrifying, filled with the distant cries of aggressive Pokémon prowling through the woods. Sensing Eevee's lingering fear, Naoki comforted it with soothing strokes along its back. "You're safe here. The ranch is your home now. There's nothing to fear on rainy nights anymore." "Eevee," the little Pokémon pressed closer, rubbing its head affectionately against Naoki's arm. Over time, Eevee had grown to love life on the ranch. It had made many new friends and enjoyed the delicious poffins and juices Naoki prepared. It adored Naoki. To Eevee, he was the kindest human in the world, and the ranch was the happiest place it had ever known. At that moment, Eevee's heart swelled with affection and gratitude, reaching an emotional peak. Then, all at once, a dazzling light burst forth from its small body, illuminating the entire room. Naoki froze in surprise, watching as the radiant energy swirled around Eevee, intertwining with the night's atmosphere. The raw power of emotion transformed into a reliant force that enveloped the little Pokémon, reshaping it. Under the brilliant glow, Eevee's form began to shift, its silhouette stretching and morphing into a new shape. Naoki's breath caught. Evolution. The light finally dimmed, revealing a sleek black Pokémon with luminous blue rings glowing faintly on its forehead, tail, and ears. It was a shiny Umbreon, a radiant moonlight Pokémon standing confidently before him. For a moment, Naoki simply stared, stunned. After evolving, Umbreon's demeanor shifted slightly. Its yellow eyes gazed at Naoki with a calm, calculating expression, exuding a unique air of mystery. It reminded Naoki of a hunter cloaked in shadows. "Umbreon," Naoki called softly, testing the waters. Umbreon's sleek form responded with a faint smile, its voice low yet filled with unmistakable affection. Umbreon glanced down at its transformed body, taking in the glowing blue rings adorning its sleek fur. However, the realization soon dawned. It hadn't evolved into Sylveon, as it had originally hoped, but instead had become Umbreon. A flicker of disappointment crossed its face. Noticing this, Naoki quickly leaned down to comfort it. "It's okay. Umbreon is just as amazing. You're still incredible." The evolution didn't surprise Naoki. Eevee's genetic instability often resulted in unexpected outcomes. Though not Sylveon, Umbreon's shiny form was undeniably striking. The glowing blue rings emitted a faint luminescence, their eerie beauty giving Umbreon a captivating and mysterious presence. Naoki gently touched one of the glowing rings. "Glacian's going to be so surprised when it sees you tomorrow," he said with a chuckle. Sure enough, the next morning, Glacian emerged from its icy cave only to freeze in its tracks at the sight of Umbreon. The newly evolved Pokémon bounded toward Glacian with an elegant leap. Glacian blinked in shock, turning its head toward Naoki as if seeking confirmation. "Bui." Naoki smiled warmly. "It's Eevee. It evolved into Umbreon last night." Umbreon nodded slightly, its calm demeanor reinforcing Naoki's words. "Boo." Glacian hesitated for a moment before accepting this unexpected reality. It began circling Umbreon, its curious eyes scanning every detail of the dark-furred Pokémon. Umbreon, serene as ever, stood still, allowing Glacian to inspect it. Watching the two Pokémon interact, Naoki felt a deep sense of satisfaction. "Great. 2 evolutions down, he thought. By morning, the rain had dwindled to a drizzle, though the clouds still lingered. Farfetched, however, could barely contain its excitement. The oversized onions in the field were finally ready for harvest, and it couldn't wait to claim its new weapon. With an amused sigh, Naoki asked Koraiden for help. "Let's clear the skies," Naoki said, patting its neck. Koraiden's sunny day ability activated, and in seconds, the clouds parted, replaced by a vibrant blue sky and warm golden sunlight. Naoki and Farfetched made their way to the onion garden. Standing before the towering onions, Naoki hesitated. "Are you sure you can handle onions this big?" he asked, gesturing to the oversized vegetables. Farfetched, the duck Pokémon, quacked confidently, its determination shining through. "These are the ultimate onions," its gaze seemed to say. "With one of these, I'll be unstoppable." Naoki sighed. "All right then." The rain had left the garden damp, and the green onions glistened with droplets of water. Naoki approached one of the tallest onions, nearly as tall as himself, and began digging it up. After cleaning the roots of mud and trimming the leaves, he handed it to Farfetched. Farfetched didn't hesitate. It tossed its old leek into its beak, swallowing it whole in a single gulp, before striding toward the massive onion with purpose. Stretching its wings wide, it grasped the thick stem of the super onion with a mighty pull. The moment it wielded the massive leek, Farfetched transformed. It swung the oversized onion experimentally, its movements smooth yet powerful, as though testing the weight and balance of the new weapon. After a series of impressive flourishes, Farfetched struck a pose, resting the super onion on its shoulder like a seasoned warrior with a greatsword. Farfetched seemed to have undergone a significant transformation, one that felt reminiscent of the regional variant from Galar. It gripped the massive super onion confidently, as though it had already decided to make this its new weapon of choice. Naoki watched with fascination as Farfetched carried the oversized green onion out of the garden and into the training area, filled with wooden dummies. "How does it feel?" Naoki asked thoughtfully. "Can you still use your usual sword techniques?" Farfetched nodded with determination. The bird steadied itself, holding the giant onion tightly in its wings, and focused intently on the dummies ahead. Taking a deep breath, it unleashed its signature move, the one-word slash. A brilliant flash of light accompanied the strike, and when the dust settled, all the wooden dummies had been sliced cleanly in half. Naoki's jaw dropped slightly. The raw power behind Farfetched's move was undeniable. "Just as I thought," Naoki murmured to himself. "The power of your techniques has increased with this new weapon." However, as he observed more closely, he noticed something concerning. Farfetched was breathing heavily, clearly fatigued after delivering just one strike. The super onion was evidently much heavier than its previous weapon, making it far more taxing to wield. "Why don't you try holding the onion with both hands?" Naoki suggested. "It might be easier to manage." Farfetched paused, considering the advice, and then adjusted its grip, holding the super onion with both wings. Watching the change, Naoki's mind filled with vivid imagery. A swordsman holding their blade with both hands. Aido, powerful upward slashes. The possibilities were endless. Naoki couldn't help but imagine teaching Farfetched a variety of techniques. Sweeping slashes, vertical strikes, overhead smashes, and even moves like a true greatsword user. With its new weapon, Farfetch'd could adapt its fighting style depending on the situation, choosing between the finesse of a katana or the raw power of a broadsword. However, as Farfetch'd attempted a few awkward swings with the super onion, it became clear that this transition wouldn't be easy. Its movements were uncoordinated, and the sheer weight of the weapon was too much for its current strength. Naoki sighed, quickly shelving his dreams of teaching advanced techniques for the time being. "Your strength and stamina aren't quite there yet to handle this weapon properly," he pointed out gently. Farfetch'd stopped swinging and lowered the super onion, looking at it with a mixture of frustration and longing. It could feel the immense potential of the weapon, but wasn't yet capable of unleashing it fully. You feel it, don't you? Naoki said, watching the bird closely. Quack. Farfetch'd nodded, its expression serious. Then here's what you need to do, Naoki continued. Starting today, you're going to train your strength. The Pokémon Tavern was buzzing with life, illuminated by warm, cheerful lights. A diverse group of Pokémon had gathered to unwind, raising their mugs in a celebratory toast. Among them were Pokémon from the nearby town, along with wild Pokémon who had heard of the tavern's welcoming atmosphere and ventured there to join the fun. This evening, Naoki had brought Farfetch'd to the tavern with a specific purpose in mind. He was searching for 2 fitness coaches to help Farfetch'd build its strength. After scanning the room, his eyes landed on 2 towering, muscular Macamp sitting near the bar, their 4 powerful arms holding wooden mugs filled with juice. These Macamp were regulars at the tavern, coming every evening to relax after a day of work. As Pokémon who had helped out on the ranch before, they were familiar with Naoki. Naoki approached them with a friendly greeting. Good evening, Macamp. The 2 Macamp turned toward him, their expressions curious but welcoming. Champ, one of them rumbled. Naoki gestured toward the Farfetch'd beside him and explained, this little guy wants to get stronger, just like you. I was hoping you could share some of your fitness tips. The Macamp glanced at the determined Farfetch'd and quickly understood. Their kind-hearted nature made it impossible to refuse such a request. They nodded enthusiastically, their 4 arms flexing in unison. Champ, the pair agreed cheerfully. The next evening, true to their word, the Macamp returned to the tavern the next evening with several pairs of dumbbells in tow. They approached Naoki and Farfetch'd, ready to begin the training session. One of the Macamp lifted a dumbbell with each arm, raising them high overhead before lowering them back down in a smooth, controlled motion. Repeating this movement several times, it demonstrated the proper technique to Farfetch'd. The exercise was clearly designed to build arm strength, and the Macamp performed it effortlessly. Farfetch'd watched intently, its eyes shining with determination. After a few repetitions, the Macamp set the dumbbells down in front of Farfetch'd and motioned for the bird Pokémon to give it a try. Farfetch'd approached the dumbbells with curiosity. They were black, sleek, and unlike anything it had seen before. Inspired by the ease with which Macamp had lifted them, Farfetch'd flapped its wings confidently and grasped the bar. Farfetch'd, it quacked as it strained to lift the dumbbells. However, the weights didn't budge, not even an inch. Farfetch'd pushed harder, its beak clenched tightly in determination, but the effort was futile. Exhausted, it plopped onto the floor, panting heavily. Farfetch'd, it muttered dejectedly. Naoki crouched down to examine the dumbbells and was stunned when he saw the specifications. Wait a minute. These weigh 300 kilograms? He glanced at the Macamp, who had been lifting one in each hand earlier. That meant they had been effortlessly handling a total of 1,200 kilograms, or nearly 2,400 pounds at once. As expected of Macamp, Naoki muttered in awe. That's insane. The Macamp, noticing Farfetch'd's struggle, exchanged puzzled glances. They scratched their heads, clearly realizing they had overestimated Farfetch'd's capabilities. After a moment of thought, one of them brightened, an idea sparking in its eyes. Champ, it declared, lowering itself to the ground and demonstrating a new exercise, push-ups. The Macamp used all 4 of its arms for stability, its powerful muscles flexing as it moved up and down with ease. It then gestured for Farfetch'd to follow suit. Farfetch'd hesitated for a moment before nodding. Farfetch'd, determined to succeed, it positioned itself on the ground and began imitating Machamp's movements, using its wings to support its body. The Macamp watched closely, correcting Farfetch'd's form when necessary. Once Farfetch'd got the hang of it, the Macamp nodded approvingly. Champ, they said in unison, their smiles wide. Naoki, watching the scene unfold, couldn't help but feel grateful. Thank you, he said warmly. The drinks are on me tonight. Consider my treat. When Naoki first opened the Pokémon Tavern, his goal was simple: to create a safe and welcoming space where Pokémon could gather, relax, and support one another. He didn't charge for drinks or services, aiming instead to help Pokémon in need. What he hadn't anticipated was that many of the Pokémon visiting the tavern had trainers or families of their own. For instance, Officer Jenny's Growlithe, Kelly's Macamp, and the Fire Brigade's Quavel, all of them had become regular visitors at the Pokémon Tavern. Initially, both Officer Jenny and Kelly were surprised to learn that their Pokémon were frequenting the tavern for drinks. However, they quickly came to accept it. After all, their Pokémon, Macamp and Growlithe, couldn't eat and drink for free every day. To cover the costs, Officer Jenny and Kelly started giving their Pokémon small change each morning before sending them off, instructing them to pay the attendant at the tavern. Wild Pokémon were a different story. Lacking money, they improvised. After observing the town Pokémon handing over currency, the wild Pokémon began mimicking this behavior, bringing small offerings such as fruits, shiny stones, or other treasures from the wilderness as payment. Some vain Pokémon even plucked and presented their most beautiful feathers as currency. Over time, this became a quirky habit among the tavern's visitors. After Naoki's conversation with the Macamp, they gave a cheerful laugh and turned back to their drinks, satisfied with their contribution to Farfetch'd's fitness journey. That night marked the start of Farfetch'd's fitness career. The very next morning, Naoki visited Kosagi Town and purchased a pair of appropriately sized dumbbells for Farfetch'd. Returning to the ranch, he set them up in the Onion Garden, which Farfetch'd promptly turned into its personal gym. As Farfetch'd trained, lifting dumbbells and doing push-ups, the Psyducks from across the river would waddle low. Birdawatch. They stood on the riverbank, their dull eyes fixed on the determined duck Pokémon. After a while, most of the Psyducks would lose interest and leave. But one Psyduck stayed. Naoki couldn't help but notice the way this Psyduck looked at Farfetch'd. Its gaze wasn't just one of curiosity. It had a peculiar softness to it. It reminded Naoki of Grovile's infatuated expression toward Nurse Joy's Meganium in the anime. What's going on? Naoki wondered aloud. Could this Psyduck be in love with Farfetch'd? He shook his head at the absurdity of the idea. Psyduck and Farfetch'd couldn't possibly. Could they? A sudden thought struck him. Wait, are they even compatible egg groups? Unable to resist his curiosity, Naoki hurried back to his computer and searched for information about Psyduck and Farfetch'd's egg groups. The results left him stunned. Both Pokémon belonged to the field egg group. They could lay eggs together. Naoki sat back in his chair, overwhelmed. This is unexpected. Determined to confirm his suspicions, Naoki spent the next few days discreetly observing Psyduck and Farfetch'd. Farfetch'd maintained a disciplined routine. After eating a few berries in the morning, it would patrol the Onion Garden to ensure no bird Pokémon were stealing its prize crops. Once satisfied, it would begin its daily workout, lifting dumbbells, doing push-ups, and honing its strength. Psyduck would always show up during Farfetch'd's training sessions, standing quietly by the garden fence to watch. Occasionally, it would catch small fish from the river and present them to Farfetch'd as gifts. However, Farfetch'd, focused entirely on its fitness regimen, had no interest in the offerings and politely declined each time. Disheartened by the lack of response, Psyduck eventually stopped visiting the Onion Garden altogether. It returned to the riverbank, its steps heavy with disappointment. Naoki! Just as Naoki was about to leave his observation post near the Onion Garden, a familiar sound startled him. Turning, Naoki saw Dragonite standing behind him, its large eyes filled with curiosity. It tilted its head, clearly wondering why Naoki was crouched behind the garden fence. Watching Farfetch'd tirelessly exercising nearby, Naoki couldn't help but feel deeply moved. The love and dedication of Pokémon were so pure and heartfelt. As this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly remembered something. Turning to Dragonite, he asked with a teasing smile, "Hey, Dragonite, didn't you have a crush on another Dragonite a while back?" Naoki vividly recalled Dragonite's awkward attempts to court its crush. The memory of Dragonite's clumsy moves, inability to land any impressive attacks, and its habit of sulking by Casseroil Lake under the moonlight flashed vividly in his mind. Hearing Naoki bring this up, Dragonite visibly stiffened, an embarrassed expression crossing its face. "Awoo!" Dragonite growled softly, flapping its wings in an attempt to wave off the past. It let out a long sigh, indicating that those days were behind it and that it no longer had feelings for that Dragonite. Naoki chuckled. All right, I get it. But does this mean you're planning to be a single Dragonite for the rest of your life? No interest in finding another Dragonite to raise a family with? Dragonite blinked, startled by the question, before shaking its head vehemently. "Oh, it cried out, flailing its arms for emphasis. "No way. I still have you and everyone else." Dragonite seemed to say. Naoki tilted his head, watching the passionate response. Although he wasn't using a translator device, he could piece together Dragonite's meaning from its actions and tone. "So, you're saying you don't care about finding a mate? You're happy living as you are, and when it comes to laying eggs, it's all about love, not necessity." Dragonite nodded, its golden wings ruffling with what looked like pride. Naoki leaned back, marveling at the complexity of Pokémon emotions and social behaviors. "Pokémon really are magical creatures," he murmured. After lunch, Naoki headed upstairs to check on the Dragonite egg resting in a specially designed crib. The egg was enormous, its creamy surface marked with faint blue patterns resembling the scales of a Dratini. The sight of it exuded an undeniable sense of vitality and promise. This egg was the result of a pair of Dragonites on the ranch who had bonded deeply. Naoki and NDDs had been entrusted with its care. As Naoki gazed at the egg, he couldn't help but muse aloud, "I still don't get why those two Dragonites trust us so much." They just handed over their egg without a second thought. In the wild, it was common for Pokémon parents to guard their eggs fiercely, often refusing to leave them unattended. Yet, these two Dragonites seemed perfectly at ease letting Naoki and his team take responsibility. "It's trust," Naoki thought, his heart swelling with gratitude. "They know we'll take care of their child as if it were our own." The midday sun streamed through the window, casting a soft glow over the room. Outside, the cheerful sounds of Pokémon playing echoed faintly. Naoki kicked off his shoes, sitting cross-legged beside the crib. Gently, he reached out and ran his fingers along the smooth shell of the egg. "It's already been over 2 months since it was laid," he murmured. According to the care guides he had studied, Dragonite eggs had an exceptionally long incubation period, often taking up to 10 months to hatch. "It's the end of June now," Naoki calculated. "At this rate, it'll probably hatch sometime in January next year." As the cicadas chirped outside the window, their sound resonating through the summer air, Naoki sighed, feeling the unyielding passage of time. "Wow, time seems to crawl," he thought as he listened to the rhythmic buzz. He stood and began descending the stairs, wishing that by the time he reached the bottom, he'd somehow skipped ahead to the day when his Rotom Phone project would finally be completed. Of course, such miracles were impossible. At 5 o'clock in the evening, Zach arrived at the ranch as usual, his truck pulling up to collect the day's harvest. Naoki was busily sorting through the crates of fruit, calculating the quantities to be sold. Watching him work, Zach wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel and grinned. "This ranch has really come a long way. It's hard to believe it's been less than 2 years since you started. What a transformation." Naoki returned the smile. "It's all thanks to the Pokémon," he said, glancing fondly at Koraidon and Cyclizer, who were busy loading crates into the truck. Hearing their trainer's praise, Koraidon and Cyclizer perked up and let out cheerful cries. "Gayo! Aga!" Zach chuckled at their enthusiasm. "Huh, Koraidon and Cyclizer really are reliable. But you know," he added with a teasing glint in his eye, "it's time you started thinking about settling down. Find yourself a wife, build a family. Life will only get better with someone by your side." Naoki froze, blinking at the unexpected turn in the conversation. "Is Zach seriously trying to set me up?" he wondered. He gave a helpless laugh. "It's a bit early for that, don't you think?" "It's not early at all," Zach countered, his tone shifting into the gossipy enthusiasm of an old friend. "Come on, do you at least have someone you like?" "No way." Naoki shook his head. "It's not like that. Sure, people in the Pokémon world are good-looking, but relationships aren't just about appearances. It's about the connection." He silently ran through the women he'd spoken to since arriving in this world. There weren't many. Kelly, Madame Dantes, Gita, and Professor Sato were the few that came to mind. None of them are suitable, he muttered under his breath, though his mind lingered for a moment on Iono, the bright, energetic girl he'd met by chance in Lavincia, who had dragged him off to a local restaurant to try her favorite dishes. Zach's voice interrupted his thoughts. Then how about I introduce you to someone? His eyes sparkled mischievously. A friend of mine has a daughter, who's also a trainer. She might be a good match. What do you think? Naoki was dumbfounded. Blind dates? In the Pokémon world? No. He waved his hands frantically. I'm not in a rush. Really? All right. Zach relented, though his grin showed he wasn't entirely convinced. But if you change your mind, let me know. I'm sure your grandfather would love to see you settle down. Naoki sighed. Okay, thanks, Zach. With a friendly laugh, Zach helped load the remaining crates into the truck, handed Naoki the payment, and drove off toward town. As Zach's truck disappeared down the road, Naoki turned and headed back into the house. His gaze fell on a calendar hanging on the wall. It was June 29th. Tomorrow would be the Summer Fireworks Festival. As he started preparing dinner for the Pokémon, Naoki found himself wondering which Pokémon he'd take to the festival. The next morning, the sky was bright, the air clear and fresh. Naoki was busy milking his Gagote when he noticed Sister Indy running toward him in a flurry. "Hey," she called out, waving her hands frantically. Naoki straightened, startled. "What's wrong?" he asked, setting down the pail. "Did something happen?" Indy pointed urgently toward the entrance of the ranch. Following her direction, Naoki spotted a striking figure standing near the gate, a young woman with long, flowing blue hair and piercing ice-blue eyes. She was watching the Dragonite grazing on the grass. Sensing Naoki's gaze, the woman turned slightly, her serene expression meeting his. "Hello, I am Grusha, the gym leader of Glacido Gym. I've been sent here by the Pokémon League for special training." Naoki was momentarily stunned. If he hadn't already known the profiles of the gym leaders beforehand, he might have mistaken Grusha for a girl. Beside him, Sister Indy wore a similarly surprised expression. She tugged at Naoki's sleeve and whispered in her own language, AI? Is this human really a boy?" Though Naoki hadn't consumed any translation seeds recently, he still somehow understood what Indy meant. It was likely because he had already explained Grusha's identity and gender to her. Judging by the panicked way she had run over earlier, Naoki could guess that Indy had been utterly shocked by the contrast between Grusha's appearance and his actual gender. Naoki composed himself and stepped forward to greet the guest. "Hello, Mr. Grusha. I'm Naoki, the owner of this ranch. The chief has already informed me about your trial." Grusha gave a polite nod, but remained silent. He wasn't one for small talk, and his reserved nature made the atmosphere feel slightly awkward. For a moment, Naoki wasn't sure how to continue the conversation. He racked his brain, recalling what he knew about Grusha. If memory served him right, Grusha had once been a world-famous snowboarder known for his vibrant and passionate personality. However, a devastating injury had forced him to retire, and since then, his lively demeanor seemed to have frozen, much like the ice-type Pokémon he trained. Now, he was known for being as quiet and composed as a field blanketed in fresh snow. Determined to ease the tension, Naoki decided to introduce Grusha to the trials available at the ranch. But before he could speak, another voice rang out. Hello. Is anyone here?" The energetic call came from behind them. Naoki and Grusha turned to see a young woman sprinting toward them. She wore a beige short-sleeved shirt emblazoned with a lightning bolt emblem, and her bright, bubbly energy was impossible to ignore. Grusha's usually stoic expression flickered with surprise, while Naoki's eyes widened in recognition. "What are the odds?" Naoki thought. "I was just thinking about Iono yesterday, and here she is." Her sudden appearance felt almost like a wild trainer ambushing you in a tall grass patch. Unexpected and slightly startling. "Iono, Grusha!" Iono exclaimed, equally surprised. "You're here for the trials too? What a coincidence!" Grusha nodded slightly, his tone calm. "The Glacido Mountain Gym is closed for the next couple of days. I decided to make use of the time." "I see." Iono's attention shifted to Naoki. She waved enthusiastically. "Good morning, Naoki. Sorry to barge in again." Naoki chuckled. "Not at all. Actually, it's great timing. Grusha just arrived, and I was about to introduce him to the ranch's trials. You can both join." Grusha nodded politely. "Thank you. That'll be helpful." Iono grinned. "You'd better watch out, Grusha. I had a rough time last time I came here. These trials aren't as easy as they look." Hearing this, Grusha raised an eyebrow. He seemed curious about Iono's experience, but remained silent, keeping his thoughts to himself. Naoki turned to Sister NDD and said, "Could you prepare some tea for our guests?" "Ai. NDD responded cheerfully, hurrying back to the house. Naoki began leading Grusha and Iono around the ranch. "So far, we have 4 main trials available: the green grass trial, the lightning trial, the storm trial, and the ancient doubles trial." He left out the metronome trial, as it was more of a novelty event and only open to Pokémon that knew the metronome move. For the green grass trial, Naoki explained, "Challengers face off against my 3 Gagote." He gestured toward the trio of grass-type Pokémon grazing peacefully on a patch of lush grass. Grusha's gaze shifted to the Gagote, his mind already analyzing the situation. Grass types were weak against ice types, which he specialized in. However, defeating them under such favorable conditions wouldn't truly challenge him. If given a choice, Grusha preferred to train under adversity, testing himself against the odds to grow stronger. With that thought, he silently ruled out the green grass trial as his first challenge. Iono seemed to have caught on to Grusha's thoughts. She chuckled and said, "These Gagote aren't your typical ones. Even the chief has trouble dealing with them, you know." Naoki. Hearing this, Grusha was momentarily stunned. It dawned on him that these 3 Gagote might be champion-level Pokémon. Sometimes, type advantages weren't everything. A mistake on his part. "I understand," Grusha said, nodding thoughtfully. Naoki resumed, walking forward, though he noticed something was missing. Without seeing Palmot, he called out in the direction of the coop. The next moment, Palmot zipped through the air toward them. Naoki smiled. "The next trial I want to introduce is the lightning trial, led by Palmot." Palmot hovered in front of Naoki, tilting its head curiously. "Palmot, this guest is here to challenge the trials at the ranch," Naoki explained. Upon hearing this, a spark of excitement lit up in Palmot's eyes. It immediately flexed its small arms to display its strength. "Palmot! Palmot!" Grusha blinked in surprise, his mouth falling slightly open as he stared at the hovering Palmot. A flying Palmot? What on earth was going on? And was that a hammer in its paw? Was it Palmot's weapon? Could this really be a normal Palmot? Surely not. 1,000 questions swirled in Grusha's mind before he finally voiced one. How does this Palmot fly? Of course, it uses electromagnetic levitation, similar to Magnemite. Naoki replied smoothly, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. It manipulates electromagnetic fields through specialized training in electric induction. Electric-type Pokémon inherently control electricity, and Palmot has undergone extensive targeted training. "Grusha." Iono chimed in, her eyes gleaming with determination. "I lost to Palmot last time, but this time I've trained my team hard, and I'm definitely going to win." Naoki. She doesn't even know Palmot has acquired the power of the king. Naoki, deciding to move on, introduced the next challenge. The next trial is the Storm Trial, led by Dragonite. Challengers must face special weather conditions like storms and defeat Dragonite in battle. Hearing this, Grusha nodded, his face composed as he absorbed the explanation. Naoki smiled and shifted his attention toward Koraidon and Fluttermane. "Finally, I want to introduce the ultimate trial at the ranch, the ancient doubles battle." He continued, his tone growing serious. In this trial, challengers must face simultaneous attacks from 2 Pokémon. It's the most difficult trial the ranch has to offer and is reserved for trainers who have reached the champion level. Hearing this, both Grusha and Iono paused, their expressions showing clear astonishment. Only champion-level trainers? Iono's eyes sparkled with excitement. "That sounds intense. Grusha was equally surprised as he gazed at the two unfamiliar Pokémon standing before him. It was no wonder the chief had sent them to this secluded ranch to undergo the trials. The sheer power exuding from these Pokémon was beyond ordinary. What astonished Grusha even more was that such a formidable champion-level trainer chose to live in seclusion in a place like this. Have you decided? Which trial do you want to challenge? Naoki asked, breaking the silence. Grusha fell into deep thought. At the same time, Iono raised her hand eagerly. The lightning trial. He, this time, will definitely pass it. That's not a given, Naoki replied with a playful smile, motioning for Palmot to follow him to the battlefield. Grusha, still undecided, decided to observe the lightning trial from the sidelines. On the battlefield, Naoki refrained from giving any commands, leaving the stage entirely to Palmot to showcase its abilities. At the opposite end of the field, Iono stood confidently. With a flick of her wrist, she released a red and white Pokeball. A flash of white light revealed a Watrel, its wings sparking with electricity as it hovered midair. Sister Nddd blew the whistle in her hand, signaling the start of the battle. Iono wasted no time setting the stage. "Hailwind," she called out. The Watrel flapped its wings furiously, creating powerful gusts of wind that surged across the battlefield, giving it a speed advantage. Palmot lunged forward, swinging its small hammer toward the Watrel. But the flying-type Pokémon countered swiftly, whipping up a storm that howled across the field. The sharp gusts of wind, like invisible blades, sliced through the air and halted Palmot's advance. Seeing an opening, Iono gave her next command. "Discharge!" At her word, a surge of electricity burst forth from Watrel's body. Its wind power ability activated, amplifying the energy released in the electrified storm. Yellow bolts of lightning crackled wildly, radiating outward from Watrel's form. Palmot's figure was engulfed by the discharge, the crackling lightning obscuring it from view. Iono turned to Naoki with a triumphant grin. "He see that? That's my real skill in action." Naoki raised an eyebrow. "Being distracted during a battle is not a good habit," he said calmly. Grusha, who was closely observing the match, narrowed his eyes. Something felt off. No, this wasn't right. The Palmot wasn't being overwhelmed by the electricity. It was absorbing it. Back on the battlefield, the intense electric currents seemed to flow unnaturally toward Palmot. The bolts of lightning were drawn into its small hammer and its body, as if being consumed. The storm of energy began to subside, revealing Palmot standing unharmed. Its eyes glowed with an eerie blue light, charged with raw power. Palmot's body suddenly flashed with a brilliant light. In an instant, a golden helmet and matching armor materialized around it, as if summoned out of thin air. Iono froze in shock. "Huh, what's that?" Grusha's expression mirrored her surprise, his usually calm demeanor shaken. Now transformed into the King of Hammers, Palmot raised its hammer high. The one small weapon grew exponentially in size, the increase visible to the naked eye. With the massive hammer now in its grip, Palmot charged forward, swinging it with incredible force. The sheer size of the hammer left no room for escape, and Watrel was struck head-on, crashing to the ground with spiraling eyes. The electric slash flying Pokémon had been knocked out in a single decisive blow. "I lost again," Iono muttered, her shoulders slumping in despair. Her two Magnemite companions, sensing their trainer's mood, began spinning erratically in midair, their disorganized motions reflecting her disappointment. The golden glow around Palmot faded, and it reverted to its normal form. Naoki approached the fallen Watrel, gently feeding it some goat milk. After a few sips, the Pokémon stirred, regaining consciousness. Palmot floated closer, looking somewhat embarrassed. The overwhelming surge of electricity earlier had pushed it to instinctively unleash the power of the king. It hadn't meant to use such an overwhelming force. It just couldn't control itself in the moment. Seeing that Watrel was recovering, Palmot let out a sigh of relief. Naoki turned to look at Iono, who still seemed crestfallen. However, her gloom didn't last long. With a determined shake of her head, she snapped out of it and regained her trademark energy. A radiant grin spread across her face as she turned toward Naoki. "Next time, I'm definitely winning," she declared, her voice full of determination. Under the warm sunlight, her smile radiated pure vitality and optimism. Naoki found himself momentarily stunned by her energy. It wasn't just her enthusiasm that stood out. Her ability to inspire and uplift those around her was unmistakable. Iono's cheerful personality made her the perfect fit as a Pokémon League host. She had an infectious energy that could make anyone smile, a quality that brought warmth to everyone she encountered. Her vibrant spirit and lively interactions during gym challenges and streams brought joy to trainers and Pokémon alike, making her a beloved figure in the Paldea region. As Naoki reflected on Iono's charm, Grusha approached, his face a mixture of curiosity and awe. The Ice-type gym leader's gaze shifted to Palmot, and his expression betrayed his disbelief. "Naoki, what was that just now?" he asked, his voice steady but laced with unease. Naoki glanced at Palmot, then back at Grusha. After a moment of thought, he replied, "Well, to put it simply, that power isn't entirely Palmot's own." Both Grusha and Iono blinked, their confusion evident. "What do you mean?" Faced with the situation, Naoki explained with a calm but earnest tone, "That is the power of Calyrex." Iono, having visited the ranch before, nodded in understanding. She had encountered Calyrex and was familiar with his existence. Naoki then turned his attention to Grusha, his new audience. He delved into the legend of the King of Bountiful Harvests, describing in detail the miraculous deeds attributed to this revered Pokémon. At the conclusion of his explanation, Naoki added, "Palmot's inner courage and its heroic spirit of wanting to help other Pokémon caught the attention of Calyrex. In recognition, he bestowed Palmot with a special power to make him stronger." "Calyrex," Grusha murmured, his icy demeanor momentarily softened by curiosity. "I feel like I've heard of this somewhere before." Iono, ever the enthusiast, chimed in, "Of course. The legend of the King of Bountiful Harvest was featured on TV once. He helped restore a mountain to its original state. Isn't that incredible?" At her words, Grusha's memory sparked, and he recalled hearing about the mythical Pokémon. His gaze shifted to Palmot, his expression a mix of awe and disbelief. "I can't believe such things truly exist in this world." Naoki smiled knowingly. "So, have you made your decision? Which trial would you like to undertake?" Grusha met Naoki's gaze with renewed determination. "I want to take on the green grass trial against your Gagote. I'd like to see for myself the strength of a champion-level Gagote." The decision surprised Naoki. He had assumed Grusha might prefer to challenge Palmot or Dragonite, given his expertise in Ice-type Pokémon. "Very well," Naoki said with a nod, raising his hand to call the Go-Goats. 3 Go-Goats appeared, 2 positioning themselves behind Naoki while the third confidently stepped forward, its powerful aura radiating across the field. In an instant, a surge of grass energy poured forth from the lead Gagote, transforming the battlefield. Within moments, a verdant meadow of shimmering green grass, both real and illusory, blanketed the area. The blades of grass swayed gently in an unseen breeze, creating an almost ethereal atmosphere. Grusha's expression turned serious. "Grassy terrain," he muttered under his breath, releasing such a vast amount of energy in an instant. This was no ordinary Pokémon. Nearby, Iono stood beside her Wattrel, observing the scene with bright, eager eyes. Unable to contain her excitement, she began imitating a Pokémon battle commentator. And now, stepping into the arena, we have Grusha, gym leader of Glacido Mountain Gym, squaring off against Naoki, the rancher extraordinaire, who will claim victory in this thrilling face-off. Let's find out as the battle begins. Looking at the glowing grassy terrain before him, Grusha slowly reached for a Pokeball at his waist. Pressing the button, the red and white sphere, initially the size of a marble, expanded to its full size. With a sharp flick, he tossed it into the air. A beam of white light burst forth, revealing a massive, muscular Pokémon with a robust body. Its presence was imposing, and its icy aura filled the battlefield. It was Sedatin, an ice-type Pokémon that thrived in snowy mountains. The battle began with Naoki and Grusha locking eyes, their Pokémon ready to clash. Sedatin, use Ice Spinner, Grusha commanded, his voice calm yet assertive. Sedatin's massive body began spinning rapidly, a thin layer of frost coating its skin as it charged forward. The spinning motion created a vortex of icy energy, which began to tear through the vibrant grassy terrain, leaving frozen patches in its wake. Naoki observed Grusha's strategy and smirked. Trying to destroy the terrain? Not so fast. He raised his voice, issuing his command. Gago, use Vine Whip. With a cry of determination, Gago launched two thick, serpentine vines from its body. The vines lashed out with incredible force, intercepting Sedatin mid-spin. The impact was so powerful that Sedatin stumbled, spinning uncontrollably in place like a top. Grusha's eyes widened in disbelief. That's Vine Whip? No. How can it be so strong? And that thickness, those vines are enormous. But his shock deepened as he noticed another startling phenomenon. The grassy terrain, which had been partially destroyed by Ice Spinner, began to regenerate. The frozen patches melted away, and lush green grass sprouted anew, covering the battlefield once more. What's happening? Grusha exclaimed, his usually stoic demeanor faltering. How is the terrain restoring itself so quickly? Meanwhile, Sedatin, still reeling from the Vine Whip, began to slow its erratic spinning. Its eyes swirled, mimicking a hypnotized state before it collapsed onto the ground with a loud thud. Hang in there, Grusha called out, his brows furrowed with concern. But something else caught his attention. Sedatin hadn't been healed by the grassy terrain, which should have restored some of its energy. Before Grusha could voice his confusion, Naoki issued another command. Gago, use your signature move. Gago braced itself, a fierce glint in its eyes. It leaned forward, green energy swirling and coalescing into a massive, glowing blade of grass that extended from its mouth like a sword. The energy crackled with raw power as Gago prepared to strike. Grusha's pupils dilated as he processed the scene before him. In a swift and elegant motion, Gago charged forward, its glowing blade slashing through the air. The attack struck Sedatin with pinpoint accuracy, hitting a vital spot. The Ice-type Pokémon let out a pained cry before falling silent, its large frame collapsing onto the battlefield. Gago skidded to a stop a few feet away, its stance confident and poised. Its expression radiated strength and composure, as though it knew victory had been secured. Sedatin lay unconscious, unable to continue the fight. Grusha stood frozen in place, disbelief etched across his face. He had underestimated his opponent and Gago's extraordinary abilities. From the sidelines, Iono gasped, her hands covering her mouth. Wow, that was incredible, she exclaimed, her voice filled with awe. Naoki stepped forward, his tone calm but firm. Unfortunately, you failed the green grass trial. Grusha remained silent, his mind racing with unanswered questions. What kind of move had Gago just used? Why hadn't the grassy terrain healed Sedatin? And how had the terrain regenerated so quickly? Elder NDD arrived with a bottle of goat milk, gently tending to Sedatin and helping it regain its strength. Slowly, Grusha began to recover from his daze, but the questions lingered. Unable to suppress his curiosity any longer, he turned to Naoki. What just happened? That move, the terrain. I don't understand. Naoki smiled knowingly, folding his arms. That attack was Leaf Blade, but a special version I developed. Its inspiration comes from a legendary Pokémon called Zacian. As for your last question, Naoki continued, it's because Gago's mastery over grass-type energy has reached a level far beyond what ordinary Pokémon can achieve. It can precisely control the grass energy around it, making it beneficial only for itself. Similarly, Gago can release a steady stream of grass energy, to repair any damage to the grassy terrain caused by moves like Ice Spinner. After all, Naoki thought to himself, these Gagote were raised by the leaves of the World Tree. It wasn't surprising that they possessed such extraordinary abilities. Grusha stared at the three Gagote in a trance. At that moment, he finally understood why the chief had sent gym leaders like him to this ranch for special training. These three Gagote were undoubtedly champion-level Pokémon. Battling against Pokémon of this caliber could provide immense growth opportunities for gym leaders. Amazing! Iono exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Naoki, how do you even train Pokémon to be this strong? Train them, Naoki repeated, looking at her with a smile. I don't train them specifically. Life itself is their training. Life itself is training, Grusha murmured, repeating the phrase as though it were a mantra. Naoki nodded and elaborated. I integrate their special training into everyday tasks. For instance, I have Dragonite use Rain Dance daily to water the plants. Man. OT seemed like much at first, but after doing it thousands or even tens of thousands of times, its proficiency with Rain Dance reaches extraordinary levels. It can summon rain in an instant, turning battles in its favor. He continued, it's the same with my Gagote. I let them channel grass energy to cultivate crops in the fields. Not only does this help the crops grow, but it also hones their control over grass energy. Hearing this, Grusha closed his eyes and imagined the concept. He remained lost in thought, digesting the idea for a long time. Just then, Koraidon ran over with Cyclizer and a group of Dragonairs following behind. One of the Dragonair seemed injured, limping slightly. Naoki quickly approached to assess the situation. One of the Dragonair, it seemed, had been injured during a sparring match when another hadn't controlled its strength properly. Understanding the urgency, Naoki pulled out a bottle of goat milk and gently fed it to the injured Pokémon. Within moments, the Dragonair's injuries healed, and it slowly opened its eyes. As soon as it saw Naoki, the Dragonair let out a soft purr and nuzzled against him affectionately. Naoki glanced nervously at Dragonite, who was thankfully preoccupied on the other side of the ranch. He gently patted the Dragonair's head and whispered, All right, go take a break at Snorlax Park. The Dragonair chirped happily, flying off with its companions toward the park. Iono, watching the interaction with wide-eyed wonder, was about to comment when she felt an intense gaze directed at her. Turning her head, she saw Koraidon squatting on the grass, staring at her with unmistakable affection. She blinked, startled, before breaking into a cheerful greeting. Long time no see, Koraidon. How've you been? Rayo. Koraidon responded enthusiastically, nodding its head repeatedly. Naoki, noticing the exchange, looked between Koraidon and Iono with curiosity. A thought crossed his mind. Koraidon seemed unusually fond of Iono. Meanwhile, Iono turned her attention to Cyclizer, studying its streamlined body and mechanical resemblance. Hey, Naoki, she said, her tone inquisitive, don't Koraidon and Cyclizer look kind of similar? Naoki chuckled and nodded. Yes, there's actually speculation that Koraidon represents Cyclizer's ancient form. Whether it's true or not, no one knows for certain. There aren't any Pokémon like Koraidon naturally living in the Paldea region, Naoki explained. It's a Pokémon discovered by Professor Sada in Area Zero. Despite its fierce appearance, it's actually very gentle. Hearing Naoki's praise, Koraidon let out an excited cry. Rayo! Naoki smiled and reached out to pat its head affectionately. Nearby, Cyclizer watched the interaction with a twinge of envy in its eyes. It wanted to be close to Naoki, too, just like Koraidon was. Naoki, however, didn't notice Cyclizer's expression, but Iono did. She narrowed her eyes, feeling like she'd uncovered something significant. Naoki had so many Pokémon, yet Cyclizer seemed to have been left out of the spotlight. Cyclizer, sensing a gaze on it, turned its head and saw Iono looking right at it. Gow! Cyclizer tilted its head curiously. Iono waved cheerfully. Hi, Cyclizer. The Pokémon blinked, then responded with a small, endearing chirp. Jay. At that moment, Grusha snapped out of his thoughts. His expression turned serious as he stepped forward to thank Naoki. Thank you, Mr. Naoki, Grusha said formally, bowing slightly. I understand now why the chief sent us here to train under you. His use of honorifics took Naoki by surprise, and he waved his hands modestly. There's no need to be so formal. Just call me Naoki like Iono does. But Grusha was insistent, his respect unwavering. Naoki couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. As noon approached, Naoki invited both Grusha and Iono to stay for lunch. The aroma of freshly preparing food wafted from the kitchen, and soon the Pokémon playing outside began trickling back into the house. Seeing the variety of Pokémon gathered inside left Grusha and Iono speechless. Rare Pokémon of all kinds filled the ranch, including Calyrex accompanied by Polteageist and Sinistea. Grusha found himself seated near Calyrex, an experience that left him feeling utterly bewildered. Sitting beside a legendary Pokémon was surreal enough, but watching Calyrex calmly watch television like a human was almost too much to process. What unsettled him further was how Calyrex glanced at him with a kind and knowing look, almost as though it were smiling. Grusha was completely stunned. His respect for Naoki grew tenfold, convinced more than ever that Naoki was a champion-level trainer with years of experience under his belt. While Grusha was lost in his thoughts, Iono noticed something else entirely. She observed how the Pokémon interacted with Naoki. Pokémon like Koraidon, Palmot, Alcremie, and Dragonite eagerly approached Naoki, rubbing against him and basking in his attention. They all expressed their affection for him in clear, direct ways. But one Pokémon stood apart from the rest, Cyclizer. It lingered near the edges of the group, watching the joyful interactions with a look of quiet longing. The poor Cyclizer's been left out, Iono muttered softly to herself. She knew this wasn't uncommon for trainers with large teams. It was inevitable that some Pokémon wouldn't receive as much attention as others, especially when a trainer had so many companions. It was for this reason that most leagues encouraged trainers to limit themselves to carrying 6 Pokémon during their travels. Feeling a pang of sympathy for Cyclizer, Iono decided to speak up. Hey, Cyclizer. Cyclizer turned toward her, blinking in surprise. You should go to Naoki too, she encouraged. Just like Koraidon does. If you go to him, he'll definitely notice you. Gow. Cyclizer hesitated, looking uncertain. Could it really approach Naoki the way Koraidon did? Iono gave a determined nod. Of course you can. Believe in yourself. Cyclizer shuffled awkwardly on its feet, clearly shy. But after a moment of deliberation, it seemed to gather its courage. With a small but determined cry, it turned and headed toward the kitchen. Naoki, who was stirring a pot of soup, looked up in surprise when Cyclizer walked into the kitchen. What's up? Cyclizer hesitated for a moment before mimicking Koraidon's actions, pressing itself close to Naoki. Naoki blinked in mild surprise, but then broke into a warm smile. Cyclizer was seeking his affection. Naoki chuckled, reaching out to rub Cyclizer's head gently. Good boy, GAA. Cyclizer chirped happily, its eyes lighting up with delight. Emboldened by Naoki's warmth, it stuck out its tongue and gave Naoki's palm a playful lick. Naoki froze, his hand now damp with saliva. You and Koraidon must have been born on the same day, Naoki muttered, half in exasperation and half in amusement. Why do you two always lick people like that? Cyclizer, sensing that Naoki wasn't actually upset, wagged its tail happily, its joy bubbling over. All right, Naoki said with a sigh, patting Cyclizer's head. Go play in the living room. I need to finish cooking. Cyclizer chirped again in agreement and trotted back to the living room. Once there, it locked eyes with Iono, who grinned and gave it an encouraging nod. See? I told you he'd notice you, Iono whispered with a wink. Cyclizer's confidence soared, and it glanced around the room with newfound happiness. Grusha sat quietly, observing the exchange. Though he said nothing, his thoughtful gaze lingered on Cyclizer and Iono. Naoki is so kind to his Pokémon, Iono commented, her tone filled with admiration. Grusha nodded subtly. In the short time he had spent at the ranch, he could already feel the warmth and care Naoki radiated. His eyes drifted around the living room, taking in the lively scene of Pokémon chasing each other, playing, and resting contentedly. Each Pokémon seemed genuinely happy and at peace in Naoki's care. Grusha couldn't help but compare the scene to his own life at the Glacido Mountain Gym. Once upon a time, his personality had been as vibrant and enthusiastic as Iono's. But after the accident that ended his snowboarding career, he had become reserved, his demeanor growing as cold and distant as the ice types he trained. His Pokémon, Frosmoth, Beartic, Sedatin, Weevil, and Altaria, had always been his closest companions. They used to laugh with him, racing and skiing together through the snow-covered mountains. But since his retirement, those joyful moments had faded, replaced by quiet companionship. Grusha's thoughts darkened as he glanced at his right leg. The injury that had nearly shattered it still haunted him. Though he had recovered physically, he could no longer ski the way he once did. His leg and his spirit hadn't fully healed. "What's on your mind?" Naoki's voice cut through Grusha's thoughts. He had entered the living room, carrying dishes of steaming food. Grusha looked up, startled out of his reverie. "It's nothing. Come on over for dinner," Naoki said with a warm smile. Though he could guess the reason behind Grusha's quiet demeanor, he decided not to pry further. Instead, he turned to Sister NDD and asked her to escort the guests to wash their hands and prepare for the meal. Grusha nodded silently and followed NDD out of the room. That left Iono, who remained seated, glancing at Naoki with an expression of hesitation. She looked as if she wanted to say something, but couldn't quite bring herself to speak. Naoki raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's on your mind?" Iono sighed before responding. Grusha wasn't always like this. He used to be a phenomenal snowboarder, one of the best. But after that injury forced him to retire, his personality completely changed. No one's been able to help him. She paused for a moment, her voice tinged with sadness. "I tried encouraging him before, telling him to move on and look toward the future, but nothing seemed to work. He just shut himself away." Naoki nodded thoughtfully, processing Iono's words. "A leg injury," he murmured. His gaze drifted to the kitchen counter as an idea began to form. Life Milk, the nourishing drink produced by his Gagote, had incredible healing properties. But could it work on injuries as severe as Grusha's? Naoki furrowed his brow. From the way Iono described the accident, it sounded like Grusha's bones had been seriously damaged. He wasn't sure if it could mend such extensive injuries. Still, it was worth a try. "I'll see what I can do after dinner," Naoki said, his tone resolute. "If the Life Milk doesn't work on its own, I'll enlist the help of some Pokémon." He glanced at NDD, who had just returned, and his mind began to strategize. Between NDD's Lunar Dance, Calorex's Life Dew and Heal Pulse, and the restorative properties of Life Milk, paired with some specially prepared dishes, there might be a way to help Grusha recover, both physically and emotionally. "Find a way? What do you mean?" Iono tilted her head, looking confused as Naoki's words sank in. She had only been introducing Grusha's situation to Naoki and hadn't expected him to suggest helping. And was something like that even possible? Naoki didn't dwell on her reaction. He returned to the kitchen, bringing out the freshly prepared dishes and setting them on the table. As they began eating, Iono couldn't help but glance at Naoki repeatedly. Her hesitation to speak was obvious. Naoki noticed and decided to address the situation directly. Turning to Grusha, he asked, "I heard you injured your leg some time ago. How is it feeling now?" Grusha froze for a moment, caught off guard by the question. After a brief pause, he responded, "I can walk normally, but I can no longer handle strenuous activity. Even a slight push could bring a sharp, throbbing pain to his leg." "I see," Naoki murmured, nodding thoughtfully. "Well, let me take a look after lunch. Maybe I can help." Grusha blinked, surprised. "Are you a doctor, Mr. Naoki?" "No," Naoki replied with a small chuckle. "But I have a remedy that works wonders for both humans and Pokémon alike. It's worth a try." Grusha's usual calm demeanor began to waver. He could sense the genuine care in Naoki's voice. While he had little hope of recovery after so many failed treatments, he nodded politely. Thank you. I appreciate the effort. Naoki offered a reassuring smile before focusing back on the meal. After lunch, Naoki approached Calyrex, who was lounging near the ranch garden, and explained Grush's condition. Calyrex, intrigued, agreed to help, floating gracefully toward the living room. The legendary Pokémon emitted a faint blue glow as it scanned Grush's right leg with psychic energy. Grush sat on the sofa, unable to hide his astonishment as a soothing blue light enveloped his injured leg. After a few moments, Calyrex opened its eyes and spoke telepathically. The injury was severe. I see evidence of fractures that never healed properly. Grush stared at his leg in disbelief before looking back at Calyrex, his mind racing. Can it be healed? Naoki asked, his voice steady but hopeful. Calyrex nodded calmly. With my heal pulse and a dose of Gago's life milk, his injury can be fully restored. Without hesitation, Naoki fetched a bottle of life milk from the refrigerator, placing it on the table. Grush's disbelief deepened. Did Calyrex just say his injury could be healed? How could that be possible after years of pain and unsuccessful treatments? But what if it were true? Grush felt a flicker of hope he hadn't dared to entertain for years. Iono, who had been observing silently, finally spoke up. Wait, Grush's injury can really be healed? Naoki smiled confidently. Calyrex believes so. The combination of heal pulse and life milk should do the trick. Go ahead and drink this while Calyrex begins treatment. Grush hesitated, eyeing the bottle. The label depicted an adorable illustration of a Gagot, and he recognized it as the same milk Naoki had used earlier to restore an injured Pokémon. Taking a deep breath, Grush picked up the bottle and began drinking. The milk was rich and soothing, filling him with warmth. Calyrex floated closer, its body radiating soft pink energy as waves of healing power emanated from it. The magical energy enveloped Grush's leg, seeping deep into the bone and tissue. Seconds ticked by. Then, with a serene smile, Calyrex announced, "It is done." Grush stared at his leg in stunned silence. A comforting warmth coursed through his limb, unlike anything he had felt since the accident. Tentatively, he stood up. The movement was smooth and free of pain. He took a step, then another. His pace quickened until he was running and jumping, his joy evident in every movement. Naoki, watching the transformation, couldn't help but smile. Why not take a proper run outside? He suggested. Grush nodded eagerly, and the group followed him out to the ranch. Surrounded by Pokémon, Grush tested his leg by sprinting across the field and performing agile leaps. His face, often stoic and cold, now bore a radiant smile. For the first time in years, he felt whole. Naoki observed the scene and let out a contented sigh. At this rate, I might become Paldea's most famous doctor. Hearing this, Iono turned to him, her expression playful. With skills like that, maybe you already are. Naoki laughed, scratching the back of his head. But when he glanced at Iono, he noticed her eyes sparkling with admiration. What? He asked, his curiosity piqued. Iono grinned mischievously. Your hairstyle looks really good right now. Naoki blushed faintly. Compliments weren't something he was used to. Well, thanks, he muttered, trying to brush it off. Iono shifted the conversation, her tone more serious. Have you treated many people like this before? Naoki shook his head. Not people, no. Grush was the first. But I've helped plenty of trainers treat their Pokémon. That Pokémon was seriously injured. With the current state of medical technology, there was no way to fully cure it. If nothing had been done, it wouldn't have survived, Naoki said, his voice soft but firm. Iono's eyes widened as she began to understand. A grin spread across her face as she chimed in. That trainer must have been overjoyed, right? Naoki smiled faintly, recalling Alder's heartfelt gratitude. Yes, he was incredibly thankful, and he even helped me out a lot in return. At that moment, Grush came running back into the room. His face was flushed, his expression animated, and without warning, he pulled Naoki into a big, enthusiastic hug. Naoki froze in surprise. Grusha released him after a moment, his face brimming with gratitude. Thank you, Naoki. Truly, thank you. Realizing what this was about, Naoki chuckled warmly. You're welcome. It was just a small favor. Grusha shook his head adamantly. No matter how small you think it was, I need to thank you properly. Before Naoki could reply, a group of Pokémon began gathering around Grusha, their excitement evident in their sparkling eyes and eager expressions. Naoki gestured toward them. Your Pokémon were worried about you too. Grusha turned to face his Pokémon, his loyal companions who had stayed by his side through thick and thin. There they stood, Frosmoth, Beartic, Sedatin, Weevil, and Altaria. Each one's gaze was filled with joy and relief as they looked at their trainer. Grusha's expression softened, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Everyone, I'm sorry for making you worry all this time. Woo! Altaria, standing at the forefront, let out a melodious cry before stepping closer. Grusha knelt down and gently stroked its head, his movements tender and full of affection. Seeing this, the other Pokémon eagerly crowded around him, their happiness palpable. Grusha reached out to each one, offering a touch or a word of gratitude. Naoki stood back, observing the heartwarming scene unfold. A smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Is this the real Grusha? He asked. Iono grinned, her vibrant energy returning. Yep, that's the Grusha I remember. Lively and full of life. It's quite the surprise, Naoki admitted, his tone lighthearted. After spending a few more moments with his Pokémon, Grusha approached Naoki and Iono, his expression radiant. Congratulations, Grusha! Iono cheered, her enthusiasm infectious. Naoki raised an eyebrow, a playful glint in his eye. So, what are your plans now? Are you going to stay as the gym leader of Glacido Mountain, or are you thinking about returning to competitive snowboarding? Grusha glanced at Naoki, then at Iono, a serene smile gracing his face. I remember something you once told me, Iono, that the past is the past, and we should look forward. Iono nodded enthusiastically. That's right. Have you figured things out now? Grusha's gaze turned resolute. Yes, the past is behind me. From now on, I'll focus on the present. I am Grusha, the gym leader of Glacido Mountain Gym. I want to live alongside my Pokémon and embrace the challenges of being a trainer. The Pokémon standing behind him let out cheers and cries of encouragement, echoing their trainer's renewed determination. I'm glad to hear that, Naoki said with a grin. Honestly, I was a little worried you'd quit being a gym leader to return to the competitive scene. If that happened, I'm sure the chief would have come to give me an earful. Grusha laughed heartily, the sound warm and genuine. Iono, picturing the scenario, chuckled as well. Oh, the chief wouldn't scold you. She'd probably just drag you over to Glacido Mountain and make you run the gym. The group shared a laugh. Forget it then. Naoki shook his head repeatedly. It's way too cold up there at Glacido Mountain. Cyclizer would never be able to adjust to that kind of environment. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Paldea League, Gita, busy and utterly drained from dealing with reports of wild Pokémon causing havoc and disrupting the city's power systems, suddenly sneezed several times in succession. She frowned slightly, but quickly brushed it off as insignificant. From her spot, leaning against the doorframe, Rika crossed her arms and observed Gita with an amused expression. Noticing the tiny, crystal-shaped buds woven into Gita's hair, she quipped, "Chief, maybe it's time you took a break." Without turning around, Gita replied firmly, "There's still work that needs to be done. Speaking of which, did you see the report about the blackout in Lavincia yesterday?" Rika sighed. "You already assigned that task to Tulip this morning. She's probably on-site handling it by now." "Oh," Gita murmured, her tone lightening. Putting her pen down, she chuckled awkwardly. "In that case, I suppose I really should take a break." Rika pinched the bridge of her nose, exasperated. "You're impossible sometimes, you know that." Grusha and Iono eventually left the ranch, each returning to their respective gyms to continue their duties. Life at the ranch resumed its peaceful rhythm, as though nothing unusual had occurred. However, Naoki began noticing something peculiar Cyclizer had become increasingly clingy. After Cyclizer bounded over to lick his hand for the 38th time that week, Naoki finally reached his limit. "Don't pick up bad habits from Koraiden," Naoki scolded, trying to sound stern. "Phew," Cyclizer responded, its eyes wide and pitiful. Meanwhile, Koraiden, who had been lounging nearby, tilted its head innocently and chirped, "Rayo." It was clear Koraiden didn't think it had done anything wrong. Well, technically, it hadn't, because Cyclizer had been copying its behavior all on its own. Feeling Koraiden's guilty glance, Naoki sighed. "Oh, so it was you who taught Cyclizer this?" Koraiden quickly looked away, turning its back to Naoki and pretending to nap. Its body language all but screamed guilt. Naoki rubbed his temples, exasperated. "Cyclizer, ready for battle," he called out suddenly. Cyclizer blinked, confused by the sudden command. It darted its gaze around the room, searching for a foe but found none. Even Koraiden, startled awake, looked around to assess the situation. "Cyclizer, use lick on Koraiden," Naoki instructed with mock seriousness. "Gow!" Cyclizer's eyes widened in disbelief as it turned to look at Koraiden, who stared back at it with equal horror. Neither of them moved for a moment, their shared look of disgust palpable. Cyclizer finally let out a panicked cry and bolted from the room, heading for a shady corner of the ranch. There it sprawled out lazily, relieved to have avoided the ridiculous battle. Cyclizer was content. Being close to Naoki was worth all the awkwardness. It silently thanked Iono for the encouragement that had helped it build this bond. Meanwhile, Koraiden stretched leisurely, ambling over to Naoki. Noticing Naoki watching Cyclizer run off, it tilted its head and chirped, "Rayo." Naoki furrowed his brow. "Have you noticed? Cyclizer's been acting a little mischievous lately." He paused, deep in thought. Do Pokémon go through a rebellious phase? Or maybe Cyclizer's behavior is more like a human teenager trying to get attention. Hearing this, Koraiden immediately understood what was going on. "Aga." At that moment, the video phone in the living room rang, interrupting his musings. Naoki walked over to answer the call. The screen lit up with Gita's composed face, her usual air of authority softened by a satisfied smile. "Well done, Naoki," she began, her tone warm. Naoki blinked in confusion. "I'm sorry, what?" Gita elaborated. "I heard about everything from Iono and Grusha. You helped Grusha heal his injury, overcome his emotional struggles, and strengthen the Glacido Mountain Gym in the process. I'm glad you were willing to support him. So tell me, what reward would you like? On behalf of the Paldea League, I want to thank you properly." Naoki stared blankly at the screen. "A reward," he echoed, dumbfounded. Helping Grusha had never been about receiving anything in return. Gita, however, didn't let him off the hook. "Come on, don't be modest. Do you want a rare Pokémon, cultivation items, evolution stones? Or perhaps something else? If the Paldea League doesn't have it, I'll use my personal resources to ensure you get—" "Chief, you know," Naoki began thoughtfully, "what you said reminds me of a dragon that can grant wishes." Gita raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. "A wish-granting dragon? Is it also a Pokémon?" "Maybe," Naoki replied with a playful grin. "It's just a legend." Gita nodded slightly, her curiosity piqued, but choosing not to pursue the topic further. Instead, she moved on. "So, tell me, is there any reward you'd like?" Naoki paused, contemplating her question. After a moment, he shook his head with a wry smile. "Honestly, I don't really need anything. The ranch has everything I could ask for, thanks to my Pokémon." Hearing this, Gita leaned back slightly, her expression thoughtful. "How about this? The Paldea League could help you build a professional gym on the ranch. I've heard trainers often come by to challenge you, and your ranch is becoming quite well known among students at Naranja Academy. If you had an official gym, it would make these battles more structured, like the ones Iono and Grusha oversee." Naoki sighed inwardly, as though he'd anticipated this suggestion. Formalizing his ranch as a gym would mean he'd have to stick to strict rules, regularly interact with the Paldea League, and lose the freedom he currently enjoyed. Shaking his head, Naoki politely declined. Thanks for the offer, but I like things the way they are. Gita seemed a little disappointed, but respected his decision. Fair enough, she said, though a trace of regret lingered in her tone. She then brightened slightly. If not that, then we'll arrange something else for you. The League has protocols for recognizing contributions, and will provide a reward accordingly. Naoki rubbed the back of his neck, sensing he couldn't talk his way out of this. Gita chuckled at his resigned face. Consider it a gesture of appreciation. You've been a tremendous help to us by supporting trainers like Iono and Grusha. She added, by the way, you should expect more gym leaders to visit the ranch for trials in the future. Naoki nodded in understanding. It made sense that Gita wanted to see gym leaders grow stronger through these experiences. After all, a stronger league benefits everyone. But now that the conversation was steering toward rewards, an idea crossed his mind. If it's all right, Naoki began hesitantly. Could the league provide me with at least 1,000 Gimigal gold coins? Gita blinked, momentarily caught off guard. Gimigal gold coins? Naoki explained, I recently captured a Gimigal, and I want to see how many gold coins it takes to evolve it into Goldingo. Gita's eyes lit up in understanding. As champion of the Paldea League, she was familiar with Gimigal and its unique evolution method. I see, she said with a nod. We'll do our best to gather the coins for you, though I can't guarantee we'll collect that many. That's fine, Naoki replied with a smile. I'm already collecting coins here as well, so every little bit helps. Gita gave him a satisfied nod, clearly impressed by his modesty. All right, we'll start the collection effort immediately. She added with a playful grin, and if you ever change your mind about the gym certification, let me know. Before Naoki could respond, Gita's communicator beeped with an incoming notification. Looks like I have another issue to deal with, she said, her tone shifting to one of businesslike efficiency. Thanks again, Naoki. We'll be in touch soon. With that, the call ended, leaving Naoki staring at the blank screen. He chuckled softly to himself. Guess I'll have to find a way to thank the League in return. Later that day, Gita contacted Larry, a League staff member currently stationed in Medali. Larry was enjoying his lunch at the Treasure Eatery when his communicator buzzed. Glancing at the screen, he sighed wearily and put down his chopsticks. Work calls, he muttered, grabbing his briefcase and stepping outside to answer. Hello, he greeted, his tone professional but tinged with fatigue. Gita's voice came through the line. Larry, I need your help with something. The League is gathering Gimigal gold coins for Naoki at Kosaji Ranch. Can you assist with the collection? Larry's tired expression softened slightly at the mention of Naoki. Understood. I'll begin the collection immediately. Satisfied, Gita continued. Once the task is complete, the League will grant you a week-long vacation. You could even visit Naoki's ranch and experience the countryside. A week-long vacation. The thought alone was enough to brighten Larry's spirits. For someone as overworked as him, the promise of rest was a reward beyond gold. With this thought in mind, Larry's voice steadied, though a hint of determination seeped into his tone. Understood. I'll get started right away. Gita replied with a satisfied nod, her voice carrying authority. Good. I'll leave it in your capable hands. After hanging up, Gita leaned back in her chair, massaging her temples to ease the tension that had built up throughout the day. As the leader of the Paldea League, her responsibilities seemed endless. A moment later, she made another call, this time to the Glacido Mountain Gym. The phone rang briefly before Grusha's voice answered on the other end. Chief, Grusha asked, his tone calm, as usual. Gita wasted no time. Grusha, when you visited Naoki's ranch, did you notice anything in particular that he seemed fond of? She had realized that the gold coins Naoki requested weren't so much a reward he desired, but rather something he needed to evolve his Gimigal. Beyond fulfilling that request, Gita wanted to offer Naoki a personal gift, not only as a token of gratitude, but also as a means to foster goodwill. Naoki was a rare talent, and Gita couldn't risk him being lured away by other Pokémon leagues. She was well aware of his connections to Leon, the champion of the Galar region, and Alder, the former champion of Unova. If either of them decided to woo Naoki to their regions, it could leave Paldea at a significant disadvantage. On the other end of the call, Grusha paused, thinking carefully. Then his tone brightened slightly as he answered, "What Naoki likes, well, does Pokémon count?" Gita wasn't surprised by the response. "Pokémon," she echoed, her curiosity piqued. "Yeah, Grusha C. Unfirmed. Specifically, EV. Naoki seems to have a particular fondness for them. When I visited the ranch with Iono, we noticed two EV-volutions there." He paused, a hint of amusement in his voice, as he continued. "Naoki told us his dream was to collect all of EV's evolutions and create an EV paradise on the ranch." "EV," Gita repeated, a smile tugging at her lips. She could practically envision Naoki surrounded by a herd of adorable EV and their evolutions. It seemed fitting for someone as nurturing and kind-hearted as him. "I see. Thank you for sharing that, Grusha." Grusha's voice softened. "You're welcome, Chief." After ending the call, Gita stood with newfound resolve. Her destination was clear: the Pokémon Breeding Center operated by the Paldea League. This facility was designed for the care and breeding of Pokémon, providing them with a safe, playful environment. Pokémon of all kinds live there, freely interacting and sometimes even producing eggs. After Pokémon hatch from their eggs, they're given special training before being sent to children aged 10 and older in various regions to be cared for and raised. This system ensures a continuous influx of trainers in the Paldea League, fostering the next generation of Pokémon enthusiasts. At the Pokémon Breeding Center, there happened to be EV eggs among the collection of eggs being nurtured. When Gita arrived at the center via flying taxi, she learned from the Pokémon caretaker that the EV egg had not yet hatched. As Gita stood there, gazing thoughtfully at the EV egg, the caretaker spoke up cautiously, sensing the chief's intense focus. "It'll be more than half a month before these eggs are ready to hatch. If it's not urgent, you could wait a little longer." Gita nodded absent-mindedly, her thoughts already drifting elsewhere. She recalled a well-known fact. Pokémon that hatch from eggs form a strong bond with the first human they see. That realization solidified her decision. "Leave these eggs to me," Gita said with authority. "I'll ensure they are given to trainers who can take excellent care of them." "Yes, of course," the caretaker replied, quickly nodding. He began carefully placing the eggs into a specially designed protective bag to ensure their safety during transport. Soon, the eggs were securely loaded onto the flying taxi. Initially, Gita considered calling either Larry or Rika to help deliver the eggs. However, just as she reached for her communicator, she remembered that both were already occupied with other tasks she had assigned. Her brow furrowed slightly before an alternative idea came to mind. Without hesitation, she contacted another trusted individual. The call connected after a brief moment. Gita's tone softened, a faint smile playing on her lips. "Hello, Hassel. Do you have some time? Could you come to the League headquarters? I have an important favor to ask of you." In the 199th year of the Alliance calendar, mid-July brought the cool breeze from Kasseroya Lake sweeping into Kosagi town, heralding the arrival of autumn. The leaves in the hills began to turn yellow, and the branches sagged with heavy, ripe fruit. The farmland surrounding Kosagi town stretched out in a golden sea of wheat, rolling endlessly to the horizon. In this picturesque season, the farmers' faces shone with the joy of a bountiful harvest. That afternoon, Naoki found himself with little to do on the ranch, so he grabbed a basket and headed toward the hills. This was the season when the mountain's bounty was at its peak. At this time last year, the forested hills had been teeming with hazel mushrooms and wild berries. Naoki had collected a large haul and cooked a delightful dish of chicken stewed with mushrooms for his Pokémon. Unfortunately, a devastating fire had swept through later, reducing the forest to ashes. The once vibrant landscape was left barren, its treasures consumed by flames. But with the help of Calyrex, the king of bountiful harvests, the forest had been revived. Now, more than half a year later, Naoki wondered if the mushrooms and berries had made a comeback. Thinking of this, Naoki ventured deeper into the hills. It had been a long time since his last visit, but he immediately noticed how the vegetation had grown far denser and lusher than before. The trees stood taller, the flowers bloomed brighter, and the air buzzed with renewed life. The forest fire had, ironically, given the land a fresh start. The ashes of burnt plants had enriched the soil, turning it into a nutrient-rich bed for new growth, rekindling the cycle of life. As he walked, Naoki couldn't help but sigh, his thoughts turning to the wild Pokémon that hadn't survived the blaze. The soft calls of wild Pokémon echoed occasionally from the dense jungle, but fewer Pokémon appeared along his path. The delicate balance of the local ecosystem was still in the process of healing. Soon, Naoki arrived at the grove he and his Pokémon had planted together that spring. Here, he was delighted to see some familiar faces. A Minccino, Tinkaton, and a family of Tandemaus greeted his arrival. The Minccino was busily plucking berries from the fruit trees, its fluffy tail deftly balancing its spoils as it hopped nimbly from branch to branch. When its nest came into view, the Minccino carefully tucked its harvest into a hollow tree trunk. With its hoard safely stashed, it smiled, clearly satisfied with its work. Meanwhile, Tinkaton sat beneath a broad tree, using its steel-type energy to polish its hammer until it gleamed like silver. Nearby, a family of Tandemaus stood before a large fallen leaf. The parents carefully draped the leaf over their two little ones like a blanket, tucking them in gently for an afternoon nap. Naoki couldn't help but smile at the heartwarming scene. Just then, the Minccino, having finished its task and ready for a break, spotted him. Its sharp eyes lit up, and it let out an excited squeak. The Minccino scrambled down the tree trunk, its fluffy tail swinging as it bounded across the grass toward Naoki. Squeak! Long time no see, Minccino. Naoki greeted it with a warm smile. Squeak! Squeak! The commotion caught the attention of the other Pokémon, who quickly gathered around, curious and eager. Naoki's gaze swept over them one by one, taking in their cheerful faces. The Tandemaus family of 4 still looked the same, with the 2 smaller mice holding their parents' hands and staying close by their side. The Wattrel had grown noticeably stronger and larger. Compared to last year, it had made great strides in development. It looked as though it wouldn't be long before it evolved into a Kilowattrel. What surprised Naoki the most, however, was the evolution of the Tinkaton. Tinkaton, have you evolved? Naoki asked, astonished. Woo! The Pokémon, now a Tinkaton, nodded happily, waving its hammer with confidence. It had become the guardian of the forest. The Pokémon rescued by Naoki during the fire last year had formed a close bond during their time at the ranch. Even after returning to the wild, they remained together in this forest, living like the closest of friends. That's amazing, Naoki praised. You've become so dependable. He spent some time chatting with the group of Pokémon, catching up on their lives, before mentioning his plans to search for mushrooms and berries in the mountains. Hearing his intention, the Pokémon immediately sprang into action, eagerly patting their chests and signaling their willingness to help. With the help of the Minccino, who was particularly familiar with the forest, Naoki quickly gathered an impressive haul of fresh mountain mushrooms and wild berries. By the end, his basket was overflowing to the brim, unable to hold even a single additional item. All right, that's enough for today, Naoki said with a grateful smile. You've worked hard. Now go back and get some rest. But the Pokémon showed no signs of weariness. They continued to dart around him energetically, bringing him more berries and mushrooms as a way of showing their gratitude for his help in the past. Naoki felt a warm glow in his heart. Just as they were finishing up, several young trainers visiting the forest to see the Calyrex shrine happened upon the scene. The trainers were astonished. Look at that. Pokémon are helping him pick mushrooms, one of the boys exclaimed. Hearing the voices, Naoki turned around and saw 3 trainers standing nearby, 2 boys and a girl. They looked to be no older than 12 years old. The girl in the group asked curiously, "Are those Pokémon specially trained to pick mushrooms?" "No," Naoki replied with a gentle smile. "They're wild Pokémon that live in this forest. I helped them out before, and now they are helping me as a way of saying thank you." Wow! The 3 trainers chorused, their faces lighting up with amazement. One of the sturdier boys, wide-eyed with disbelief, blurted out, "Wild Pokémon can really get this close to humans?" Naoki chuckled warmly. "As long as you treat Pokémon with care and respect, whether they're wild or not, they'll always sense your kindness." The three young trainers were momentarily startled, thoughtful expressions crossing their faces. Naoki smiled gently, preparing to take the mountain produce back to the ranch. Just as he turned to leave, one of the boys suddenly called out to him, "Hey, sir, please wait a moment." Naoki turned back. "What's wrong?" Are you the forest ranger who lives around here?" the boy asked hesitantly. "No," Naoki replied with a small chuckle. "I'm a rancher." "A rancher?" The boy's eyes lit up with curiosity. "Have you ever seen Calyrex? Was this forest really revived by him? Did he actually appear here?" Naoki blinked, surprised by the question, then asked, "Do you admire Calyrex?" The boy nodded enthusiastically, his tone earnest. "Absolutely. Calyrex is amazing. His power is incredible, and he's done so much to help Pokémon." "I see." Naoki smiled warmly. "Well, yes, Calyrex did appear in this forest during that time. Many people witnessed the miracle as he restored the forest to life." "Wow!" The three young trainers gasped in unison, their faces lighting up with excitement. The legend was true. "If you'd like to see him, you should visit Kosagi Town on the last day of autumn," Naoki suggested. "There's a harvest festival held then, and people gather at the shrine of bountiful harvests to give thanks. Perhaps Calyrex might appear during the celebration." The trainer's eyes sparkled with hope and excitement. Naoki, meanwhile, thought to himself. He planned to invite Calyrex to the festival. If Calyrex chose to appear, the townsfolk and visitors would likely interpret it as a divine response to their gratitude. Such an event would only deepen their reverence for the king of bountiful harvests. Moreover, the idea of Calyrex sensing the emotions of the people and appearing before his followers would make for a heartfelt tale, a story of unity between humans and Pokémon. Over time, this story could evolve into a cherished local legend, passed down through generations. After bidding farewell to the three young trainers, Naoki returned to his ranch with a basket of freshly picked mushrooms. He set aside some of the mushrooms, planning to cook a hearty dish of chicken stewed with mushrooms for dinner. The rest, he decided, would be dried and stored for use during the snowy winter months. Later, as he shared the events of his trip with Calyrex, Naoki recounted, "I met another group of trainers who admire you. They came all the way here just to visit the shrine of bountiful harvests." A soft smile spread across Calyrex's face at the mention of his followers. Thinking back on the past 2 years, even he was moved by how much had changed. Life now felt almost like a dream. Where once he had wandered the crowned tundra alone, burdened by loneliness and fading memory, now he was celebrated and revered. Humans who believed in him, pursued his legends, and entrusted him with their hopes were being born across the land. I feel very happy," Calyrex said quietly, his voice tinged with emotion. Naoki smiled. "There will be Harvest Festival in the coming days. I'm curious to see what it'll be like." Last year's festival had already drawn a considerable crowd, but now that Calyrex's story had spread across the Paldea region, Naoki could only imagine how many people would gather. He suspected the hillside near the shrine would be packed, with tourists jostling for a glimpse of the divine Pokémon. Calyrex nodded. "I'm looking forward to it as well." With autumn bringing cooler temperatures, the Pokémon had left the comfort of their air-conditioned rooms to play in the pasture. Naoki, after setting aside his mushrooms, stepped outside to pick some onions from the farmland. But as he reached the field, he noticed a flying taxi approaching, its wings flapping steadily as it descended. A familiar squawk announced the arrival of the Squawkabilly-powered transport. "Huh?" Naoki murmured, puzzled. Who could be visiting now? The taxi landed smoothly on the grass, and a blond man wearing a brown coat stepped out. His demeanor was calm, yet meticulous, and his sharp gaze conveyed a sense of authority. Naoki's eyes widened slightly. "Is that Hassel?" Hassel, also known as the Dragon Tamer, was one of the elite four of the Paldea region. A skilled trainer specializing in dragon-type Pokémon, he was also the heir to a renowned dragon tamer lineage and an art teacher at Paldea Academy. "Hello, Mr. Naoki," Hassel greeted with a polite nod. "I'm Hassel. Commissioner Gita asked me to deliver a gift to you." "A gift?" Naoki echoed, blinking in surprise. For a moment, he wondered if Gita had somehow managed to collect the 1,000 coins he had requested for his Gimmighoul. But this seemed far too soon. Politely, Naoki replied, "Hello, Mr. Hassel." Hassel turned back to the taxi and began unloading 7 eggs, each with distinct brown patterns. Placing them gently on the grass, he gestured toward them. Naoki stared, confused. "What are these?" he asked. "These," Hassel explained, "are EV eggs. Commissioner Gita sent them as a gift." Naoki's mind raced. EV eggs? How did she know about my dream of building an EV sanctuary? Then it hit him. He recalled mentioning the idea to Iono and Grusha one afternoon. Word must have reached Gita, who had acted on it with surprising speed. This is too much, Naoki thought. It was already generous of Gita to assist with the coins, and now she had sent him 7 EV eggs. He couldn't help but wonder what her intentions were. "I've delivered the gift," Hassel said, dusting off his coat. "I have other matters to attend to at the academy, so I won't take up any more of your time." Just as he was about to leave, Hassel paused, his eyes narrowing as he surveyed the ranch. Dragonairs and Dragonites lounged in the pasture, their sleek forms shimmering under the afternoon sun. Hassel froze. How can this ranch have so many Dragonites? He began counting, his shock growing with each number. 1, 2, 3, 9? As the young master of a dragon tamer family, Hassel was accustomed to seeing rare Pokémon, but the sheer number of Dragonites on Naoki's ranch had left him utterly speechless. His thoughts spiraled as he boarded the flying taxi. Who exactly is Naoki? Meanwhile, Naoki, still focused on the EV eggs, seemed oblivious to Hassel's internal musings. When Hassel mentioned his departure, Naoki politely offered, "Leaving already? Would you like to stay for a cup of tea before heading off?" Hassel snapped out of his thoughts, but he shook his head. "Thank you, but I must return to the academy. I have pressing matters to attend to." Naoki nodded understandingly. "All right, safe travels, and thank you for delivering these eggs." Hassel gave a polite nod, boarded the flying taxi, and soon disappeared into the sky. Left alone with the unexpected bounty of EV eggs, Naoki scratched his head, staring at the neatly arranged eggs on the grass. Just then, NDD emerged from the Pokémon Tavern, her arms full of cleaning supplies. Spotting the eggs, she let out a startled cry. Yeah. Her exclamation echoed across the ranch, attracting the attention of nearby Pokémon. Soon, a curious crowd gathered, including Dragonite, Dragonairs, Umbreon, Glacian, and others. Naoki chuckled at their puzzled faces. These eggs were a gift from the gentleman who just left. They're all EV eggs, and we'll be taking care of them. The Pokémon exchanged a variety of expressions at this revelation. Alchemy and Palmot tilted their heads in confusion. "So, how many EV? Does this mean the ranch is going to be overrun with them?" The Dragonairs, on the other hand, leaned in with great curiosity. They sniffed the eggs delicately, their large noses twitching, and even pressed their ears to the shells, hoping to hear signs of life inside. Glacian, however, looked as though the world had ended. Her wide eyes filled with horror as she silently thought, 7 more EVs? That's 7 more rivals for Naoki's affection. This is a disaster. Umbreon, calm and composed as always, twitched its ears and stepped forward, inspecting the eggs with quiet interest. "All right, let's move these eggs inside where they'll be safe," Naoki announced, snapping the Pokémon out of their thoughts. With everyone's help, the eggs were gently carried upstairs and placed on the soft bedding in an incubator room. Once the eggs were secure, Naoki stood back, gazing at them in disbelief. While part of him was thrilled at the idea of having so many EVs, another part of him worried about the challenges that lay ahead. He imagined the scene already, 7 freshly hatched EVs clambering all over him, demanding milk, cuddles, and constant attention. Am I about to become a full-time EV nanny? He muttered to himself, sighing dramatically. But then an idea struck him. Why not enlist help? His eyes landed on Glacian and Umbreon, who had followed him upstairs and now stood near the incubator. Naoki clapped his hands together and turned to them with a grin. All right, you two. From now on, you're in charge. Glacian, you'll be the eldest sister. Umbreon, you're the second sister. Together, we'll take care of these little ones. The two Pokémon exchanged wide-eyed glances. Glacian and Umbreon never thought they would one day find themselves playing the role of mothers. After delegating the care of the EV eggs to the two of them, Naoki headed downstairs to answer a call, leaving the two evolved EV alone with the unhatched eggs on the second floor. Umbreon stepped forward, curiously tapping one of the eggs gently with its paw, its yellow-ringed eyes full of wonder. Umber, can EV really hatch from this? Glacian let out a small sigh, its tone reluctant but resigned. Glacian. That's right. Umbreon tilted its head, contemplating before it brightened up. Umber, when the EV hatch, do you think they'll see us as their mothers? Glacian froze, staring in disbelief at its companion. Glacian, you want to be a mother? Umbreon nodded firmly, gazing at the eggs with a mix of determination and warmth. Umbreon, I never had a mother growing up, and these little EV don't have one either. I want to be their mother and take care of them. For a moment, Glacian was at a loss for words, simply murmuring a soft, GLA. Downstairs, Naoki was on the phone with Gita. Gita's cheerful voice came through the line. So, have you received the gift? Naoki sighed, a mixture of gratitude and mild exasperation. Yes, I have. Good. Gita replied with a smile audible in her tone. Grusha mentioned you were planning to build an EV park, so when I saw the EV eggs at the Alliance Breeding Center, I thought they'd be perfect for you. Naoki hesitated, feeling overwhelmed. Chief, this feels like too much. Gita chuckled lightly. It's not too much at all. To Paldea, you're a significant talent with champion-level strength. Even if you're not officially part of the Paldea Alliance, I sincerely hope you'll stay here. Naoki frowned slightly. I don't have any plans to leave Paldea. My home is here. Where else would I go? Gita, on the other end, held her thoughts. Other regions might not share that sentiment. She'd heard rumors that Galar was introducing special incentives to attract foreign talent, and the idea of losing someone like Naoki to another region was unacceptable. Out loud, she simply said, think of this as a personal gift from me as a friend. The word friend struck a chord in Naoki's heart. Since coming to this world, he'd spent most of his time with Pokémon and had very few human friends. He smiled warmly. In that case, thank you. I'll take good care of them. Gita added, these EV eggs were laid 2 months ago. They'll hatch in about 2 weeks, so you'll need to keep an eye on them until then. Naoki nodded. Got it. Thank you again, Chief. After exchanging farewells, Gita hung up, leaving Naoki deep in thought. He appreciated Gita's kindness, but he didn't want their relationship to feel one-sided. After pondering for a moment, he decided to send Gita a few bottles of his homemade special coffee. Its unique property, Insomnia Brew, allows the drinker to stay awake and fully energized without fatigue. It seemed perfect for someone like Gita, who often worked long hours. Naoki packed the coffee carefully and decided to send it via mail. He headed into town, handed the package to the postman Ivan, and asked him to deliver it to the Paldea Alliance headquarters. By the time Naoki returned to the ranch, dusk had fallen. After washing his hands, he went to the kitchen to prepare dinner for the Pokémon. He cleaned the wild mushrooms he'd gathered from the mountains earlier, tossing them into a pot with freshly prepared chicken stew. While the aroma filled the air, Naoki noticed Glacian and Umbreon bounding down from upstairs. He called them over, smiling. How are you two feeling about taking care of the EV eggs? Umbreon. Umbreon nodded enthusiastically, its blue rings glowing faintly with excitement. Glacian hesitated but ultimately nodded as well. Naoki chuckled. Great. The eggs will hatch in about 2 weeks, so I'll be counting on your help. Umbreon tilted its head in confusion. Umber, how long is 2 weeks? Understanding its question, Naoki explained, when the apples in the orchard on the other side of the river ripen, the EV eggs will hatch. He'd checked the orchard earlier in the day. Thanks to the nurturing efforts of his Gagote, the apple trees were growing strong, and the apples were just starting to ripen. Umbreon's ears perked up at the mention of apples, and it darted off toward the orchard, eager to investigate. Glacian, however, stayed indoors. Feeling peckish, it trotted over to its bowl and began munching on the poke blocks and poffins Naoki had prepared earlier. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm amber glow across the ranch, the Pokémon playing in the pasture began to trickle back to the house. One by one, they sprawled out comfortably across the living room, awaiting dinner. Naoki surveyed the scene with a soft smile, content with the calm energy of the ranch. Yet, his mind was already spinning with plans for the coming days. Today was July 15th, leaving just 5 days until his scheduled adventure with Reforged on July 20th. As a history teacher at Paldea Academy, Reforged would be free to explore the underground ruins once the academy began its summer vacation. The two had planned this expedition for weeks, anticipating that it might take a day or two to complete. Snapping back to the present, Naoki turned to the NDD siblings and instructed, "I'll be heading out soon and won't be back for about 2 days. I'm leaving the ranch in your care while I'm gone." The elder NDD and younger sister nodded eagerly, their expressions brimming with confidence. "NDD, don't worry, Naoki. We'll handle everything here." The following morning greeted the ranch with a crisp, clear autumn sky. The gentle breeze carried the scent of ripening crops and freshly churned earth. Naoki began his day early, tending to the various chores on the ranch. He milked the Gagote, collected honey from the buzzing hive of calm bee, and supervised Dragonite as it summoned light rain to water the fields. With Psyduck's help, he harvested the ripe crops, then moved to the orchard with Dragonite to gather fruits. Lastly, he made sure to feed Snorlax a hearty serving of poke blocks. Among all this activity, he noticed that the Wooloo's wool had grown lush and fluffy once again. Normally, shearing the wool himself with electric clippers was an arduous task, one that left him sore for hours afterward. But today, he had a different idea. Spotting Farfetch'd diligently training nearby, Naoki approached with a smile. "Farfetch'd, do you mind giving me a hand?" Farfetch'd, who had been honing its leak-handling skills, immediately straightened up and nodded. Taking its well-worn leak in hand, it marched confidently toward the Wooloo enclosure. The Wooloo watched curiously as Farfetch'd approached. With precise movements, Farfetch'd spun its leak wool with surgical precision. In mere moments, the first Wooloo's wool was neatly shorn, its wool pooling on the ground like a soft white blanket. "Bah!" The Wooloo, startled at first, glanced at itself and, realizing it was unharmed, calmed down. Farfetch'd wasted no time, moving swiftly to the next Wooloo, then the next. Within 5 minutes, every Wooloo in the enclosure was completely sheared, their wool stacked neatly on the grass. Naoki stood slack-jawed, marveling at the efficiency. Oh wow, if he'd done this himself, it would have taken hours and left him exhausted. Farfetch'd had accomplished it in minutes with finesse. The power and precision of Pokémon never ceased to amaze him. Grateful and impressed, Naoki collected the wool. By the time he finished his morning chores, it was already 9:30 a.m. Feeling a bit parched, Naoki headed back to the house for a quick drink and a moment's rest. He had barely sat down when the sound of his video phone interrupted the quiet. Frowning slightly, he picked it up and checked the caller ID. His eyes widened in surprise. It was Uncle Alif from the neighboring cherry orchard. Why was he calling? Curious, Naoki pressed the answer button. Naoki picked up the receiver, and Uncle Alif's voice came through immediately, sounding anxious. "Naoki, are you at the ranch? Can you come to the orchard? A wild Pokémon broke in and injured one of my Pokémon." Naoki's expression grew serious as he listened. "I'm here, Uncle Alif. I'll be over right away. Don't go near it for now. It could be dangerous." In this world, it wasn't uncommon for wild Pokémon to intrude on farms or orchards, sometimes causing serious damage. Not all farmers were equipped to handle aggressive Pokémon, and Alif was no exception. Naoki instantly understood that Alif was reaching out to him for help. After hanging up, Naoki hurriedly sought out Koraden, who had been sparring with Cyclizer at Dragonairs nearby. Quickly explaining the situation, he climbed onto Koraden's back, and together they raced toward Alif's cherry orchard. When they arrived, Alif was already waiting at the entrance. His tense expression relaxed slightly at the sight of Naoki and Koraden. "You're here," Alif exclaimed. "Where's the Pokémon?" Naoki asked, sliding off Koraden's back. "It's deeper in the orchard," Alif replied, already leading the way. As they walked, Alif recounted the situation. "It started yesterday morning. I was just tending to the trees when I noticed a feral Pokémon in the orchard. It's been tearing down the cherry trees, and whenever I or my Pokémon get close, it lashes out." Alif sighed heavily. "I tried finding someone to help, but there were no trainers available nearby. You're the only one I could think of." Naoki gave him a reassuring smile. "Don't worry about it, Uncle Alif. That's what neighbors are for." They soon reached the heart of the orchard, and there it was, the intruding Pokémon. The creature resembled a massive praying mantis, its sharp scythe-like forearms gleaming ominously in the light. It had 3 jagged horns on its head, and 2 pairs of small wings buzzed softly at its back. "A scyther," Naoki murmured, recognizing the Pokémon instantly. The scyther sat in a patch of trampled grass, its eyes closed as though resting. But the moment it sensed their presence, its sharp eyes snapped open, fixing them with a piercing glare. It didn't take long for its gaze to shift to Koraden, the most imposing figure in the group. Scyther stood abruptly, the wings on its back vibrating at a high frequency, lifting it slightly off the ground. It wasn't attacking, but its posture was unmistakably defensive, a clear warning to stay back. Alif took a cautious step behind Naoki, his fear evident. "It's aggressive," he whispered. Naoki, however, noticed something Alif hadn't. The scyther wasn't as threatening as it appeared. Its right leg, slightly bent and stiff, betrayed an injury. "It's hurt." Naoki observed the tense scyther carefully and thought to himself, its heightened alertness must be because of its injury. Normally, wild scyther wouldn't venture into human territory unless something was seriously wrong. Scyther typically lived deep in forests, sharpening their skills by slicing through trees with their sharp scythes. According to the trainer's guide, signs of extensive tree damage often marked the territory of a scyther. Taking a moment to gather his thoughts, Naoki decided to try reasoning with the injured Pokémon. "Scyther, we mean you no harm," Naoki said calmly. "If I'm not mistaken, you're here because you're hurt, right?" The scyther's sharp gaze didn't waver. Its eyes locked on Naoki with mistrust. "But staying here like this isn't ideal. You've caused some damage, and it's troubling the people who live here," Naoki continued, glancing at the felled cherry trees. "I want to help you. Let me prepare something to heal your injury. After that, you'll be able to leave on your own." Naoki realized he hadn't brought any medical supplies. He quickly decided to make a simple healing concoction on the spot. Turning to Alif, he asked, "Do you have any berries, like oran or citrus berries, and a bottle of moo milk?" Alif, caught off guard, nodded. "Yes, I think we do." "Great. I'll need 2 berries and 1 bottle of moo milk." Before Alif could respond, a small, high-pitched voice interrupted. "Big brother, are you going to heal that Pokémon?" Startled, Naoki turned to see a little girl peeking out from behind a cherry tree. She looked no older than 5 or 6 and stared at the scene with wide, curious eyes. "Anna, this is dangerous. You shouldn't be here," Alif scolded, his voice stern. The girl's face crumpled, tears welling in her eyes. "I just wanted to check on Daddy," she cried. Alif sighed in exasperation and introduced her sheepishly. "Naoki, this is my younger daughter, Anna. My older daughter, Gina, is out traveling, so Anna keeps us company at home." Naoki smiled gently. "It's all right." Turning to Anna, he crouched down to her level. "Yes, the scyther is hurt. I'm going to make something to help it heal, so it can leave peacefully." Anna's tears dried quickly, her eyes lighting up. "Do you need berries and moo milk?" "I can help." Without waiting for a response, she darted off, her small figure disappearing toward the farmhouse. Elif shook his head with a mixture of fondness and frustration. "This child, she really cares about you," Naoki remarked with a smile. Elif chuckled, his tone softening. "Anna's always been very thoughtful." Anna soon returned, carrying 2 berries and a bottle of moo-moo milk in her small hands. She handed them to Naoki, who thanked her warmly before getting to work. He crushed the berries, squeezing their juices into the moo-moo milk, creating a makeshift healing milk. Though it wasn't as potent as Life Dew or Max potions, it was far more effective than the average over-the-counter medicine. As Naoki worked, Anna perched in her father's lap, watching intently. "Big brother, are you going to give the milk to that Pokémon?" "That's right," Naoki replied with a nod. "Milk." He approached Scyther cautiously, holding the bottle in his hands. "Scyther, this milk will heal your wounds. Drink it, and you'll feel better." The Scyther remained tense, its wings buzzing softly in warning. Naoki stopped a safe distance away and set the bottle on the ground. "I won't come any closer," he reassured. "You can take it yourself." The Scyther hesitated, its sharp eyes darting between Naoki and the milk. "Don't be scared, Scyther," Anna encouraged from her father's arms. "Mom says milk helps you grow strong and tall." The Scyther's wings slowed, the tension in its stance easing slightly. Slowly, it lowered itself back to the ground, its injured leg trembling with each step. It moved cautiously, its gait uneven but determined. Anna clapped her hands in delight. "You can do it, Scyther." Encouraged by her innocent cheer, Scyther's pace quickened slightly. One step, then another, until it finally reached the milk. It raised one of its massive sighs, carefully scooping up the bottle and tilting it to drink. The effects were almost immediate. The wound on its right leg began to heal, the jagged edges of the injury knitting together with visible speed. Elif exhaled in relief, the tension in his shoulders melting away. "It's working." Scyther waved its arms once more, standing tall now that its injury was healed. The tension in its stance relaxed slightly as it glanced around at the cherry trees it had cut down during its stay. It appeared regretful, realizing the trouble it had caused to the humans who had shown it unexpected kindness. "Pa, pa, pa." Anna's cheerful clapping broke the silence. The little girl's innocent joy was infectious, but Elif remained conflicted. Though relieved that the Scyther was leaving, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret for the damage to his cherry trees, which he had nurtured with so much effort. Scyther looked at Naoki for a long moment before turning away. Without another word, it spread its wings and took off, gliding smoothly over the orchard. "Goodbye, Scyther," Anna called out, waving her small hand enthusiastically. Naoki and Koraden stood by, watching the scene with quiet satisfaction. Elif, now visibly more at ease, turned to Naoki with gratitude in his voice. "This wouldn't have been possible without you, Naoki," Elif said earnestly. "Come inside for a while. I'll bring you some fresh cherries from the batch I picked a few days ago." Naoki, realizing he had no pressing matters, agreed and followed Elif through the orchard to his home, with Koraden lumbering amiably beside him. Beyond the cherry orchard, a cozy 2-story wooden house came into view. The structure exuded warmth and simplicity, with several logs stacked neatly outside and an axe embedded in a chopping block nearby. Inside, Naoki was greeted warmly by Elif's wife, Mana, who immediately poured him a cup of tea and set a plate of bright red cherries on the table. She even brought out a Pokémon snack for Koraden. "Thank you very much," Naoki said, bowing slightly. Mana waved off his thanks with a kind smile. "You're always welcome here. Please make yourself at home. Living alone on the ranch must get lonely sometimes, doesn't it?" Naoki shook his head lightly, smiling. "Not at all. I have plenty of Pokémon to keep me company, and they make sure life is anything but dull." Mana nodded with understanding, then excused herself to go upstairs and attend to some tasks. Meanwhile, Elif and Anna sat together on the sofa, with Anna's attention fixed on Koraden. Squatting on the floor, she stared in awe as Koraden munched on cherries. "Big brother," she asked eagerly, "this Pokémon is so cool. What's its name?" Naoki chuckled. That's Karaden. It's a dragon and fighting-type Pokémon. Wow, that's amazing, Anna exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Big brother, are you a Pokémon trainer? Sort of, Naoki admitted, but my main job is running the ranch. Anna turned to her father and declared, Dad, I want to become a trainer as awesome as Big Brother someday. Elif teased her gently. Weren't you just saying last week that you'd stay here in the cherry orchard with your parents forever? Anna gasped, covering her mouth as if caught in a lie. That's not what I said, she protested, shaking her head. Ha ha. Elif laughed heartily, pulling her into a warm hug. Naoki smiled as he watched the playful exchange. A Minchino diligently swept the stairs with its fluffy tail, while a dachshund dozed by the sofa, its slow, deep breaths a sign of its advanced age. Overhead, a chattet perched on a lamp, chirping occasionally, and an araquanid rested in its corner, its watery orb glinting softly. Naoki's gaze wandered to a framed photo hanging on the wall. It depicted Elif, Mana, and their two daughters posing happily alongside their Pokémon. The family's joy was palpable in the captured moment. The sight stirred something in Naoki's heart. He recalled the times Zach and Mayor Thomas had suggested that he should find a partner to help run the ranch, take care of Pokémon together, and maybe even start a family. For a fleeting moment, he couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Family. The thought lingered. In his previous life, Naoki had been a cog in the machine of urban life, working tirelessly in a concrete jungle. His meager earnings had barely covered the basics, let alone allowed for dreams of homeownership or marriage. In his previous life, Naoki often thought it would be fine to live his life alone, avoiding the complications of marriage and family. He had convinced himself that solitude suited him. But now, watching Anna's cheerful antics and her affectionate bond with her father, Naoki found his long-held beliefs wavering. What if he had a child? The thought took root in his mind. What would it be like to share his life with someone who carried his legacy? If the child preferred staying close to home, he could teach her the ins and outs of running the ranch, imparting the skills needed to care for Pokémon and the land. If she yearned for adventure, he'd entrust her with the offspring of his Dragonites, a newly hatched Dratini to accompany her on her travels. Elif caught Naoki's gaze, following it to the family photo on the wall. His face softened with pride and warmth. The two girls in the photo are my daughters, Elif said, a hint of fondness in his tone. The older one is Gina. She turned 10 last year and started her journey as a Pokémon trainer. Naoki nodded. The name sounded familiar. Zach had mentioned her a few times last year. D with a knowing smile. Elif chuckled, a bit sheepishly. So you heard about that, huh? I didn't want her to leave so early. The world outside can be dangerous. But Gina locked herself in her room and cried for days, insisting that she was ready. Why not enroll her in the Paideia Academy? Naoki asked curiously. Elif sighed, shaking his head. Gina didn't want to go. She thought she'd learn more by experiencing the world herself than by sitting through boring lessons. Ah, that explains it, Naoki said, understanding Gina's adventurous spirit. Their conversation was interrupted by a sudden knock on the door. Anna, ever the eager helper, sprang up from the sofa and ran to open it. When the door swung open, it wasn't a human visitor standing there, but the scyther from earlier. It held a bundle of fruit in its scythe-like claws, looking almost apologetic. Both Naoki and Elif blinked in surprise, caught off guard by the Pokémon's unexpected return. The scyther stepped forward and gently offered the fruit to Anna. Its actions seemed deliberate, as though it was trying to convey a message. Anna's face lit up with excitement. Are these for me? She asked, her voice full of wonder. Scyther nodded. Little Anna cheered in delight and rushed forward to hug Scyther around its waist. Anna! Elif's voice rose, his heart nearly leaping into his throat. Scyther froze for a moment, startled, before glancing down at the little girl. While it was visibly flustered by the sudden hug, it made no threatening moves, remaining calm. Anna, oblivious to her father's anxiety, beamed up at the scyther. She thought it was incredibly cool, its sleek frame, sharp sides, and the way it carried itself. Having seen her sister capture Pokémon before, Anna hesitated only briefly before asking, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Scyther, will you be my Pokémon? Both Naoki and Elif stood stunned, processing the unexpected question. Scyther tilted its head, looking at the small human before it. Remembering the damage it had caused to the cherry orchard and feeling the girl's genuine affection and kindness, its icy demeanor softened. After a brief pause, it nodded. Scythe, it called out with determination, signaling its agreement. It had decided to stay and work to repay the damage it had caused to the orchard. Yay! Anna cheered, spinning in excitement before turning to her father. Dad, I caught a Pokémon. Now I'm a trainer like Gina. Elif's jaw hung open, his expression caught somewhere between shock and disbelief. Naoki, however, took the situation in stride. Pokémon had always been magical creatures capable of forming deep connections with humans. He smiled warmly and said, Congratulations, Anna. Scyther is a strong and skilled Pokémon. It's great at cutting and clearing things. It'll be a big help. Anna nodded seriously, puffing out her chest. From today on, chopping wood is Scyther's and my job. That way, Dad can take a break. Scyther gave a firm nod of agreement. Scythe. Elif clutched his chest, looking dazed. Naoki, is this really happening? Naoki chuckled, his voice calm and reassuring. It seems Scyther feels bad for cutting down your cherry trees earlier. Staying here to help must be its way of making amends. Elif sighed, a small, wry smile appearing on his face. I've never seen anything like this before. Scyther wasted no time proving its capabilities. It followed Anna outside, heading straight for the woodpile. With two precise flashes of its scythes, a single log was sliced into perfectly even firewood, ready for use. Elif's eyes widened as he watched, his mouth falling open in astonishment. Wow, that's incredible. Scyther continued working tirelessly, its movements swift and efficient. Within moments, the entire pile of wood had been neatly chopped, leaving only a few stray chips on the ground. Despite its efforts, Scyther's breathing grew heavy and beads of sweat formed on its brow. Seeing this, Anna rushed back into the house. A few moments later, she returned carrying a glass of water and a tissue. Standing on her tiptoes, she gently offered the water to Scyther before using the tissue to dab away its sweat. Scyther, and used to such tender treatment, was visibly moved. Its bond with Anna grew stronger, its trust in the little girl solidifying. Watching the pair, Naoki turned to Elif with a satisfied smile. Looks like everything worked out. Elif nodded, a mix of gratitude and astonishment on his face as he watched Scyther and Anna interact. From that day forward, Scyther became a part of the cherry orchard, staying to help with various tasks as a way of repaying its debt. Before leaving, Naoki and Kureiden were invited into the house. As a gesture of thanks, Elif handed Naoki several bottles of cherry wine and a large bag of fresh cherries, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. On July 23rd, year 199 of the Alliance calendar, just 2 days remained before Naoki would embark on his journey to explore the ancient ruins. That morning, Naoki decided to evaluate the progress of the special training the Cyclizer Dragonaires had undergone with Kureiden over the past few weeks. The Dragonaires were in good form. Their training had been incorporated into playful exercises, and each had mastered 1 or 2 new moves over the last fortnight. Cyclizer, however, had approached its training with an entirely different attitude, focused and intense. When Kureiden had first offered to mentor Cyclizer, the latter had been stunned. Kureiden, after all, usually maintained a detached attitude, neither overly close nor too distant from it. Cyclizer initially thought Kureiden was joking, but upon realizing the sincerity behind Kureiden's offer, it resolved to give its all to the training. Now, weeks later, the results of that effort were ready to be showcased. Standing on the lush grass of the pasture, Cyclizer confidently displayed the moves it had learned under Kureiden's guidance. Its first demonstration was a high-speed charge, leaping into the air and using its entire body to press down on an imagined opponent. That looks a lot like a physical move with overwhelming force, Naoki observed, making a mental note. Watching Cyclizer execute the maneuver, Naoki noticed a resemblance to Karaden's collision crash, a move that also involved leaping high and slamming into the opponent with great force. Good work, keep it up, Naoki encouraged, jotting down Cyclizer's progress in his notebook. The Pokémon then proceeded to demonstrate its other newly learned moves. Time seemed to fly as Cyclizer showcased its full repertoire over the next 10 minutes. When it finally completed its final move, Naoki glanced at the detailed notes in his journal. Name, Cyclizer. Personality, playful, naive, determined. Lately, it seems inspired to grow stronger like Dragonite and Karaden. Hobbies, sunbathing, chasing butterflies, and happily assisting with chores. Favorite foods, grilled steak, Naoki's secret sandwich, fresh fruit juice, and moo moo milk. Mastered moves, crash, screech, rapid spin, dragon tail, agility, wide guard, quick attack, acrobatics, double hit, body slam, gear shift, dragon pulse, dragon rush, outrage, iron head, giga impact. As Naoki reviewed the list, two moves stood out to him: gear shift and agility, both speed-enhancing techniques. A curious thought crossed his mind. Just how fast could Cyclizer go if it pushed itself to its limit? Intrigued, Naoki turned to the Pokémon. Cyclizer, show me how you use gear shift. Rayo, Cyclizer chirped, its determination evident. The wheel-like structure on its chest began to glow with a brilliant white light, spinning rapidly like a high-performance motorcycle engine. Now run, Naoki instructed. Cyclizer took off, dashing across the grass at a stunning speed. Impressive, Naoki marveled, taking notes. He then instructed Cyclizer to stack gear shift and agility for maximum speed before running again. The Pokémon concentrated hard, buffing itself to the limit. When Cyclizer took off this time, it became nothing more than a blur, disappearing from Naoki's sight in an instant. What incredible speed! Naoki muttered in awe. He recalled reading in the Pokédex that Cyclizer's top speed could reach 120 kilometers per hour. Now, seeing it in action, he had no doubts about the claim. Cyclizer's speed was a clear asset. In battle, it could easily use this to dodge attacks, close the gap with an opponent, and launch moves like Dragon Tail or Iron Head for devastating impact. Satisfied with the demonstration, Naoki called Cyclizer back and explained his thoughts. Speed is your greatest strength. During battles, use it to outmaneuver your opponents. In professional terms, this strategy is called kiting, keeping your distance while wearing them down. Cyclizer tilted its head quizzically. Rayo. Before Naoki could explain further, Karaden yawned lazily from its spot on the grass, catching his attention. An idea struck him. Instead of explaining, let's practice, Naoki decided. Karaden, would you mind being Cyclizer's sparring partner? I'll direct Cyclizer in a mock battle against you. Karaden blinked, looking slightly annoyed at the sudden request. But after a moment's hesitation, it gave a resigned nod and rose to its feet, positioning itself on the grass. The Cyclizer's expression was brimming with determination as it faced Karaden. The battle officially began. Cyclizer versus Karaden, a test of speed and strategy. With Naoki's command, Cyclizer used Breaking Swipe, a dragon-type move, as its opening strike. Cyclizer darted forward, its sturdy tail glowing faintly before sweeping toward Karaden in a wide arc. Karaden, true to its cooperative nature, remained motionless, acting as a stationary target for the demonstration. As soon as the attack landed, Naoki issued the next command. Create distance. Don't let your opponent close in on you. Cyclizer immediately retreated, using its impressive speed to circle around Karaden. Go again. This time, use Dragon Claw and pull back just as fast. With incredible agility, Cyclizer charged in once more, claws glowing with dragon energy. After landing a precise hit, it leapt away to safety. These two quick exchanges seemed to spark understanding in Cyclizer. Its movements became more deliberate, its confidence building. Naoki took the opportunity to explain further. Do you see now? This is called a kiting tactic. Your speed is your greatest strength. Use it to maintain distance, strike decisively, and retreat before your opponent can retaliate. Gah! Cyclizer nodded, its eyes gleaming with determination as it began to comprehend the strategy. Want to try it on your own? Naoki asked with a grin. Cyclizer nodded eagerly. It waited for the right moment, then bolted forward, closing the distance to Koraidon in an instant. Its claws shimmered as it raised them high, preparing to strike with Dragon Claw. But this time, Koraidon moved. Though Cyclizer was incredibly fast, Koraidon's movements were even faster. Before the Dragon Claw could connect, Koraidon deftly caught Cyclizer's arm and, with a burst of strength, tossed it aside. Cyclizer tumbled across the grass, stunned by the sheer speed and power of its opponent. Naoki observed the interaction with a mixture of amazement and understanding. Koraidon had rarely displayed its full capabilities before. It was clear now just how much faster and stronger it was compared to the young Cyclizer. Let's stop here for now, Naoki called out, signaling the end of the battle. Cyclizer got to its feet, covered in dust, and walked back toward Naoki, its expression slightly downcast. God, it murmured softly, clearly disappointed at its inability to match Koraidon. Naoki crouched down and gently patted Cyclizer's head. It's okay. You're only 1.5 years old, still so young. There's plenty of time for you to grow stronger. Cyclizer's eyes brightened at the reassurance. It nuzzled Naoki's palm affectionately, its fighting spirit reigniting. It sighed full of resolve, silently promising to grow stronger and challenge it again. Koraidon, observing this, let out a conflicted but understanding sigh. Reo, Cyclizer tilted its head, momentarily confused by Koraidon's tone. Naoki, standing between the two Pokémon, looked at them both and laughed. That's right. You two should get along from now on. After all, there's a lot you can learn from each other. Cyclizer looked at Koraidon with a happy expression. Reo, it chirped, its eyes full of gratitude. Although Koraidon had a fearsome appearance, Cyclizer had come to recognize its kind heart. For the longest time, Cyclizer had wanted to befriend Koraidon, but Koraidon's cold demeanor had kept it at bay. Only recently had things begun to change. Koraidon glanced at Naoki, then back at Cyclizer, and gave a reluctant nod. Reo, it sighed, a mix of acceptance and amusement in its tone. Later that evening, Naoki logged into the forum to consult with Reforged. Gold King. Only 2 days left until the expedition. Is there anything I need to prepare? Reforged was online and replied almost immediately. Ancient Explorer, no need. I've already prepared everything. Just bring your best Pokémon with you. Gold King, got it. Where should we meet? Ancient Explorer, let's meet in Cascarapha City. I found some ancient records indicating that the capital of the Paldea Empire is buried beneath the sands of the Great Desert. The Great Desert? That was just south of Kosagi Town. In the Pokémon games, it was a vast expanse of sandy terrain where legendary Paradox Pokémon, Great Tusk, and Iron Treads roamed freely after escaping the depths of Area Zero. Wing King, understood. I'll meet you in Cascarapha City. With their plans set, Naoki logged off and began preparing for the expedition. The desert was an unpredictable place, and while Reforged had assured him she would handle most of the preparations, Naoki decided to gather additional supplies, just in case. He purchased dust goggles for sandstorms, an ample supply of water and food, a compass, and warm clothing to combat the desert's freezing nights. Naoki also carefully selected his Pokémon for the journey. Aside from Koraidon, he decided to bring Slugma for warmth, Gagode, and a Psyduck. In case their luggage is lost due to a sandstorm or something, they can also use Slugma to keep warm, drink goat milk to restore their strength, and let Psyduck use a water gun to replenish water. After all the preparations were completed, the agreed deadline arrived. On July 25th, Alliance calendar year 199, Naoki finished making arrangement for his ranch before setting off. He mounted Koraidon and made his way to Cascarapha City, known for its shimmering waterways and nickname Watertown. Upon arriving, Naoki spotted Reforged waiting on the top floor of a tower near the city's central fountain. She stood poised, scanning the endless desert with a telescope. The golden expanse of sand stretched as far as the eye could see, shimmering under the blazing sun. Ryfort was dressed in a rugged brown and yellow expedition suit, complete with dust goggles and sturdy boots. Her confident stance and prepared gear gave her an air of seasoned professionalism. As Naoki and Karaden approached, Ryfort lowered the telescope and smiled. "You made it," she said warmly. "Are you ready? Are we heading out now?" Naoki asked, surveying the desert ahead. Ryfort nodded but scrutinized Naoki's casual attire. Without a word, she reached into her bag and pulled out a matching expedition suit. "Put this on first," she instructed. "The desert isn't forgiving, even to experienced travelers." Naoki quietly took the expedition suit from Ryfort and headed to the nearby changing room. When he emerged, fully dressed in the rugged outfit, he noticed Ryfort staring at Karaden with wide, awestruck eyes. "The winged king of the past. I never imagined I'd get to see such a Pokémon in my lifetime." Ryfort marveled. Naoki chuckled. "Who knows? Maybe you'll see even more ancient Pokémon in the future." He was thinking of the inevitable breach at Area Zero, when Paradox Pokémon from both ancient and futuristic times would spill into Paldea. But Ryfort tilted her head, puzzled. "What do you mean?" she asked. "Oh, nothing," Naoki replied nonchalantly. "I was just thinking, if Karaden could appear in Paldea, maybe others like it will too." Ryfort considered his words for a moment before nodding. "You might be right." She didn't linger on the topic, though. Her mind was already fixed on the real goal ahead. If they could uncover the lost royal city of the ancient Paldine Empire buried beneath the Great Desert, she might also find critical clues about the 4 treasures of ruin. Those discoveries would bring her closer to determining the locations of their seals, and perhaps acquiring them herself. "Let's move out," Ryfort declared. To Naoki's astonishment, Ryfort walked to a nearby alley and drove out in a massive, black, off-road vehicle that resembled a Toro's with its rugged build and horns painted on the front. Naoki's jaw nearly dropped. "Isn't this a bit over the top?" Ryfort grinned and patted the seat behind her. "Hop on, both of you." Naoki hesitated but climbed aboard with Karaden, who perched carefully behind him, its tail tucked securely. The vehicle rumbled as Ryfort stomped on the accelerator, and they sped out of Kaskarafa City, kicking up clouds of dust as they left the asphalt road behind. The real adventure began as they entered the desert. The off-road vehicle roared across the sandy dunes, its massive tires carving deep trails in the golden sand. Each turn and acceleration sent a fresh cascade of sand flying behind them. "This is too fast," Naoki shouted, clutching the sides of the vehicle for dear life. He was sure the whole thing would tip over any second. Ryfort glanced back at him with a smirk. "Relax. Trust my driving." "Roam." Naoki's attention was drawn to the horizon, where he saw a plume of yellow sand billowing in the distance. Something was moving fast, something big. He quickly grabbed Ryfort's telescope to get a better look and was greeted by the sight of a herd of wild Toros. These weren't just any Toros. They were the fiery Paldine breed, their black fur glinting under the sun and their sharp eyes filled with fury. "It's Toros. A whole herd of them," Naoki exclaimed, his voice filled with tension. The Toros charged through the desert with incredible speed, their hooves kicking up sand in all directions. It was clear they had mistaken the roaring off-road vehicle for a threat to their territory, and they were determined to drive it out or overturn it completely. "They're gaining on us," Naoki cried, glancing nervously at Karaden, who growled in anticipation of a fight. Ryfort glanced at the charging Toros in her rearview mirror, her lips curling into an excited grin. "Put on your goggles," she instructed. Naoki fumbled to secure his dust goggles, quickly helping Karaden adjust its own. Without missing a beat, Ryfort gripped the handlebars tightly and floored the accelerator. The engine roared like a beast unleashed, and the vehicle surged forward, its massive tires spinning faster as it barreled. Across the sand, the sudden burst of speed created a widening gap between them and the Toros herd. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the desert in hues of orange and red. Ryfort drove the off-road vehicle steadily forward, the trail of dust rising behind them blending into the hazy air. The dry, hot wind carried yellow sand in its gusts, blowing against them relentlessly. Though evening had fallen, the heat lingered, refusing to dissipate entirely, leaving the air warm and heavy. Nearly 10 hours had passed since they had entered the desert. Aside from one brief stop for food, the majority of the day had been spent traversing the vast expanse of sand. Throughout the journey, Naoki had seen a side of the world that was utterly foreign to him, a stark contrast to the familiar terrain he was used to. The fiery red sun painted the desert in surreal, otherworldly tones. The Pokémon inhabiting the desert were a testament to its harsh environment. Predominantly ground types roamed the terrain, with no sign of the usual bird or grass types one might expect elsewhere. Donphan families wandered aimlessly, their young Phanpy playing mischievously around their parents' legs. Hippopotas herds lounged in groups, burrowing into the sand to prepare for the chilly desert night. Gigantic Golurks stood solemnly in the distance, their massive forms arranged in a natural circle. The silhouettes could easily be mistaken for ancient ruins if one didn't look closely enough. "It's incredible," Naoki murmured, taking in a vibrant and alien desert ecosystem. Ryfort, focused on the road ahead, nodded in agreement. "It is. I remember feeling the same way the first time I ventured out here. Nature is vast, humbling in its scale." She paused, her expression darkening slightly as she recalled a past experience. "I once witnessed a sandstorm here. It came out of nowhere, connecting the earth to the heavens. The desert was alive, raging in its fury." "How much farther?" Naoki asked, snapping her out of her reverie. Ryfort glanced at the radar mounted on the dashboard. "We're close, about 5 minutes out." True to her word, 5 minutes later, the vehicle came to a stop behind a towering sand dune. Ryfort hopped out of the vehicle with practiced ease, retrieving a compact yet professional-looking piece of equipment from her bag. Curious, Naoki followed her and peered over her shoulder. The device displayed a radar map, a faint blinking signal indicating it was scanning the area. Is this what you use for tomb raiding?" Naoki asked, his tone half-teasing. "It's archaeology," Ryfort corrected sharply, shooting him a glare. "Right. Archaeology," Naoki muttered, though his expression said otherwise. The radar emitted a faint beep, signaling it had found something. A small red dot pulsed steadily on the screen. "Got it!" Ryfort exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement. Without hesitation, she pulled a pokeball from her belt. A flash of white light revealed her Zoroark, its sleek frame exuding a quiet confidence. "Zoroark, scout ahead," Ryfort instructed firmly. The illusion fox Pokémon nodded silently and darted off, its movements fluid and calculated. Within moments, it disappeared into the dunes. Ryfort turned to Naoki. "We'll wait here until Zoroark comes back with its report." Naoki nodded in agreement. Seizing the opportunity, he began preparing dinner for their group. Releasing Slugma, Naoki placed a frying pan atop the Pokémon's warm body. He added oil to the pan, waiting until it sizzled before cracking eggs into it. Before long, the smell of sizzling eggs and cutlets filled the air, carried on the evening breeze. Even Coraden couldn't help but salivate, its nostrils flaring slightly as it inhaled the enticing aroma. Ryfort raised an eyebrow, clearly impressed. "You're a surprisingly good cook." Naoki shrugged. "You pick up a few things living alone on a ranch." He carefully placed the fried eggs and cutlets between slices of bread, crafting simple yet delicious sandwiches. Naoki distributed the sandwiches among the group, ensuring the Pokémon were fed first. Coraden eagerly grabbed its portion, devouring it with gusto. The way it ate, completely absorbed in the meal, was almost comical, earning a chuckle from Ryfort. She took a bite herself, her eyes widening in surprise. "Not bad. I knew I made the right choice bringing you along." Naoki rolled his eyes. "I'm not here to be your personal chef." Ryfort laughed, clearly enjoying teasing him. "Relax. I'll need you and Coraden for the real work soon enough." As they bantered, Zoroark reappeared, its silhouette illuminated by the flickering light of the campfire. Rhyfort handed it a sandwich before asking, "What did you find?" Zoroark gave a sharp nod, signaling its success. Rhyfort couldn't suppress her excitement. A confident smile spread across her face. "Excellent. We'll set off as soon as everyone finishes eating." Naoki glanced at the darkening sky and couldn't help but interject, "It's getting pretty late." Rhyfort waved his concern aside with a gleam in her eyes. "That's no problem. My Grumpig knows Flash. It can light up any dark environment. Besides, don't you think exploring ruins at night adds to the adventure?" Naoki hesitated, but ultimately shrugged. "All right, your call." After all, he wasn't the leader of this expedition, just a hired hand whose main goal was to recover the coins hidden in the ruins. Everything else could be left to Rayfort's enthusiasm and expertise. By the time they finished their meal, the desert was enveloped in complete darkness. The once sweltering heat gave way to a sharp chill as the temperature plummeted. Both Naoki and Rhyfort changed into warmer clothes in preparation for the cold night ahead. Naoki, always mindful of Coraiden's comfort, brought along a custom-made warm vest. It was a thoughtful piece he had tailored himself, cutting off the cuffs and removing unnecessary buttons to ensure it fit Coraiden perfectly. As he fastened the vest around the Pokémon, Coraiden gave an appreciative grunt, clearly enjoying the warmth. Meanwhile, Rhyfort released her Grumpig from its Pokeball. The stout Pokémon stood tall, its pearl glowing faintly even before Rhyfort issued her command. Grumpig, use Flash. A burst of dazzling light illuminated their surroundings, casting sharp shadows on the desert sand. The brightness was almost blinding, akin to the beam of a high-powered searchlight. Rhyfort clapped her hands in satisfaction. "Perfect. Now we can move out without a hitch." Naoki sighed inwardly, fighting back his urge to comment. Though Rhyfort exuded an aura of refinement, she was a force to be reckoned with, headstrong, fearless, and remarkably resilient. Her reputation as a scholar didn't do justice to her raw toughness. This was someone who had once dived deep into submerged ruins in a single breath. She wasn't one to shy away from danger. With Zoroark leading the way, Grumpig lighting the path, and Rhyfort walking briskly ahead, Naoki followed alongside Coraiden, trailing behind. For about 15 minutes, they trudged through the sand, the crunch of their footsteps the only sound against the desert stillness. Suddenly, Zoroark stopped. Naoki looked around. The area seemed completely barren, nothing but endless dunes stretching out in all directions. Rhyfort squinted at the landscape, puzzled. "This doesn't make sense. Where's the entrance to the ruins?" Zoroark's gaze shifted toward a hollow depression in the sand, its sharp eyes catching something subtle. Rhyfort followed its line of sight, moving closer to examine the area. Her expression lit up as realization struck. "It's quicksand. Could the entrance be hidden underneath?" Zoroark nodded in confirmation. Rayfort's face broke into a wide grin, her excitement bubbling over. "Amazing. Everyone, put on your goggles and dust masks. We're going down." Naoki's eyes widened. Was Rhyfort seriously planning to jump into the quicksand? Could it truly lead to the underground ruins she was so eager to find? And if so, wouldn't it be incredibly dangerous? Rhyfort waved off Naoki's concern with a grin as she adjusted her gear. "Don't worry. My Zoroark and Grumpig will be fine in their Pokeballs for now. I'll go first, and you two follow right after." Without hesitation, Rhyfort leaped straight into the quicksand. Naoki watched in horror as her figure was swallowed up, the shifting sands devouring her entirely. It was like watching someone disappear into the maw of a desert monster. "Is she gone?" Naoki muttered wide-eyed. His mind raced. Could Rhyfort really have survived that? After all, in the Pokémon games, there was never any mention of Rhyfort exploring such perilous places. Had his involvement pushed her into taking a dangerous risk? Just as panic was about to overtake him, a faint, muffled shout emerged from below the ground. Naoki strained to listen. "Hey, it's fine. Come down already." Rayfort's voice echoed from below. Relief flooded through Naoki. She was alive. Hesitation melted away. He quickly adjusted Karaden's makeshift mask to cover its mouth and nose before taking a deep breath. Together, they jumped into the quicksand. The sensation was disorienting. The quicksand pulled them downwards in a spiraling motion, and before long, gravity took over. Naoki felt weightless for a brief moment before he and Karaden landed softly on a pile of sand. Coughing, Naoki struggled to his feet. His mouth was full of gritty sand, and he immediately began spitting it out. In the glow of Grumpig's flash, Reforged stood nearby with Zoroark and Grumpig, a smirk on her face. "The first time's always rough," she teased. "You'll get used to it." Naoki scowled, still spitting out sand. "This is the first and last time. Once I've collected all the coins I need, I'm done with this whole treasure hunting business." Reforged's expression turned playful as she locked eyes with him. "Oh, really?" "Yes, really," Naoki replied, brushing sand off Karaden's scales. Reforged leaned in slightly, her tone dripping with curiosity. "Even if it means uncovering priceless treasures, gold, silver, relics of untold value? I don't need that stuff. It's useless to me," Naoki said flatly, thinking of the Pokémon on his ranch. Even if he had the money to buy more land or villas, he could never leave his Pokémon behind to enjoy them. Reforged chuckled, seemingly amused by his conviction. "I understand," she said with a shrug. "Let's move on." Beneath the quicksand was an entirely different world. Ancient, sand-buried structures loomed in the dim light, their crumbling forms hinting at a long-forgotten civilization. A ruined watchtower stood sentinel among the dunes, its silhouette eerie and majestic. Naoki couldn't help but pause to take it all in. "This is incredible." Reforged, however, seemed unfazed. She walked ahead, her focus on the path forward. "The real discoveries lie deeper. Keep up." The passage narrowed, and the group moved in single file, Grumpig's flash illuminating the way. The air grew noticeably thinner, and Naoki's breaths became shallow. They must have descended to a considerable depth. Finally, the tunnel widened into a massive, dark cavern that stretched far beyond the reach of Grumpig's light. Naoki stopped in his tracks, staring into the void. "What is this place?" Reforged's eyes gleamed with recognition. "If I'm correct, this is one of the great underground cavities formed millions of years ago during massive tectonic shifts." She turned to Naoki, her tone growing more excited. "I read about this in the library at Paldea Academy. Long ago, this region was rocked by an unprecedented earthquake. These caverns were formed during that event. And if the records are accurate, there should be several of these cavities scattered throughout Paldea." Naoki murmured to himself, "Giant hollow." Reforged's expression grew thoughtful. During the time of the Paldean Empire, there was a legendary disaster Pokémon called Tinglu. It is said to have caused a massive earthquake that led to the collapse of the royal city. A massive fissure opened in the earth, and the once prosperous royal capital sank into this very place. Naoki, however, found his thoughts drifting to something else. Could have been the legendary Regigigas that caused this ancient seismic event. He recalled the Pokédex entry for Regigigas, which described it as a colossus capable of pulling entire continents into place, shaping the world's landmasses as we know them today. But the timeline of Regigigas' actions remained ambiguous, and Naoki couldn't be certain if the earthquake that devastated the Paldean region was connected to this mythical giant. "We're getting close," Reforged exclaimed suddenly, her voice pulling Naoki from his musings. "The ruins must be just below us now. We need to find a way down." After a moment of contemplation, she reached for another Pokeball on her belt. In a flash of white light, a Braviary emerged, spreading its powerful wings wide. Reforged recalled her Zoroark to its Pokeball and mounted Braviary with practiced ease. "I'll head down first," she called back to Naoki. Naoki quickly followed suit, climbing onto Karaden's back. Together, the two descended into the black abyss of the cave system. The descent was far from straightforward. The cavern's terrain was a labyrinth of jagged cliffs, winding tunnels, and yawning chasms that seemed to stretch endlessly downward. The air grew colder and heavier with each passing moment. It was impossible to tell how long they traveled before Corraden and Braviary finally landed on a rocky outcropping at the cavern's lowest point. The dim light from Grumpig's flash was no longer enough to illuminate their surroundings. Shadows stretched far beyond the reach of its glow, leaving much of the vast cavern shrouded in darkness. As Naoki wondered how they would navigate in such conditions, Ryfort rummaged through her backpack and pulled out 2 helmets with attached night vision goggles. "Here, put this on," she said, handing one to Naoki. "These goggles will help you see everything clearly." Naoki took the helmet and slipped it on. The moment the night vision activated, the world around him was transformed. The once indistinct shadows gave way to a clear, eerie, green-tinted view of their surroundings. They were standing atop a cliff that overlooked a vast expanse. At its base, nestled in the darkness, lay the ruins of an ancient royal city. Even in its ruined state, the city was awe-inspiring. Broken towers and crumbling walls stood as silent witnesses to the passage of time, their grandeur now eroded by countless centuries. The remains of the city stretched far into the cavern, a haunting reminder of its former majesty. "There it is." Rayfort's voice trembled with excitement. Her eyes gleamed as she gazed at the ruins. "The lost royal city of the Paldine Empire. We've found it." Without waiting for Naoki, she urged Braviary forward, soaring down toward the ruins. Naoki sighed and urged Corraden to follow, though his excitement didn't quite match Rayfort's. While the ruins were undeniably fascinating, Naoki's true focus lay elsewhere, specifically on the terrain itself. The massive cavity surrounding the ruins was full of evidence of ancient geological upheavals. Cracks and collapsed sections suggested that the cavern had experienced multiple collapses over the millennia. Rainwater and groundwater had gradually eroded the soil and rocks in the area, causing repeated collapses over time. As Naoki scanned the terrain, his attention was drawn to a cluster of oddly shaped stones scattered on the ground. Curious, he brought Corraden to a halt. The Pokémon landed, allowing Naoki to dismount and examine the stones more closely. Brushing away the thick dirt and dust covering the first stone, Naoki uncovered a startling discovery. "This is a fossil," he exclaimed in surprise. And not just one. Scattered around him were several more stones of similar nature. However, as Naoki inspected them, he quickly noticed a key difference. Many of the fossils were incomplete. Some were split cleanly in half, while others were nothing more than jagged fragments. What puzzled him even more was their peculiar appearance. These stones didn't resemble the fossils of any Pokémon he recognized. Neither the spiral shape of an Omanite fossil nor the sleek structure of an Aerodactyl fossil matched the shapes in front of him. Could these have come from a Pokémon? Naoki wondered aloud, but their crystalline, gem-like appearance raised doubts. He mulled over the possibility that they might not be fossils at all, but remnants of gemstones unearthed from the ruins of the ancient royal city. Could gems even fossilize over time? He mused, studying the shimmering surface of one of the stones. Corraden, standing nearby, seemed just as perplexed, tilting its head curiously as it sniffed at the strange stones. While Naoki's mind raced with theories, a shout broke his concentration. "Naoki!" Ryfort called from ahead, her voice echoing slightly in the cavernous space. "Coming," Naoki replied. He hastily pocketed the most intact of the fossils, leaving the fragmented ones behind. He mounted Corraden, which leaped smoothly into the air and sped forward to catch up with Ryfort. "What were you doing just now?" Ryfort asked curiously as she stopped and waited. Naoki pulled out the stone he had pocketed earlier and held it up. "I found a lot of these gem-like stones back there." Ryfort examined the stone briefly before hazarding a guess. It might be a fossil of some ancient creature. The seismic activity here millions of years ago caused the extinction of many ancient Pokémon. Ancient Pokémon, Naoki murmured, his thoughts drifting. He recalled the Pokémon fossils discovered in various regions, the Helix and Dome fossils of Kanto, as well as Aerodactyl's Old Amber. the root and claw fossil from Hoenn, and the skull and armor fossils of Sinnoh. Then there were the fossil Pokémon from Unova, Kalos, and Galar. But two regions stood out for their lack of fossil Pokémon, Alola and Paldea. This stone might be highly valuable to fossil enthusiasts, Ryfort said with a smile. I suggest you hold on to it. You might be able to trade it with collectors for something interesting in the future. Naoki thought about it for a moment and realized she was right. Currently, Paldea didn't have the facilities to revive fossils. To revive this fossil, he'd have to travel to Kanto or Hoenn, which wasn't feasible in the near future. Especially with the baby EVs due to hatch back at the ranch soon, he'd be busy caring for them. He resolved to keep the stone for now and revive it when the opportunity arose. He only hoped the technology to revive such unique fossils was widely available. Pocketing the fossil, Naoki followed Ryfort as they continued their journey. Before long, they reached the entrance to the royal city ruins. The staircase leading into the ruins was cracked and weathered, littered with boulders and thick layers of dust. Ryfort knelt to touch the stone steps, rubbing some dust between her fingers before blowing it away. It's clear no one's been here in ages. Perfect. I won't have to worry about someone beating me to the treasures. She raised her head, gazing at the shadowy silhouette of the ruined city in the distance. Her lips curled into a determined smile. Let's go. First, we need to find the chamber where the Paldene Empire stored its secrets. Naoki nodded and followed her up the worn steps. Passing through a crumbling archway, they officially entered the city. The once majestic royal city was now a shadow of its former glory. Residential buildings lay in ruins, their collapsed walls and shattered foundations testifying to the immense destruction wrought by the treasures of ruin during the Paldene Empire's downfall. They really earned their reputation as disastrous forces, Naoki muttered under his breath, marveling at the scale of devastation. Suddenly, a rustling sound from behind caught his attention. Naoki began to turn, but Koraidon reacted faster, letting out a thunderous roar. Rayo! A powerful wave of oppressive energy radiated from Koraidon, sending a gust of wind surging outward. The sudden force drove back a group of sneaky Mimikyu Pokémon attempting to ambush them from the shadows. Naoki accidentally made eye contact with one of the ghostly figures. An icy chill ran down his spine as an unnatural coldness enveloped him. Be careful, Ryfort shouted, her voice urgent. Those are Mimikyu. Seeing their true form can be dangerous. Avoid making eye contact with them. Naoki snapped out of his daze, taking a deep breath to steady himself. He counted 8 of the shadowy Pokémon lingering nearby, their ghostly forms glowing faintly in the darkness. Despite Koraidon's intimidating display, the Mimikyu seemed unfazed, advancing cautiously as if testing their resolve. They're not backing down, Naoki muttered. His tone hardened as he issued a command. Koraidon, use flamethrower. Rayo, Koraidon responded, its maw opening wide as flames began to swirl and gather. A searing beam of fire erupted from its mouth, engulfing the ghostly Pokémon in a wave of intense heat. The Mimikyu let out eerie cries of pain as the flames forced them to retreat. Their forms flickered and melted into the darkness, leaving the area eerily silent once more. Stay alert, Ryfort warned, her Zoroark reappearing from the shadows to stand at her side. Zoroark says there are more Pokémon in this area, not just the Mimikyu. Naoki nodded, his hand instinctively brushing Koraidon's side. Understood. Let's move carefully from here. Ryfort surveyed their surroundings, her sharp eyes assessing the layout of the ruins. This must be the entrance to the royal city, she remarked. Based on the architecture of the time, the main castle should still be further up. The two pressed onward, with Ryfort taking the lead, navigating through the rubble and identify. ING their path. Naoki followed closely, with Koraidon vigilantly scanning their surroundings to guard against any sudden attacks from the Pokémon inhabiting the ruins. As a historian and field researcher, Ryfort's expertise in ancient civilizations and her uncanny knack for uncovering the past proved invaluable. Her excitement was palpable, her steps quickening as they neared their destination. Eventually, the pair arrived at a weathered wooden door adjacent to what appeared to be the main hall of the castle. "This is it," Reforged exclaimed, her face lighting up with excitement. She stepped forward, eager to push open the door and uncover what lay within. However, Naoki's sharp eyes caught an unusual movement in the rubble flanking the path. "Wait, something's wrong," he said, his voice tense. Before Reforged could respond, the ground trembled violently. Dust and debris flew into the air as two massive, golem-like Pokémon erupted from the ruins, their stone bodies crackling with energy. Golurk. The two imposing Pokémon stood motionless for a moment, their heads swiveling unnaturally as their glowing yellow eyes locked onto Reforged near the small door. Without warning, one of the Golurks surged forward, its massive fist raised high and glowing with energy as it prepared to strike. "Look out!" Naoki shouted. Koraidon reacted instantly, launching forward with a burst of speed. With a resounding roar, it swung its tail cloaked in dragon energy, delivering a devastating dragon tail that sent the attacking Golurk tumbling backward. Meanwhile, Reforged's Zoroark leaped into action, its movements swift and precise. Facing the second Golurk, Zoroark used its Dark-type advantage to outmaneuver the lumbering Guardian, evading its powerful blows with ease. With a combination of agility and super-effective moves, Zoroark managed to bring down its opponent in short order. As the battle concluded, the golden light in the eyes of both Golurk dimmed, their massive bodies slumping back into the rubble from which they had emerged. Reforged let out a sigh of relief, clutching her chest. "That was close. Thank you. It seems I really did choose the right person for the job." Naoki, still on edge, nodded toward the wooden door. "We can celebrate later. Focus on the task at hand." "Right." Reforged straightened herself, her excitement returning. With a firm push, she opened the door and stepped inside. Naoki peered in from the doorway, observing what appeared to be an ancient archive. Dust-covered tomes and yellowed scrolls were scattered haphazardly across the floor, the room bearing the weight of centuries of neglect. Without hesitation, Reforged began combing through the documents, her eyes scanning for any mention of the treasures of ruin. Left with little to do, Naoki sat down on the crumbling stairs leading up to the castle hall. Koraidon settled beside him, its vigilant gaze never leaving their surroundings. Reaching into his pocket, Naoki retrieved the gem-like fossil he had picked up earlier. Turning it over in his hands, he examined its unusual shape and crystalline texture. The faint shimmer of the fossil reflected the dim light filtering through the ruins. Koraidon's eyes were fixed on the stone, its curiosity mirroring Naoki's own. Naoki raised an eyebrow and asked, "Koraidon, do you know what this is?" "Rayo." Koraidon tilted its head uncertainly, letting out a low sound. Seeing this, Naoki realized that Koraidon didn't know either. He had assumed that a Pokémon with ties to the ancient past might recognize the object. He held the stone up to the light once more. After being cleaned, it didn't resemble a traditional fossil at all. Instead, it gleamed like a gemstone, its translucent surface reminding him of amber. "Maybe I could make it into a pendant," Naoki mused, an idea forming in his mind. He held the stone against his neck, testing its weight. "It's a little big, but it could work as a nice ornament." Before he could ponder further, Reforged's excited voice echoed from inside the room. "I found it. The parchment that details the treasures of ruin. With this, I can locate the 4 disaster Pokémon." Naoki turned, his curiosity piqued. The mention of the legendary Pokémon of disaster brought old myths to mind. Concerned, he asked, "Are you sure about unsealing them? What if they go berserk and bring disaster to Paldea again after being freed?" Reforged hesitated, her excitement briefly dampened. Naoki's words struck a chord, reminding her of the darker aspects of the legend. The story told of the 4 treasures of ruin, ancient Pokémon transformed into harbingers of calamity through the accumulation of human greed and malice. The parchment she had uncovered might hold the key to their whereabouts, but also to the warnings left behind by those who had sealed them away. Leaning closer, Ryfort carefully began deciphering the ancient text, her expertise in archaic languages allowing her to translate it with ease. The parchment read, "To suppress the 4 treasures of ruin, the king summoned a renowned Pokémon trainer. Using 8 enchanted stakes, the trainer sealed each disaster Pokémon within his shrine. Those whose hearts are tainted by greed must not break the seals, for they will unleash calamity upon the world once more. Only those with pure intentions may unseal the treasures, allowing their true forms to be revealed." Ryfort murmured the passage aloud, her voice thoughtful. "Only those with pure hearts," she paused, her expression shifting to one of mild unease. Was she truly someone free from greed? She doubted it. Her sole reason for seeking the treasures of ruin was to claim them for herself, a far cry from the purity of intent described in the text. Ryfort awkwardly cleared her throat, a sheepish look crossing her face. Still, she wasn't one to back down after coming this far. She rolled up the parchment and tucked it into her bag before turning to Naoki. "Well, my part's done. Now it's your turn to collect those coins. If I'm right, the treasure vault should be this way." Naoki caught a glimpse of the parchment as she put it away, but chose not to pry further. His goals were simpler and less ambitious than hers. All he wanted was to gather enough coins to help his Gimmighoul evolve into Goldingo. Naoki and Ryfort walked along the crumbling path, navigating through most of the ruins until they finally reached the castle's treasure vault. Perhaps to deter theft, the door and walls of the vault were constructed from a remarkably durable material. Despite centuries of exposure to rain and groundwater, they remained pristine, retaining their original strength and form. The door was securely locked. Naoki instinctively turned to Kureiden, considering breaking the lock by force. However, before he could act, Ryfort pulled a small metal pick from her bag and began fiddling with the lock. With a soft click, the lock snapped and before Naoki could express his surprise at her lock-picking expertise, his attention was immediately drawn to the gleaming treasure inside. A mountain of gold coins glimmered under the faint light, their brilliance captivating. "Wow, that's so many gold coins," Naoki exclaimed wide-eyed. Ryfort stood in the doorway, a satisfied smile on her face. "Looks like your wish is about to come true." Grinning ear to ear at the thought of his Gimmighoul evolving into Goldingo, Naoki walked in with Kureiden and began scooping coins into his bag. After a couple of trips, he paused and, without warning, lay down on top of the pile of gold coins. Ryfort tilted her head, perplexed. "What are you doing?" Naoki closed his eyes, sinking slightly into the treasure. "You know how in pirate movies, they always show someone lying on a pile of treasure? I wanted to know what it feels like." "And how is it?" Ryfort asked, suppressing a laugh. Naoki sat up, brushing stray coins off his arms. "Honestly, it's not comfortable at all. Hard and cold." At that, Ryfort chuckled, her voice echoing softly in the room. Naoki shook off the thought and returned to packing the gold coins into his expandable bag. Among the coins, there were also various gold and silver ornaments scattered around. Items like an intricately designed golden crown, a ruby necklace, a pigeon egg-sized gemstone, and an elaborate golden scepter. Despite their obvious value, Naoki seemed unimpressed. Items like the crown and scepter, relics of a long-dead king, felt eerie to him. He preferred to stick to the practical, gold coins. "I'll just take the coins. The rest is all yours," he said casually. "You don't want these?" Ryfort asked, her surprise evident. She gestured toward the ornate scepter. "A piece like this could sell for tens of millions outside." Naoki hesitated briefly at the mention of such a staggering sum, but as he glanced up, he caught the gleam in Ryfort's eyes, a subtle yet deliberate test. It clicked in his mind. Ryfort was gauging his intentions. She had read the contents of the parchment earlier with him present. He recalled the specific line. "Only those with pure intentions and clear minds can remove the seals." The challenge was clear. Would he choose the promise of wealth and glory, or the treasures of ruin? Naoki didn't need long to decide. His goal was already set. He wanted the treasures of ruin. Specifically, the idea of owning his very own Chi-Yu, the legendary snow leopard Pokémon, had captivated him. He gave Reforged a firm look, his decision unwavering. No, I'll stick with the coins. That's all I need. Naoki's primary goal for this journey had always been to collect the gold coins, and now that purpose was fulfilled. Hearing his decision, Reforged nodded, a look of understanding dawning on her face. Her tone turned thoughtful, even a little impressed. You're resolute, I'll give you that. All right, I understand. I'll take care of the rest. After I've translated these parchments thoroughly, I might need your help again. I'll count on you then. Sure thing, Naoki replied with a smile. With the exploration of the underground ruins successfully completed, Naoki and Reforged retraced their steps out of the cavern and back to the scorching hot desert. By the time they emerged, the sky was bright, signaling the arrival of morning. Exhausted from a sleepless night, both of them looked worn out. Reforged drove Naoki and Kureiden straight back to Kaskarafa City. At the city's intersection, the two bid each other farewell. What's next for you? Reforged asked, stretching slightly as she glanced down the bustling street. Naoki stifled a yawn. Heading home for some much-needed sleep. What about you? I'll find a hotel and rest for a bit. Thanks again for everything. Let's team up again if the opportunity arises. See you. With a wave, Reforged turned and disappeared into the streets of Kaskarafa City. Naoki climbed onto Kureiden's back and started his journey home. Kureiden, equally fatigued, seemed eager to return. Picking up speed, it covered the distance to the ranch in less than 10 minutes. Once back at the ranch, Naoki released all his Pokémon from their Pokeballs. Originally, he intended to give the coins he'd collected to Gimmighoul, but his exhaustion got the better of him. Tossing the backpack full of coins onto the living room floor, Naoki trudged to his room and collapsed in a bed. Half asleep, Naoki felt something hard and slightly uncomfortable in his pocket. Without opening his eyes, he fished out the object, a gem-like stone he had found in the ruins, and lazily tossed it onto the floor before drifting off into deep slumber. A short while later, Nddd entered the room holding a steaming cup of hot milk. Seeing that Naoki had already fallen asleep, Nddd quietly set the milk aside and began tidying up the room. Picking up Naoki's discarded clothes, it prepared to put them in the washing machine. As Nddd turned to leave, its gaze fell on the mysterious stone Naoki had tossed aside. Curious, the Pokémon walked over and picked it up, studying it briefly. Then, with its natural penchant for organization, Nddd carried the stone out of the room and placed it in Naoki's dedicated storage area for evolutionary items like fire stones, water stones, and everstones.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.